educate media on best practices for safe wildfire reporting that does not compromise firefighter efforts. Shortly after 12 o'clock noon on Sunday, October 20th, our emergency command center received multiple calls.
Good afternoon. The time now is 4:03 on March 26, 2025. I would like to start with the closed session meeting call to order. So please do the roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
I'm here.
District 1, Councilwoman Fan West? District 3, Councilmember Nguyen?
Here.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen? Mayor, you have a quorum with District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, and District 4, Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you very much for oral communication for closed session. Do we have anybody for today?
Yes, Mayor, we have Terry Raines.
All right.
You gave it up. Okay, gotcha. Hello, item 2, I sent an email. The cited government code was incomplete on the agenda. It should be 549-56-9D1. The one was left off, hence the late communications. You're welcome. Obviously, council members Amy Fan West and Nam Quan Nguyen, if they were even here, would have to recuse themselves entirely for this closed session item. Please reference the handouts I provided. Amy Fan West was served the summons and complaint by personal service on December 10th, 2024 at 8:05 p.m. Nam Quan Nguyen was served on December 12th, 2024 at 10 a.m. The summons clearly states you have 30 calendar days after this summons and legal papers are served on you to file a written response at this court and have a copy served on the plaintiff. So why did the court accept an answer filed by Amy and her overpriced attorney on February 10th at 10 a.m., 62 days, 60 excluding the weekend, after she was served? The filing fees weren't even paid till a week after that. California Rules of Court Section 3110D states the parties may stipulate without leave of court to one 15-day extension beyond the 30-day time period prescribed for the response after service of the initial complaint. Section E goes on to state the court on its own motion or on the application of a party may extend or otherwise modify the time provided in sections B through D. I see no application or court order extending the response period beyond the 30 days or if it was mutually agreed upon 45 days. Amy's attorney for this case, Bobby Samini, is charging an unheard of $1,000 per hour. Will the court agree that that rate is reasonable if attorney fees are awarded? Amy has opened a legal defense fund to cover her attorney costs for this case and presumably the criminal bribery case against her as well. It took this high-priced lawyer and Amy several tries to file a motion to strike in answer to the complaint. Then they had to file the motion to strike all over again because they overwrote a key part of the document during the filing process. Both documents are fraught with errors and misstatements. For example, on the motion to strike, the high-priced lawyer entered April 10, 2023 as the date the complaint was filed instead of November 27, 2024. Dude surely had a copy of the complaint. Maybe his reading and writing skills are on par with his client, APW. Also troubling is my discovery that the law firm the city is using was sending their bills directly to Christian at Jones and Mayer, now presumably Scott Porter instead of the city manager. This implies Jones and Mayer selected and contracted the firm for the city. Was that really what this council agreed to? I hope not. The complaint completely omitted serious related issues such as obstructionism and deliberate chronic absenteeism. Why? An amended complaint adding that pertinent information should have been filed immediately. Did this council approve excluding this information from the complaint? Why? The entire focus seems to be only on speaking during council meetings. Bottom line, today's discussion had better be about filing an opposition to Amy's motion to strike, outlining why her request should be denied, along with supporting legal arguments and facts and/or a response to her answer, but certainly not about settling this case in any way, shape, or form. Thank you. have copies.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Thank you very much. At this time, would you please go ahead and read the items that we are going into the closed session, please?
Thank you. The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purposes: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Section 54956.9 D2, 2 cases, and conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, existing litigation case, City of Westminster v. Amy Fan West et al., OC Superior Court Case number 2024-014443472-CU-MC-CJC.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I will note for the record that although the agenda is listed as 2 cases that will be discussed, there will only be a need to speak with 1 case under the anticipated litigation. There was initially a thought that we needed to have 2, but we only need to have 1.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. At this time, the City Council will recess for closed session, and we'll come back at 6 o'clock for open session. Thank you. welcome to the City Council meeting. The time now is 6:08 on March 26, 2025. I would like to start the City Council meeting. Meeting is now called to order, so roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
I'm here.
District 1, Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen,
Here.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with District 4, Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you. Next is salute to the flag, where will be District 3, Councilmember Mark Nguyen, and invocation by Councilmember Amy from West District 1. Please stand.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing with me for a prayer. Lord, we just thank you so much for this opportunity to be here to do the city business and the people's business. And Lord, I just pray that you bless this time, give us wisdom as a council to do the will of the people and to do what's right. And Lord, I just pray for those who are sick or not feeling well. I pray as in 2 Corinthians 12:9, when Paul recounts God's response to his request, stating that my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness, and that he will gladly boast in the weakness so that Christ's power may dwell in him. Lord, I just pray for those who are sick and not feeling well. I pray that you comfort their hearts and that you heal them, Lord. We ask for ultimate healings, that you bring healing to their body, their hearts, their mind. And Lord, I pray for if you do not choose to remove the pain or the healing, I pray that may they see your grace during this time. And so we thank you. We love you. We pray that you bless this council meeting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please be seated.
Thank you to Councilmember Mark Nguyen and Councilmember Amy Fan West. Next is City Attorney. We have a couple of items for closed session today, so is there anything to report out?
There is nothing to report out other than we only met on, there were 2 items under potential litigation. We met on only one of them, and there is nothing to report on any of the 3 items, really 2 items.
All right, thank you. Next is export communication. Is there anything from the dash? That's here. Nope.
Mayor, I do. I just want to disclose that I did have some phone calls related to 9.1.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Moving on, the city clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to note for the record that there is a late communication memo in front of you at the dais, as well as available online in the lobby for the public for agenda item number 3.1 and 4.1 for consideration in tonight's meeting. In addition, I'd like to take the moment to welcome a new employee to the city clerk's office. We're excited to welcome Ashley Kumar to the clerk's office as our new assistant city clerk. Ashley most recently worked at the County of Orange, gaining knowledge and experience with staff reports, agenda packets, and ensuring compliance with the Brown Act. Prior to public service, Ashley gained extensive knowledge in the tax industry. A fun fact about Ashley is that she is currently in her last semester for her master's in public administration. We're thrilled to welcome Ashley to the Westminster team. That completes my report.
Thank you. Next is city manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and everyone in attendance today. First, we want to highlight Property and Evidence Professionals Appreciation Week, which is next week, April 1st through the 7th. This is an annual event dedicated to our property and evidence staff. They're responsible for maintaining physical chain of custody, ensuring accountability, keeping detailed documentation for evidence and property from the time it's booked until the case is adjudicated, and at which point items are either released or disposed of. So a very important role in the criminal justice process. The division's effective and efficient operations essential to providing quality service to both the community and the criminal justice system. So this week's an opportunity to recognize and thank our 2 outstanding property personnel who receive and process thousands of pieces of property per year. So happy Property and Evidence Professionals Appreciation Week to our staff. Okay. Month of April is Distracted Driving Awareness Month and a time to put safety in the driver's seat. The Westminster Police Department, along with other police departments nationwide, will be actively looking for drivers throughout the month who violate the state's hands-free cell phone law. Under current law, drivers cannot hold a phone or electronic communications device while operating a vehicle, even when stopped at a red light. If you have an important phone call, text, or email, pull over to a safe parking spot to complete your task without putting yourself and others at risk. So please drive safely, get off your apps, put the phone away, or pay. Also in April is Autism Awareness Month. So back in 2020, the Westminster PD and the Police Officers Association launched an Autism Awareness Drive. In support of this initiative, a unique shoulder patch was created and worn by interested department personnel throughout the month of April. The design was developed collaboratively with individuals on the autism spectrum to visually reinforce the messaging and highlighting a partnership with the autism community. So as of April 1st, PD and POA are once again proud to introduce the Autism Awareness and Acceptance Patch. These patches are available for public donations, with a portion of the funds raised being donated to the local nonprofit organization, Andy and Aiden Safety Group, which is a 501c3 organization that collaborates closely with friends, family members, and neighbors living on the autism spectrum. So if you're interested to obtain a patch, members of the public should email K Wells, that's KWELLS, at westminster-ca.gov, or you can also find information on the Westminster PD's social media. And then today, after we were all rained out for a few weeks, members of the City Council, staff, elected officials, and or their reps, and members of the community, including a lot of children, celebrated the new playground at Tony Lamb Park. So we were able to celebrate. It's a education-themed playground. And of course, we had a lot of people turn out, including, Mr. Tony Lamb himself. It was a great event, and we just want to thank staff for their hard work in the build of this project, as well as council support in enhancing our playgrounds and our parks. Coming up this Saturday, please join us for our second American Vietnam War Veterans Day commemoration at 10 a.m. Saturday at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park. We'll have remarks from elected officials, guest speakers, and a special recognition of our Vietnam War veterans, along with light refreshments. And of course, all are welcome to attend. And we're halfway through. So coming up, we've got a lot going on in the next month. So our bunny hop is back. Hop on over to a park near you for some exciting springtime fun. Enjoy a fun-filled day for the whole family, featuring an egg hunt for kids, games, crafts, food vendors, the Easter bunny, and more. So our first bunny hop day will be on Saturday, April 12th. So from 10 to 11:30 a.m. at Bolsa Chica Park, and then 1 to 2:30 p.m. at John F. Land Park. And then on Saturday, April 19th, that'll be our second pop-up day, we'll be at Coronet Park from 10 to 11:30 a.m. and at Tony Lamb Park from 1 to 2:30 p.m. And so for everyone who's not familiar with the hop-up concepts, these are very short events that are held where we literally pop up an entire event for a very limited amount of time, but it's really to engage the community that's around that park and for people to come out, learn about the park, learn about services, have a good time, and just engage with the rest of their community. So we do these bunny hops. We also do in the winter Santa pop-ups as well. And then, of course, I can't have a city manager update without a senior center party of some sort. So on Wednesday, April 16th from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., the senior center will be hosting a spring luncheon. There will be delicious food, live entertainment. Tickets are on sale at the senior center front desk for $5, but seating is limited, so make sure to purchase your ticket. Of course, live music by Armando Nunez, and there's always lunch and dancing. And Sigler Park Splash Pad, since we're getting close to summertime, even though We just started the spring. The splash pad is opening up for the season, Memorial Day weekend. It's the coolest place to host your summer parties and gatherings, so please, if you're interested in reserving the park for use, private reservations are now open, so book for your event today and early to ensure your availability. For more information, contact Community Services and Recreation at 714-895-2860, and information is available on the website as well. Okay. Almost done, I promise. All right, so we're excited to announce the City of Westminster has launched the Level Up Digital Marketing Grant and Training Program. This initiative offers $5,000 grants to help brick and mortar businesses within Westminster to enhance their digital marketing efforts. To qualify, businesses must have an active Westminster business license for at least a year, employ at least 2 people, and be located within city limits. It's a great opportunity to invest in areas like digital advertising, website development, and promotional strategies. Applications are now open through April 15 at 11:59 p.m. but funding is limited to just 20 businesses, so don't wait. Participants will also join a 4-session hybrid training program and receive a one-on-one consultation with the SBDC. So full details and to apply, you can visit ociesmallbusiness.org, or you can also visit the city's website to access that link. And last one, small business. Since we're talking about small businesses, we're now accepting nominations for the Small Business of the Year 2025 awards. The second time that we're hosting this, and as part of Small Business Month in May. The program honors Westminster small businesses that have contributed to our city's economy, or economic vitality rather, and community spirit. For eligibility, you can visit the city's website at www.westminster-ca.gov. Nominations are due by Wednesday, April 16, 2025 at 5 p.m. Each city council member will be selecting one honoree, and all the awardees will be recognized at the May 14, 2025 city council meeting. If you have any additional questions, again, you can visit the website, come to City Hall, or call 714-548-3178. And that concludes my report for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, City Manager. And you can see that there was a lengthy report and lots of activities in our city. For those, it can be done. We don't have those activities if there were not the effort that's from our staff. So I would like to recognize them. They are here in the front row here and also here. So why don't we put our hands together and thanks them for their hard work. Now comes the special presentations. We have 2 presentations today. Presentation of Proclamation to Community Action Partnership of Orange County for their 60th anniversary gala. And the second one is presentation of Proclamation to the Fair Housing Foundation for Fair Housing Month. What happened here today?
Oh, your thing is right.
Was it? Oh, that's why.
Yeah, it's broken.
Is it? You wanna?
All right. So the first one is presentation of Proclamation Community Action Partnership of Orange County, also known as CAP-OC. So the CAP-OC was founded in 1965 during the height of the civil rights movement and President Lyndon Johnson War on Poverty. The CAP-OC embraces a 2-generational whole family approach, mixing child, workforce, and family development to address the root cause of poverty and creating lasting change. Their mission now includes environmental justice and also health equity, ensuring long-term solution for vulnerable populations. Westminster is proud to honor CAP-OC for its unwavering commitment to addressing the root causes of poverty and their continued effort in uplifting underserved communities. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo and council members Amy Phan West, Mark Nguyen, and Nam Quan Nguyen, do hereby proclaim that the City of Westminster, California, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Community Action Partnership of Orange County. Honors all supporters and partners who have contributed to the CAP-OC and together make the important impact in providing services to the vulnerable populations. And we are going to honor tonight the president of this proclamation to the CEO of this organization, Mr. Gregory Scott. We will come down to take the photos shortly after this. The second presentation for tonight is a presentation for a proclamation for the Fair Housing Month. This year marks the 57th anniversary of the Federal Fair Housing Act. The original legislation targeting the elimination of the housing discrimination in America. April is recognized as Fair Housing Month throughout the nation. And we are asking each resident of the City of Westminster to support the principle of freedom, justice, and equality upon which this nation was founded. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo and council members Amy Phan West, Mark Nguyen, and Nam Quan Nguyen, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Westminster. So at this time, we are honored to present this proclamation to Martha Torres, a representative of the Fair Housing Foundation. I would like to invite the council members to come down to the podium to present the proclamation to both of the mentioned, those members. One, two, three. Testing. So the first one, proclamation, 60th anniversary of the Community Action Partnership of Orange County. I'm not going to read it over again, but this one will present it to the CEO, Gregory. Congratulations. Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank the city of Westminster for your support. I'm serve as the president and CEO of Community Action Partnership of Orange County. We also run an Orange County Food Bank, so we do a lot of work around food insecurity, helping families who are dealing with poverty. So this year is our 60th anniversary, and we are excited to be celebrating 60 years of existence. But we couldn't do it without the support of others and our partners and our government officials. So again, once again, thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, and congratulations. So next one is the Proclamation Fair Housing Month, and this is April 2025. And I would like to present to the representative here. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody, for having us here today. We are very proud to service the City of Westminster. We provide landlord-tenant counseling on housing rights and responsibilities, as well as investigation of housing discrimination complaints. We also offer free educational workshops for both landlords and tenants on how to be able to preserve their housing rights. We are very grateful to the city for their funding, now more than ever, in making sure that we are supporting our most vulnerable communities. Thank you very much.
All right, put our hands together for both of them. Thank you very much. All right, we can go back now. Before I open up for oral communication concerning agenda items only, I would like to make a motion to move, since we have a number of people who come out for the 9.1 item today, so I would like to make a motion to move 9.1 after public hearing today. So is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, we have motion, a second to the,
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to move agenda item 9.1 to follow the public hearing 4.1. I'll go to call for roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
All right. I would like to open the communication for concerning the agenda items only. So, Madam Clerk, go ahead and read the instruction into the record, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker today is Nick, and I apologize for the pronunciation, Papadia. Following Nick will be Michael Varengia.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nick Papaduke. I volunteer over at the museum, and I would like to comment on the agenda number 9.1. We're kind of, I wish that the museum and the mayor could have gotten together and talked about this as partners about before you decide to pay somebody for a feasibility report. I think a little more transparency might have been in order, and everybody who's come tonight from our board of directors would like to know exactly what it is you have in mind to do there. And that's before you pay a feasibility guide to see if what you're going to have in mind is feasible. Because we might be able to help you with that. Since Joy passed away a while ago, we've done a lot of research into the paperwork over there. We're pretty clear about what's happening. And you use some language that I don't like, augment. You know, I'm not sure what that means, especially to our buildings there. If you could be a little clearer about what you intend to do, and maybe talk to us. Come over there. I don't know if anybody, I know Carlos Manzo has been there, but I don't know if any of the rest of you have ever been to the museum that the city has a half interest in, right? Undivided interest. So it would, I think that might be a better course for you to go in. I didn't bring that book. A book has come out recently about museums in the Los Angeles area, and how they've looked at some that are off the beaten trail. And I looked, and two from Westminster are mentioned. One is the Blakey Museum, and one is the museum on Bolsa upstairs in the strip mall. And they mentioned the third one, the Vietnamese Heritage Museum right down the street with the sampan, which is rare to have. And it was neat how they talked to us, or how they described us, all of the museums, how they offered complimentary explorations or versions of the city and how they're together in a very unusual way. It's nice to get that recognition. And it's nice to get some attention and recognition from you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before the second speaker, normally I wait until the end to talk about it, but because I know that several people are going to talk about this item, so I just want to make it clear up front so that people come and talk about it, understand. We have our staff to reach out and set up the meeting with you guys already, and the meeting have been canceled and pending. So that's, we tried to make that happen, but it didn't happen. So it was an attempt to talk to discuss about this. So anyway, more into that when we go into the discussion of 9.1. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Tony Bowie.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My first item is 7.1, commission appointments. This city council needs a written procedure that is mandatory to be followed, including interviews of applicants, complete application, or you don't get any consideration for one of these appointments. I applied for 2 of these positions here about 1.5 years ago. I filled the entire application out, submitted it, never heard another word. There was another individual who also submitted an application for one of the commissions. That became public and showed half of the thing wasn't even filled out. That's the individual that got chosen for the commission. You can't do that. If you're not going to be serious about commission appointments, you're going to get people that are unqualified, are not interested, they start missing meetings, and now what do you have? You have a substandard commission. There's too many appointments of individuals that are known to council members. I'm not going to go so far as to say friends, because you could just be an acquaintance, but you've got to quit doing that. Start looking at the backgrounds of people that apply for the commissions. Find somebody who has a history of working within that particular field. I'd love to be on the traffic commission. I spent 30 years in law enforcement. I'm kind of interested in traffic and what can happen. Also, personnel commission. I was a union member 32 years, including union steward. So I have that type of background for those 2 positions. But you've got to make that written procedure mandatory, and you've got to follow it. The second item I have, 9.1, there's absolutely no reason for a Vietnamese Culture Center to be built in Westminster. There's one a couple miles away here in Garden Grove. Unfortunately, they beat you to the punch, and from the pictures I've seen, it looks pretty interesting. I actually want to go over there. Having been in the military during that war, I would like to see the displays, and I have friends, my wife and I both have friends whose names are on that wall in Washington, D.C. But that's not something this city can really afford to be spending money on. And for what? Like I said, it's 2 miles away. With our Vietnamese population, that's a quick car ride over there. They built it first, so be it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Bowie, followed by Kim Springer.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council member, and City Manager, City Attorney, and also to my special officer, police officer. I came here as even though I am planning commissioner, but I came here as an individual, a citizen of Westminster, the city which the original mayor, they call it an American city. Henceforth, we have to concentrate on serving for all American citizens. That is problem with all of us that we do not have the participation of many other ethnics. So hereby, I would like to recommend, I met many people and they don't know what is a Tet parade. So in the future, what they recommend that we put additional on American/Tet parade so that more people will participate in our programs. And I congratulations for your success on last Tet parade. And I hope in the future there will be more people participating in all group of ethnicity. That is the first thing. And the second thing is speed up the process of business approval. That means a lot of people, they submit the business application with conditional use permit, but it was delayed quite a while. So please try to speed up so that we can get more money, more business into our city. And the third one is helping the residents of city of Westminster to legalize all of the construction that they have made or constructed without permit. So in the future, we can help all citizens to be in the right track of serving the community. So far, that is all the things that I hope that you, all of you, keep away the difference in political viewpoint, but working together as an American city for American and by American, for American, and of American citizens. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Kim Springer, followed by Don Anderson.
Hello. I'm here to talk about item 5.2, and I would like to say thank you to the Assistant City Manager for his staff report. I appreciate everything you do. I gave copies of pictures that I've taken, and I'm trying to help fight this. I think you know that. But I think we need muscles to deal with OCTA. I appreciate everything you're doing, but I think it needs to be collective effort by many people. I'm now calling OCTA to see what I can do, like to help. But just an update on Margie Rice Park, we have e-bikers, which if my son was younger, he would do this same exact thing and ride that hill. Why wouldn't they? So look at the pictures, it tells you everything, but it's just so disappointing to see that things were promised and things are not being done. The fencing alone, which I know you know about, one side, on the side of the Margie Rice Park, has that plastic fencing, and on the other side is the nice, and I drive up and down that corridor on the 405, and I see the fencing is like the one on the opposite side, the nice fencing. On our side, it's not. So that's one big issue. I feel so sorry for the resident that lives right next to the park. Look at the weeds that are in her backyard. It's awful. If you guys lived there, you wouldn't like this. So if you guys can help to try to get this resolved, it's gone on way too long. And it needs attention, it really does. If this was in your backyard, I think you would want this done too. And Amy or Ms. West, this is in your backyard. So if you can help to get these items resolved, it would be appreciated by many residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. May I ask what street is the weed on? This is the first time that's brought to my attention.
It's on Margie Rice. It's right on the same side of the park. You can't miss it.
Okay, I will look at it. Well, thank you for bringing to my attention. I will have staff take a look at it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Anderson, followed by Nguyen Gra.
Mayor, I wasn't able to quite hear what you said about 9.1 as far as information. You're interested in receiving oral communications on 9.1 at this time or something later? I wasn't sure.
No, he's stating that the staff made appointment with you guys, but it was canceled. You guys canceled it.
That's off the agenda tonight?
Councilmember West, I would appreciate if they ask me, let me do it. At the same time, if you want to speak,
Absolutely, Mr.
please, let me know so that I can recognize you. That way it's
Absolutely. Go
better.
ahead, Mr. Mayor.
First of all, I want to make sure that, because I know that there are a number of people come and speak about that item. So normally I wait until the end. But because he said that he appreciate if we have the meeting prior to agendize the meeting today, I believe that staff have made effort to contact you and the organization to set up the meeting, but it was canceled at the last minute. I don't know why. And therefore, it was not happened. Otherwise, it's already happened. I just want to make sure that every one of you know about it. There was an attempt. And then for the 9.1, because he asked, he want to be more clear on 9.1, I said that wait until we discuss the 9.1, then we will talk more about it. Right. Is it clear for you now?
Yes, well,
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
well, I have a few comments then. The council's still interested in receiving some comments on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
Pardon?
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so I'm Don Anderson, Secretary of the Westminster Historical Society, which has been managing and maintaining the museum and 4 other structures at Blakey Park since the late 1980s. During the past 10 years, the Historical Society has spent over $60,000 of its own money for improvements and building preservation. At the Wednesday, March 12, 2025 Westminster City Council meeting, I saw Mayor Nguyen on television direct staff to research the feasibility of establishing a cultural center at Blakey Historical Park. So on Tuesday, March 18th, I received an email from the city manager's office inviting me and anyone else I would like to invite to meet with the manager and assistant city manager. And however, due to scheduling conflicts on both the Historical Society's part and city staff, we weren't able to put a meeting together, but we're going to get there and we're looking forward to that. I did want to point out that Blakey Park is a unique park in the city of Westminster because it's the only park. You have 2 property owners. The Westminster Historical Society and the city of Westminster each own a 1/2 undivided interest in the land where the park is located. Knowing this, I think it's important, and the mayor, you've expressed this, that the Historical Society and the city need to work on this issue and find out what's going on. So before you spend any money on a consultant, we believe it would be prudent to suggest that the City Council continue this matter so Mayor Nguyen can work with city staff to get his vision for the Vietnamese Cultural Center in printed format. He's probably been thinking about the Cultural Center for some time and has a mental picture of what he would like to see, how big it would be, how it would function, events that would be held there, items to be displayed, and who would pay for it. So when the mayor's vision has been put on paper, city staff and society members can meet at the museum to discuss the mayor's proposal and give the Historical Society an opportunity to evaluate it and get back to the city with its response. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nguyen Gra, followed by Reverend Quang Nguyen. The speaker card says Mr. Nguyen. Okay, our next speaker is going to be a Reverend Nguyen. All right, our next speaker is going to be Dao Tran. After Dao is going to be Monique Nguyen.
I think the Reverend's there at the corner. I think.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This April 30th, 2025 marks the 58th anniversary of the fall of Saigon, our beloved capital of the Republic of Vietnam. It also marks 50 years of the presence of millions of Vietnamese people in this country. Thank you, America, for fighting with us, shoulder by shoulders, to protect the Republic of Vietnam from the communism. Thank you, America, for opening your heart and your arms to welcome us in this country. Our generation and our children's, grandchildren's generation are studying and working hard to build our future, as well as the future of the United States of America. Being away from our native country, we still keep our culture in our heart and hope that we can have a community center where we can store, can display our memories of our beloved Republic of Vietnam. We also can gather to help each other to merge in the American mainstream. Since over 40% of the Westminster population is Vietnamese, we ask the council members and Westminster residents, please open your heart to accept our request for a Vietnamese community center as we commemorate the 58th anniversary of the fall of the Republic of Vietnam. Thank you very much for listening, and good night.
Our next speaker is Reverend. Following the speaker is going to be Monique Nguyen.
Trước hết tôi xin chào ông thị trưởng cũng như tất cả thành viên trong thị xã Westminster cũng như là quý thư ký và quý sĩ quan cảnh sát ở đây.
Trước tiên, first of all, would like to say good evening to the mayor, the vice mayor, and all the city council and also the staff member.
Chúng tôi là Nguyễn Thanh Giàu. Sinh hoạt trong cái tổ chức ở đây nó gọi là Hội đồng Liên tôn Việt Nam tại Hoa Kỳ.
My name is Nguyễn Thanh Giàu. I participate in the organization so-called Alliance of all the religious in America.
Chúng tôi sinh hoạt ở đây 40 năm qua. Và cái ước mơ của cộng đồng người Việt là hy vọng có một cái cơ sở làm cái nhà để mà sinh hoạt về văn hóa cũng như về những cái truyền thống của dân tộc.
For the past 40 years, I have been participating in many activities, and I also always wish that we have a community center so all of the people can participate in.
Chúng tôi là những người công dân Hoa Kỳ, tuy nhiên chúng tôi vẫn không thể nào quên đi những cái truyền thống cổ truyền của dân tộc mà cái cộng đồng Việt Nam nơi đây được mệnh danh là cái thủ đô của người Việt tị nạn cộng sản.
We are Vietnamese American and has been working here and would like to have a activity so that we can preserve the educational, cultural heritage of the Vietnamese community.
Chúng tôi nghĩ rằng quốc gia Hoa Kỳ của chúng ta là một quốc gia đa văn hóa, tôn trọng tất cả những cái văn hóa tốt đẹp cổ truyền của tất cả các dân tộc, những di dân tới đây.
We think that American is a place for multicultural groups. Henceforth, we would like to have a place for all of us to participate and work in it.
Vì chúng tôi quan niệm rằng khi mà chúng ta đi theo những cái phong tục, những cái văn hóa tốt đẹp của một xã hội thì cái xã hội này nó sẽ thăng hoa, nó sẽ tốt đẹp hơn.
We sincerely knowing that if we keep our cultural value of our people and spread it out to the community, and it will help to enhance the activities of the community.
Chúng tôi quan niệm rằng cái thế hệ mai sau được nối tiếp thế hệ trước qua một cái trường học Nhưng mà những cái cơ sở văn hóa xã hội đó nó cũng là một cách sinh hoạt để truyền lại những cái gì tốt đẹp của người đi trước, truyền lại cho người đi sau.
We think that even though the schools is a place to spread or help the younger generation, however, we need the place for cultural activities that help the whole group together.
Chúng tôi có một cái câu là ánh sáng tới thì bóng tối lùi.
We have a proverb that whenever there is light, the shadow will withdraw. That is our motto of activities.
Cho nên nếu mà xã hội có những cái tấm gương tốt đẹp, những cái sinh hoạt tốt đẹp thì những cái tệ nạn xã hội nó sẽ giảm đi.
Henceforth, if the activities is spreading the good activities for all, then the social conflicts or social
cái tệ trạng tức là cái nạn xấu, cái tật xấu, những cái tật
and
xấu.
social bad behavior will be diminished.
Vâng, cho nên chúng tôi xin theo thể là yêu cầu của tất cả những tín đồ của các tôn giáo chúng tôi trong cái Interfaith Vietnamese Council in USA tới đây muốn nói xin nhờ quý vị, ông sĩ thị trưởng cũng như tất cả quý vị các thành viên trong cái xã trong Westminster nên có một cái nơi chỗ để sinh hoạt, để nơi đó mình san sẻ cho cái thế hệ, chẳng những cho những người Mỹ gốc Việt mà cho những dân tộc khác thấy những cái tốt đẹp đó mà đi theo, thì cái Westminster chúng ta nó càng ngày nó càng xứng đáng hơn để cho các nơi người ta đi vào đây, những du khách thấy sự tốt đẹp của chúng ta ở đó.
Therefore, I hereby come to wish that the city and all the city member hereby will approve something for the participation, the place for the cultural activities for all of us to have a chance to spread the good activities to all.
Trước khi dứt lời, chúng tôi xin thay mặt cho Hội đồng Liên tôn Việt Nam tại Hoa Kỳ xin chuyển lời cảm ơn đến ông thị trưởng cũng như tất cả quý vị trong phòng họp hôm nay thực hiện điều này. Đó là một cái tin vui cho toàn thể cộng đồng người Mỹ gốc Việt ở đây và cũng như là tất cả những người chung sống trong Westminster này.
On behalf of all the religious coalition of religious groups, I would like to send our best wish to all of you hereby and hope you all approve the place for all of us to participate in.
Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monique Nin, followed by Chim Dim. Monique.
Thưa Hội đồng thành phố, tôi tên Trinh, là một người Mỹ gốc Việt sống trong cộng đồng tại Westminster hơn 40 năm qua. Từ lâu tôi đã mơ ước có một trung tâm sinh hoạt cộng đồng Việt Nam. Đối với riêng tôi chỉ mong hai điều. Một là bày tỏ lòng biết ơn đất nước Mỹ đã giúp người Việt chúng tôi vì hai chữ tự do. Hai là gìn giữ đặc trưng văn hóa Việt, ẩm thực Việt cho các thế hệ con cháu Việt Nam sau này. Đồng thời giao hòa với văn hóa Mỹ và văn hóa các sắc dân khác trong Hiệp chủng quốc Hoa Kỳ. Quê hương mà chúng tôi chọn làm nơi sống đến trọn đời. Xin Hội đồng thành phố hãy quan tâm nguyện vọng của hơn 40% cư dân Westminster. Xin các cư dân trong thành phố hãy vui vẻ chấp thuận cho cộng đồng Việt Nam chúng tôi. Xin bày tỏ lòng biết ơn quý vị.
Dear Council of People, my name is Ching. I am a Vietnamese American living in the Westminster community for over 40 years. I have long dreamed of having a Vietnamese community center. For me, I only wish for two things. One is to express my gratitude to the United States for helping us Vietnamese people for two words, freedom. Two is to preserve the Vietnamese cultural characteristic and cuisine for future generations of Vietnamese descendants. At the same time, it is intertwined with American culture and the culture of other ethnic groups in the United States of America, the homeland where we have chosen to live the rest of our life. Please, Council of People, pay attention to the wish more than 40% of the Westminster residents. Please, other residents in the city, please happily accept our Vietnamese Community Center. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monique, followed by Gigi Vo.
Thưa ông thị trưởng thành phố Westminster, chào các nghị viên của hội đồng. Tôi tên là Gigi Vo. Tôi xin phát biểu về item 9.1. Thưa quý vị, tôi được đất nước Mỹ dang rộng vòng tay đón gia đình chúng tôi nhập cảnh Mỹ từ trại tị nạn thuyền nhân hơn 40 năm qua. Giờ đây, đại gia đình chúng tôi có thể nói rằng chúng tôi đã rất nỗ lực để trở thành một công dân Mỹ một cách tự hào. Các thành viên trong gia đình chúng tôi đã đóng góp thuế cho chính phủ và cả đóng góp về trí tuệ, năng lực trong một số chuyên ngành, như toàn thể cộng đồng Việt Nam ở quận Orange, Lido, Sài Gòn này. Chúng tôi vô cùng biết ơn nước Mỹ và người Mỹ, đặc biệt biết ơn những cựu chiến binh Mỹ và gia đình của họ đã hy sinh xương máu cho chiến tranh Việt Nam. Chúng tôi mơ ước có một trung tâm sinh hoạt cộng đồng Việt Nam để làm nơi lưu giữ những kỷ niệm đẹp Mỹ Việt, lưu giữ nền văn hóa đặc sắc Việt Nam, để những thế hệ con cháu gốc Việt sau này hiểu thêm về nguồn gốc của họ, hiểu hơn về sự cao thượng của tâm hồn Mỹ, và đồng thời là nơi gặp gỡ, giới thiệu, hòa nhập văn hóa đầy sắc màu cùng với các sắc dân khác trong thành phố Westminster, quận hạt Orange này. Xin Hội đồng thành phố chuẩn thuận item 9.1 và xin cử tri thành phố chiếu cố cho cộng đồng Việt Nam. Xin cảm ơn.
Hello, council members. My name is Gigi Vo. I would like to speak about item 9.1. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America has welcomed our family to the United States from the Boat People refugee camp for over 40 years. Now our extended family can say that we have worked very hard to become proud American citizens. Our family members have contributed taxes to the government and also contribute their intelligence and capacity in many fields, like the entire Vietnamese community in Orange County, Little Saigon District. We are extremely grateful to the United States and the American, especially to the American veterans and their families who sacrificed their life for the Vietnamese war. We dream of having a Vietnamese community center to preserve beautiful American Vietnamese memory, to preserve the unique Vietnamese culture so that future generations of Vietnamese descendants can understand more about their ethnic, understand more about the nobility of the American soul. And at the same time, it is a place to meet, introduce, and integrate colorful cultures with other ethnic groups in Westminster City, Orange County District. Please approve item 9.1. And please, city voters, take care of the Vietnamese community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Monique, followed by Diane Tollerson.
Not yet, ma'am. Monique first.
Oh, Monique first? Okay. Hi, Monique.
Good evening, Mayor Nguyen, City Council, and everyone. My name is Monique Nguyen. Regarding item 9.1, I had visited one area of the Blakey Park, the museum, on Tuesday, March the 25th. The Westminster Mayor, Mr. Charlie Nguyen, had proposed using another empty area of the park to establish the Community Center for Vietnamese in reality. I entered the museum and met Diane from the museum. She showed me around and explained some of the exhibits there. The place is very dusty, just like what she said. It looked like, to me, a closing place already. I did not show, I did not know like a museum is operating with no visitor. I also heard Blakey Park in half is owned by the city. Therefore, I support item 9.1, taking part of the building to establish the community center for Vietnamese community. I am sure that the Vietnamese community will do a good job displaying their preserving the memory of the American Vietnam spirit during the Vietnam War and to life in America. The house, the house will be a testament to the gratitude of Vietnamese American toward the people of United States of America. It also can be a place for other ethnic residents to visit and exchange the friendship and diversified culture to the community. Please approve the City Council. To Westminster residents, please support item 9.1. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane, followed by Andy Nguyen.
Hello, my name is Diane Tollefson, and I live in Westminster, California, and I've lived here for 52 years. I've been a member of the Historical Society for 52 years. Well, when I was a charter member. Yesterday, I was at a work day over at the museum, and we have been painting in the kitchen. We painted on the, we had everything off the stage. We have a new ceiling, fixing everything up. It's a mess. It's a terrible mess right now. But Monique came all the way from Downey, and I thought, well, she's come a long way, so I'm going to take her on a tour. And I talked to her for quite a long time about this. And basically, I explained to her that Westminster has been so wonderful to the Vietnamese people for all the years I can remember. If you remember back in the 70s, the first Vietnamese mayor in the United States of America was right here in Westminster. And I was voted for that guy. I want to say that for the Vietnamese people to have a cultural center is a wonderful thing. Not to be hard, but I don't think that the city of Westminster and all the tax dollars from all the people should be responsible for building it or have much to do with it. I think about when I was a child, I remember that there were many Japanese people in my neighborhood, and they built their own cultural center. They have 2 cultural centers, as a matter of fact, and 3. And they did it themselves. And I think that there are so many Vietnamese people here in town, they could get together and do it themselves. Why bother the city? The city should be for everybody, not just one section. I'm Norwegian. I'm not asking for a Norwegian commercial, I'm not asking for a Norwegian center. I think you would want to pay for that. The food's no good anyway. But anyway, I hope you consider that the tax dollars are for everybody, not just Vietnamese. And the park over there at Blakey Park, I think that it would be nice for any of you to come to visit. I was happy to see Monique. She came over all the way from Downey, and that's why I gave her the tour. She's the only one here that I know that's been there. And we are ready and willing to speak with any city people. We tried to make 2, okay, that's it.
Our next speaker is Annie Nguyen, followed by Roger Mindrum.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all the city council member, and all the officers on the staff, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Annie Nguyen. I live in this city over 40 years. Every day I wake up, I give thanks to America, because America will rescue us, the whole family, by the fall of Vietnam. So without America, we don't have this day as a businessman, so wealthy, happy, and healthy. So every day I wake up, and every day I walk in Westminster City, I visualize and try to work harder. Want to be Westminster City going to be the great city in the world. So we work very hard. We use our money, try to contribution, save the money whenever the city need. We're going to be donated. So in our wish, we wish to have our own community, because to teach our children that don't forget their root. Because the Vietnamese people, they live very, very compassion, sharing, helping, understanding. So our culture is very friendly, and we would like our children keep that culture forever. So what about 3 minutes only, so I don't want to spend too much time. So I hope that everybody understanding, loving us, to give us a chance to help the community at 9.1. Thank you very much for your understanding and make it happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum, followed by Nat Lynn.
Good evening, Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. First, I would like to say that year after year, and I know you've all been told by a lot of residents every year regarding the appointments to commissions are just atrocious. There are rules to follow, and you guys aren't following them. It's end of March, and you still have open commissions. It is just a travesty. It is unacceptable. To pass over very qualified people with experience and a track record, a positive winning track record, stepping over those people that have had their applications in and not even meeting with them and stepping over them to put your unqualified friends on. Mr. Mark Nguyen, you admitted that you were going to put your friend on, and apparently he didn't even accept the position. That whole system reeks of corruption right now, and if you don't think people don't smell it, you're kidding yourself. Next topic regarding 9.1, some of these people here come out here and make it sound like you have no way of of a gathering and celebrating your culture. That is ridiculous. The city is already paying over $100,000 a year for the TEP parade. We have a senior center. There are plenty of open dates, I'm sure, in our senior center. 55 years and older is, most of these people are the ones that are going to be interested in doing, in having this cultural center. And to do what you're doing tonight is putting the cart, not even putting the cart before the horse, putting 10 miles of carts before the horse. You have not even been there. You have no vision. You should have been talking with these board members of the Historical Society for a year in a real vision of what you think you're going to put there. There's only really, I've spent some time there. Diane and Dawn and Nick are very gracious hosts. They will show you everything. Their vast knowledge of the history of Westminster. They're great people, but let's face it, none of those three people, there might be a couple more younger ones, but these people are up there in age, and they need some volunteers, more volunteers to join in. And even if you do figure out what kind of a space to use for a cultural center that's going to celebrate the Vietnamese here, then it should really be more volunteers and not the city. The city has no money to pay for this. The city, I mean, obviously we got new carpeting and, you know, upgrades in here, but it needs a lot, and it really should be, the foundation would be a good topic to have them keep busy on, raise some funds for.
Our next speaker is Nat Lynn, followed by Laura Rose.
Thưa Hội đồng thành phố, tôi tên là Nhật Linh, là cư dân của địa hạt 3 thành phố Westminster. Tôi xin kêu gọi sự quan tâm chuẩn thuận của các thành viên trong hội đồng về item 9.1 là thành lập Trung tâm Sinh hoạt Cộng đồng Việt Nam. Tôi cũng xin kêu gọi sự đồng thuận từ cư dân trong toàn thành phố dành cho cộng đồng Việt Nam. Trung tâm Sinh hoạt Cộng đồng Việt Nam sẽ là một cột mốc đánh dấu 50 năm sự chia sẻ đùm bọc của người Mỹ dành cho người Việt Nam tìm tự do, và cũng là đánh dấu sự trả ơn của những người Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đối với nước Mỹ bằng sự trưởng thành, sự thành đạt, đóng góp một cách ngoạn mục cho Hiệp chủng quốc Hoa Kỳ. Với 6 vị tướng trong quân đội Mỹ, nhiều nhà khoa học và quản lý cao cấp, các chuyên ngành, sản xuất bom chiến đấu, đóng tàu hàng không mẫu hạm, Navy SEAL, toán học, y khoa, kinh tế, v.v. Và gần đây nhất, Đại tá Hùng Cao đã được Tổng thống Trump bổ nhiệm làm Thứ trưởng Bộ Hải quân Mỹ, đang chờ Quốc hội chuẩn thuận. Tại miền Nam California, cộng đồng Việt Nam đã góp phần phát triển đời sống tiểu bang rất tích cực, để lại dấu ấn đậm nét là Lido Sài Gòn trù phú sinh động. Thiết nghĩ cộng đồng Việt Nam xứng đáng để có một trung tâm sinh hoạt cộng đồng sau 50 năm ở một thành phố có hơn 40% người Mỹ gốc Việt. Xin cảm ơn quý vị.
Dear Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nhật Linh, a resident of District 3, Westminster. I would like to call for the approval of the Council members on item 9.1, establishing the Vietnamese Community Center. I would like to call for the consensus of the entire city residents for the Vietnamese community. The Vietnamese Community Center will be a milestone making 50 years of sharing and caring for the Vietnamese people seeking freedom, and also marking the gratitude of the refugee Vietnamese people to the United States with maturity, success, and spectacular contribution to the United States of America, with 6 generals in the U.S. military, Vietnamese general in the U.S. military. Many scientists and senior major manufacturing combat bombs, building aircraft carrier, Navy SEAL, mathematics area, medicine, economic, etc. And most recently, Colonel Hong Cao was appointed by President Trump as Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Navy, pending approval by Congress. In Southern California, the Vietnamese community has contributed to the development of the state life very positively. The strong mark is the prosperous and successful financially Little Saigon. I think the Vietnamese community deserves to have a community activity center after 50 years in the city with more than 40% is Vietnamese American. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Rose, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Laura Rose, 45-year resident of Westminster, proud property owner, proud resident. Westminster is a very diverse city, and that is something that I've always loved. I'm speaking about item 9.1 and 7.1. Westminster is a very diverse city. It's something that I've always loved about the city. I have questions. What is the difference between a community center and a Vietnamese cultural center? The comments that I've been listening to as I've been sitting in the audience make it sound like it will be an event center. And I'm just wondering, we have the senior center, we also have the Miriam Warren building, we have several community centers that people can rent and have cultural events at. So I hope that the Vietnamese community doesn't feel like they are not open or welcome at these different facilities that the city already has. I've been to Blakey Park many times over the years. I also follow it on Facebook. If you guys aren't, I think you should. It's a wonderful museum, shows the history of Westminster. Admittedly, it has been a while since I've made a visit. If there is not an existing exhibit about the history of the Vietnamese migration, it makes sense that there should be one included. Westminster is world famous for Little Saigon. So I am going to ask the City Council, when you get to this item number, to please answer these questions. What's the vision for the city for this item? And also, why does the city feel that this will be a good use of city funds? Please answer that for the residents and taxpayers. And then regarding item 7.1, I'm the planning commissioner that in public comments that were emailed to the city and also in comments that were spoken that has been so far passed over for reappointment. There are two openings currently for the Planning Commission. I'm here to let you know that I would like to be reappointed to the Planning Commission for another term. I've enjoyed my time on it, and I feel like I've done a good job. But I would like the city to also, City Council and staff, to make it a priority to create a clear and transparent process for advertising openings, interviewing applicants, and making appointments in the future. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, items 31, 32, 33, 36, and 39. I sent emails about errors and fabrications in the minutes, questions about the warrant register, staff report errors, and asked staff to explain the reason for the revised January numbers in the treasurer's report. 5.1, the net cost to the city and its taxpayers for this year's TEP parade was $156,000 versus just $58,000 last year, up $98,000, 168%, due to sponsorships down $45,000, 46%, due to the council-caused failure of the Community Foundation, traffic management cost up $24,000, 48%, and personnel cost up $30,000, 72%. Fix what you broke or scale back the parade. And due to staff's concerns, the 2026 parade should be on Saturday, February 21st. 5.2, thanks ACM Ozeda for this update and for continuing to fight for our city and its residents to get these quality of life punch list items completed by OCTA and their contractors. 9.1, Mayor Nguyen never even said Vietnamese Cultural Center at the last meeting, but we figured as much. I alerted Historical Society Society members who were in the dark. A new 12,000 square foot Vietnamese cultural center just opened in Garden Grove, 2.8 miles away. Before the city spends a dime, Charlie, you need to explain and justify details of your vision and who would pay for it. The center would be better suited along Bosa in Little Saigon Cultural District, but there's no free land there, right, Charlie? Recorded covenants, easements, requests, wills, probate documents, and agreements will dictate permitted site uses. The Historical Society has equal and final say. Charlie Ramirez, you've been bad-mouthing the Society and Museum, and if so, shame on you. How many hours have you spent over there studying Westminster history? I've never seen you at a single event there, nor has anyone else. Those buildings are truly historical and cannot be structurally modified. You think in the back lot? Also problematic. How about being fully transparent with this council staff, the Historical Society, and the public first? Charlie, united we stand, divided we fall. 9.2, almost a year ago, the Supreme Court reversed the Ninth Circuit's ruling declaring enforcement of laws regulating camping on public property does not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. A presentation was scheduled last year, but the city attorney decided it should be discussed in closed session. Why? And claimed the city couldn't create an ordinance like this one. I'm just glad it's finally happening because we're behind the 8 ball on this issue. 7.1, I'm not letting this appointment bullshit go. It's not just me who is pissed off about how corrupt the process is. I'm just the one who has the balls, pardon me, to call you out on it. Mark, you appointed John to planning when he applied for traffic, then appointed your Vietnamese friend, Charles, who flaked at the last minute while completely ignoring qualified incumbent Laura Rose. Instead of redeeming yourself, you found another male Vietnamese friend to apply. Qualified or not, will he flake too? I'm starting to regret supporting your campaign because I'm taking heat for it now. We get it. Only male Vietnamese friends of yours need apply for planning. Stop the bullshit. Appoint Laura to planning, John to traffic, Lisa to cultural arts, and Christine to parks. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to close the oral communication for the agendized items. So next is consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific item be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussions. So,
Mr. Mayor, may
yes.
I pull? May I pull two
okay.
items?
What item
Yeah.
you want to pull?
I want to pull item 3.4 and 3.6 for discussion.
3.4 and 3.6. Any item that the council want to pull? If not, I will entertain if there's a motion to approve the rest.
Motion to approve the remainder. Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second to approve the.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve the consent calendar with agenda item numbers 3.4 and 3.6 pulled for separate discussion. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Before we dive into 3.4 and 3.6, I just want to remind that for those of you who came out for item 9.1, we already moved item 9.1 right after the public hearing. So after the consent calendar, it will be public hearings and then 9.1. So if you want to hear the discussion of the 9.1, then you are welcome to stay. So at this time, 3.4, housing element, annual housing report for calendar year of 2024, and this item pulled by Councilmember West, so you now recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If staff can go over briefly of the highlights on that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Hello? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow council members. My name is Alice. I'm Associate Planner. I will be providing a brief presentation on the Annual Housing Progress Report for this year, 2024, which summarizes the city's progress in the production of housing units. The annual Housing Progress Report is required by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD. The report must be submitted to HCD and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research by April 1st of each year, and it must be approved by the Council. The 2024 Housing Progress Report is based on the 6th cycle housing element adopted, which covers the years from October 2021 to October 2029, and each planning cycle is 8 years. HCD requires cities to adopt a housing element and must address the regional housing needs, also known as a Regional Housing Needs Assessment Allocation, or RHNA. As described in the progress report, the city's fair share of housing needs is 9,759 units. The adopted housing element includes housing issues and programs to meet the city's fair share of housing needs for all income groups. Since the start of the 6th cycle housing element, which began in October 2021, the city has completed 675 units. In comparison, in the previous 5th cycle housing element, the city completed a total of 606 housing units. So we have surpassed the 6 cycles total at this time. The city is making progress in meeting the city's fair share of housing needs. We are continuing to work on code updates to help streamline the process for housing development, and we have recently entitled 2 housing projects, one of which is a 54-unit project with 53 low-income senior units and a 25 townhome project with 2 very low-income units. The APR includes tables of all the housing units submitted, entitled, permitted, and completed in 2024. A summary of this information is provided in the summary sheet at the beginning of the APR. The APR also includes a summary of how many units have been permitted during the 6th cycle and the remaining RHNA housing allocation, Table B, and a summary of how the city has implemented its housing element programs to spur housing development, which is in Table D. This concludes my briefing. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Quick question. So what I realize with this is that I know the state require us about how many units again that we have to fulfill in 10 years?
Our RHNA number is 9,759 units. It's basically an 8-year cycle.
Okay, so we have 8 more years, is that correct?
We are currently in our 3rd year right now.
Okay.
Of reporting, yeah.
Okay, so we have 5 more years. So how many units for RHNA requirement have we already met? I mean, do you have that number?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Hold on a second. So we have just basically completed 675 units.
665 units?
675 units.
75 units. Oh, wow, we have a long way. Now, the ADU, does it count toward the units as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's great. Now, I know that we have the Westminster Mall coming up. How many units will we be, I guess, expanding there? Do you know?
If I may, Council.
Okay.
My name is Ken Fichtelman, and I'm Principal Planner with the city. We have a max number of units, but the actual number of units built would be up to the developers.
Okay.
So without having a project that has come in yet, it's hard to give you an exact number. We do have a number we're shooting for, but where that comes in could vary. I'd also like to point out, because we're only in the 3rd year, having a lower number of units built so far is fairly common. These projects take time to go into development, get plans made, work out arrangements with landowners. So we would expect to see more development years 4 through 7 than we would in the first few years. So even though we've only built the 675 so far, we're not worried. We're starting to see more and more projects come online, and we'd expect to see that number accelerate greatly in the near future.
Okay, from your expertise, what are the directives from Sacramento for us to create that units, fulfill those units? What are their purpose of having us build more units in our city?
Well, the purpose is every city in California was given a certain number of units to help alleviate the housing crisis. The number we were giving was allocated to us by OCOG, the Orange County Council of Governments, and every city in Orange County was given a certain number of units. So we're just working to fulfill that goal that was given to us.
Okay, I guess from what I've acknowledged and noticed is that it seems like it's not fixing our housing crisis. As you know, we still have homeless on the rise. Those housing units that we've been building have not helped our homeless situation, nor have it helped our really low-income people. So most of the units are built kind of standard, I think, from the incomes that I guess we have a requirement where we have 1 or 2 units that's low income, but low income is what, maybe 2,500 and up, right, or something along that line for 1 2-bedroom, right? Now, it seems like we're not fixing the housing crisis. I mean, it needs to be better solution than just crowding everyone in and congesting. It seems very congested, and there's no parking anywhere. And plus, I just feel like the housing prices are rising. People can't afford, young family can't afford housing. It seems like that's a problem there as well for young families. But I just feel like there needs to be better solution than just creating units, requirement mandates, because obviously it's not helping the housing crisis that the end goal that they want to help. So I just feel like there needs to be other solution. But I guess you guys can't solve that. Our legislature and our governor have to fix that. But thank you for presenting that. I really appreciate that.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other question? Vice Mayor Wenzel?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the community to understand, or maybe they do, are we responsible for building these units?
Technically, no. We are responsible for planning for the units.
Correct.
As the city is not a developer, we cannot ensure that any units are built. That's up to individual landowners.
Okay.
However, there have been moves in Sacramento that if we don't build a certain percentage of the units we're allocated, we could be penalized. So it is still in the city's best interest to try to ensure that as many of these units are built as possible.
Okay. My next question is, since you just said that, and we may be liable for that, currently, what's hindering attracting developers to develop in our city?
As I said previously, I don't think it's necessarily a problem at this point. It takes so long from a developer's perspective to put a project into place. You have to coordinate with landowners. You have to coordinate with, people engineering to do your plans. I don't think the number of projects we've seen is a limitation. We should start seeing more over the last few years. And in fact, staff has taken a number of inquiries over the 8 months I've been here for larger projects that we should see start coming online within the next 2 years.
The reason I ask that is I know, at the end of the day, developers, if it doesn't pencil out, it's not going to attract them to build it. So on here, on staff report, it mentions that we're going to bring back the study to increase that density. How are we doing with that to bring it to council?
So it was, as you know, council moved forward with the recommendations last year from De Novo and EPD to move forward. We are moving forward with the code text amendment. The environmental portion of that is already started. That will take the greatest amount of time. Any environmental report like that, we are assuming at least 9 months usually. We are on track at this point to hopefully be able to bring back the updated mixed use guidelines by end of fiscal year, or end of year.
End of this year?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. How about Councilmember? Okay, go ahead. I will be last.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have 9,084 units that needs to be built by 2029, right?
Yes.
So it looks like we have about 9,000.
579.
9,084.
9,759.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I mean, how realistic is that by 2029?
If the mall is developed, we've got a good shot at it. Between the mall developing and the increase in density that we were ordered to study from council, that could bring a large number of units online. Will we hit the full amount? There's no way of telling. I mean, that is up to developers. That's up. I will say that the higher interest rates have hindered projects. Developers were less likely the last few years to look into building because of the large amount of capital required and the interest payments on what would basically be undeveloped land. But we are working as a department, as a city, to fulfilling that goal. And we do believe we'll have some projects that will make a huge dent in the number.
All right, thank you.
Okay, follow up with what you had just said. I know that we still have 9,084 units that we have to build according to the requirements from the state. But there are a couple of things that I want to mention here. Number one, in the staff report, I'm pretty sure, somewhere that I read that the city is making important progress toward the meeting of the city arena allocation units. But the staff also feeling that we make important step toward that, and we don't have any problem of getting to 2029. That's my understanding. But we need to also point out from the staff report. Number one, that I was in Sacramento on last week for the city business trip. And I was able to meet with a lot of legislators representing our city. And I did follow up with this question, how important it is for us to meet the number of requirements that they put up. Well, there are a number of answers saying that, it's, as long as you trying to work, and we see that if there's a development that, going towards that, then we're okay with that. So that, I'm not saying that we are going to take that for granted, but at the same time, we have to do as best as we can. And you just mentioned about the Westminster Mall and also a number of initiatives that we have right now that's going on. I hope that we are going to do that. And we also know that there are a number of bills that just came out that mentioned in the staff report. They are changing this law every day to update, and because they understand that there is, there's the difficult requirements. As a matter of fact, we have a lawsuit that's going between the city of Huntington Beach and the state that's going on right now. And so I know that legislators are working hard to change the law, and hopefully that we don't have to commit it with the number of the unit that they push down our throat. So I'm confident that we can do our best to get to the require from the state. With the law changing, and also I read it here to answer, I believe, that Toli Bui question before. Number of bills that came out, like SB 684, SB 1123, SB 1211. In response, staff have continued to work on streamlining ADU review and approval process. And they are trying to streamline to make the process much better, and the approval process is easier according to the law. Because I understand staffs have the requirements that came down from state that they can't do anything different than have to comply with the state. But if the state loses it, then the city can also help to get this, to expedite the process. So I hope that, that would help our city to move forward. Is there any other question from the council? If not, are you ready to move? Or otherwise, I will move to receive the file.
Yeah, I motion to approve,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
I will second it.
I second it. Oh, you did?
Okay, fine.
Thank you. I have a motion made by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to receive and file the report and direct staff to submit the report to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next is item 3.6, also pulled by Councilmember West. Approval of cooperative agreement for School Resources Officer SORO program with the Westminster School District in fiscal year of 2025 to 2028. Councilmember West, you are now recognized for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3.6, if you can briefly elaborate on, I guess briefly make your, I guess your statement, and so the public can know.
Sure. This is just an agreement between the school district and the police department in the city for a school resource officer. We've had a school resource officer there and an agreement with them for the last 3 years. This is just a renewal of it. There is some language change in the agreement to introduce our service dog to the school as well, but it's just basically a repeat.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Move to approve.
No, I was looking at this as well, and I noticed this is for one officer. Is that correct, Chief?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm looking at the amount here is $205,000 a year. Is that correct?
Somewhat. It goes into this fiscal year because when the agreement expires, we'll still be in this fiscal year and then all of next fiscal year.
Okay, so about give and take about that amount. Okay, so the average for police, I believe, I'm looking it up, it's about $89,000 to $106 about. Is that correct, usually?
Depends.
Okay, but usually just because what they're doing is very similar to what a lot of officers who are higher on, is that correct?
So it depends how many years on that officer has, if the officer has education pay, and also the figure you're pulling up probably on the internet is not a fully burdened cost. This is fully burdened.
Meaning that includes, their pension, their medical,
includes,
dental?
Yes, everything.
Okay.
And insurance and worker comp and everything else.
Okay. So I guess give and take with the whole medical and dental, I think that give and take 30,000, right, about?
I don't have those exact figures, but and it's more than just insurances. It's retirement. It's, like I mentioned, worker comp and probably many other things that are factored in there.
Okay. Do you have a number that breaks down, like the base and then plus? Do you have that?
I'm going to
Aaron?
defer to our finance director that deals more in those particular numbers than me.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
This is a fully burdened police officer top step. It includes all additional pay types. There's education pay, there's workers' comp, which is charged at 10%. There's PERS or retirement costs that are also included. The percentage on that is 26.35%. There's holiday pay included. There's insurance amount included. There is, well, like I said, the additional pay types for the position. It's a fully burdened rate. Okay. The one that you mentioned, entry-level officer fully burdened, just for comparison, is $151,000.
Okay. And then what I'm thinking is still a little high, 30%. What I'm thinking is with this amount, I know our school board member would love to even have 2 police officers to patrol because we have a few Westminster school in our city. And I just feel like with that amount, we can hire 2 law enforcement.
This is a current position that's already funded. This is just reimbursement for our officer. It's not an additional officer. And it's based on an actual calculation. It's not, an entry-level new hire would be 151, so we wouldn't be able to get 2 for 200,000. But it is an actual officer that we currently have.
Okay, so I guess you say the higher right now police officer is
It's a top
151?
step officer.
The top officer is
Top step with additional pay. So employees can get education pay or different pay that's added to that as well, which makes up that number.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that.
All right,
Mayor
Vice
Abdan.
Mayor Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. It's right here in the staff report. So the school district is covering 100% of the costs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out that the Westminster School District is making a top priority for school children's safety, and I just want to applaud them for that. And I know their board is making strides to do more. So thank you for our PD and for being a partner in that avenue. And I know that for our officers to be out there making relationships, connections, being an influence for our youngsters, there's just a lot win-win for everyone. So thank you for that, and I just want to make sure that we all support it, and it's a great thing, and I understand that they want to do more, so I'm all for it. So thank you for your report, and thank you. I want to thank the officers, our school resource officers, and I've seen them in action out there, and they're awesome, and the kids love them, and we're all for it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. And I thought it was clear in the agenda report, but this is reimbursement. They're paying that amount.
Exactly.
Yes. And I agree with you. It is a huge step in school safety for them to be doing this.
For sure, and with all that's going on we see in our nation, our children's safety is a great concern. We want to make sure that we're the leaders and doing the best that we possibly can. It's not 100%, but we want to make sure that we're doing as much as possible. So thank you.
Is there any other
Mr.
questions?
Mayor, I have last statement, comment. So, of course, it's very clear, Chief. It's obvious that the school district is paying for this. I understand that. But what I'm trying to do is kill two birds with one stone, meaning the amount that's paid, if we can split it in two police patrolling the whole city of Westminster at the school site, basically, they're getting more for their money. That's what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is if we can make sure that our children's safety is key and high priority, meaning giving them 2 versus 1, and the amount that is higher on, I feel like, to be honest, we can hire 2 police to patrol those schools. And the safety of our children is high priority. And I think it's important, it's very clear, but I'm thinking if we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, meaning giving them more for their money, and protecting the safety of our children is high priority. And that's the reason why I brought this up. So I hope you understand that. It's pretty clear. Thank you.
All right, is there any other? All right, if not, I move to approve as recommended.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to approve the cooperative agreement for school resource officer program with the Westminster School District to provide 1 full-time school resource officer with a total cost of $237,216 for 14 months of service, and approve a revenue budget increase of $33,888 for 2 months of SRO services in fiscal year 24-25 to general police reimbursements, and approve a revenue budget increase of $203,328 for 12 months of SRO services in fiscal year 2025-2026 to general police reimbursements, an expenditure budget increase of $203,328 to general police permanent wages to be included in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Yeah, so before I vote, I want to say it seems like it's very inflated. If we truly care for our children, I think we can hire with that amount 2 police to patrol our school ground in the city of Westminster. So with that, as of right now, I motion yes to approve of this because this is important.
Thank you. District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, we are now at public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you please go ahead and read the instruction into the record, please?
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak on an open public hearing may speak in person. Speakers during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
All right, 4.1, first reading of the Billboard ordinance amending Chapter 17.330 of the Westminster Municipal Park Code. This time, I would like to ask for a staff report, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Stephanie Tomaino, Contract Principal Planner on behalf of the Community Development Department. Over the last several years, the City Council and staff have undertaken several initiatives to beautify the community and enhance economic development.
Can you hold on for a minute? We didn't see it on the screen here, so can you go and get it on the screen for staff? Oh, it doesn't need to. For the council. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
great.
Please.
Okay, so this has included several meetings with the City Council to discuss and explore creative revenue streams, including strategic planning workshops dating back to 2022, and City Council meetings to select a qualified firm for the use of a city-owned property to develop and maintain electronic billboards. The item being presented tonight is the next step in the city's ongoing work effort. This project represents a continuation of the city's progress on strategic plan goal number 1 to achieve financial stability. Billboards are a permitted sign type in the city. They require a conditional use permit and are subject to the Planning Commission's approval. In recent years, the city has experienced a growing amount of interest from prospective billboard developers. These experiences with potential applicants have shed light on the fact that the city's billboard regulations are a bit outdated, a little ambiguous, and inconsistent with modern practices. For example, our current regulations limit billboards to 35 feet in height. The city has initiated zoning text amendments to the Westminster Municipal Code, which we'll refer to as the Billboard Ordinance. The proposed ordinance aims to accomplish several goals. First, it creates clear and consistent standards for the development and design of future billboards. Second, it updates the city's regulations to address digital signs. Third, it includes standards to prevent potential impacts to the public, such as related to lighting and traffic safety. Fourth, it formally establishes a public benefits program. And last, the ordinance will only affect current and future applications. Existing billboards will not be impacted by the action related to this ordinance. Now, the next 2 slides will compare the city's current billboard regulations against the proposed ordinance. So first and foremost, we do want to clarify what is not changing. Billboards currently require a CUP and are subject to Planning Commission approval. If the ordinance is adopted, the process remains the same. All billboards will continue to require Planning Commission and City Council approval. Second, the ordinance places more restrictions on where billboards could be located. Only freeway-adjacent properties would be eligible to apply for a billboard. This is different from the current code, which currently allows billboards to be requested along city streets on any commercial or industrial property. In terms of height, staff recommends increasing the maximum billboard height, and based on staff's discussions with the city's selected billboard operator, as well as discussions with applicants and industry experts, staff recommends increasing the height to 90 feet. However, it's important to clarify that this is not a by right approval. Applicants must still demonstrate that their height is justified, and this height analysis will be evaluated by staff and the Planning Commission. Last one, residential setback. Right now, the zoning code does not require a residential setback, and the ordinance includes a proposed standard requiring billboards to be set back at least 200 feet away from residential properties. In terms of design, all future billboards must be static. Paper displays will no longer be permitted. The ordinance would allow for bigger billboards with an increase to the maximum allowable dimensions. Staff also recommends including a minimum setback to prevent potential impacts on neighbors. There are provisions built into the ordinance to allow for some flexibility, which would be subject to Planning Commission approval. And last, we are formalizing the city's current practice of billboard applicants obtaining an agreement with the city council. These agreements would be subject to city council approval, and generally they include provisions for annual mitigation fees paid to the city, public use of the billboards to advertise community events, for example, and discounts for local businesses. The Planning Commission is an advisory body to the City Council. The Commission makes recommendations on matters related to the zoning code. As such, the Planning Commission considered the billboard ordinance twice, last year in August and September. The Planning Commission recommended the City Council adopt the proposed ordinance with various changes. Some, but not all, of those changes were incorporated into the ordinance provided in Attachment 1, and we'll touch base on that in a later slide. The billboard ordinance was included on the City Council agenda at 2 prior meetings. On October 9th, the City Council held a public hearing, considered public testimony, and engaged in a lengthy discussion and Q&A with staff. The Council's comments included general concerns about restricting the economic potential of billboards. Ultimately, the City Council made a motion to continue the public hearing item. The ordinance was continued to October 23rd, but the item was not discussed. So the billboard ordinance, it was first originally presented to the City and Planning Commission in August of 2024. Since then, the ordinance has been refined over time in response to ongoing input from decision makers. So the next 2 slides really summarizes the more detailed information that was provided in Attachment 2 to your report. The purpose of this Attachment 2, which is also summarized on this slide, is really to quickly explain what changed in the ordinance and why. Overall, the reason the table is categorized this way, it's based on the sequential order of where the changes appear in the ordinance itself. So that's why you'll see it not being numbered 1 through 11. So the Planning Commission, they recommended a few minor changes to help clarify language in the ordinance. They really wanted just to remove any ambiguities. So those edits didn't change the overall purpose or how the ordinance works. The Planning Commission also recommended several changes aimed at addressing concerns about the visual appearance of billboards. Staff generally agrees with these revisions, and they incorporated the Planning Commission's recommended changes in the draft ordinance, which are, again, provided in Attachment 1. Now, there were several changes to the billboard ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission that are a little bit more substantial in nature. So we'll get into each of these point by point. First, the Commission expressed concern over potential signage proliferation along the freeways. So they recommended capping the number of billboards citywide, so the max number of billboards. However, based on comments made by the City Council in October, staff removed the Planning Commission's recommended change. This is because a billboard cap is not really necessary. The total number is automatically limited by the site eligibility criteria, such as location and residential setbacks. So very few properties actually meet the criteria to even apply for a billboard. So as such, staff's position is that it's not really necessary to impose a citywide cap on the maximum number of digital billboards. Regarding number 2, staff did not include the Commission's recommendation to expand the public hearing notification radius. So essentially who gets notified of a proposed billboard project depending on where they live. The Commission recommended doubling the notification radius from 500 feet to 1,000 feet. And staff, subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting, staff consulted with the City Attorney's Office and concluded that the change is unnecessary as it's already addressed in the existing zoning code. Furthermore, creating excessive requirements for a specific land use could pose legal challenges to the city. Regarding number 7, so city branding, the Planning Commission also recommended the inclusion of a city logo in all billboard designs. Currently, staff is reviewing city branding options with prospective billboard developers. Those discussions are ongoing, and future design options will be carefully considered by staff and the Planning Commission as part of the CUP process. Staff generally recommends retaining the flexibility so that the city can decide in the future whether or not to include a city logo in the billboard designs. However, at the recommendation of the Planning Commission, we've left this in the ordinance, and ultimately it's up to the discretion of City Council. Number 8, and that's the last row, dealing with exceptions. Staff's initial draft ordinance included an exception section, which allowed billboard applicants to request exceptions to the development standards. In that original draft, any requests would still require Planning Commission approval, but the intent behind including an exception section was really to address unique circumstances specific to a site. So it would allow applicants the chance to justify their situation. The Planning Commission recommended removing the exception section and instead require applicants to apply for a variance. Staff is neutral on this topic, and we do leave it to City Council on that decision, but it is worth noting that the variance section, or the variance process, is a little more challenging and it requires findings that are unrelated to billboard applications. So, in summary, if this proposed ordinance is adopted by the City Council, we anticipate the billboard ordinance would result in a reduction in the total number of billboards because they would be allowed in far less locations. Billboards would generally be consolidated in locations near the freeways, thereby reducing proliferation throughout the city. We can also anticipate that the future billboard locations would operate more efficiently by utilizing modern technology and allowing each location to advertise multiple messages. And last, we can anticipate the billboard ordinance to result in significant public benefits through annual mitigation fees to fund general services benefiting the overall community. In summary, the proposed billboard ordinance provided in Attachment 1, it reflects months of work and incorporates feedback from the Planning Commission, City Council, stakeholders, industry experts, and members of the community. The version presented to you today represents the result of this collaborative process. Therefore, the Planning Commission and staff recommend introducing an ordinance for first reading approving the billboard ordinance, including the corresponding zoning text amendments. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, also so that you and the public are aware, the City Attorney's Office, on behalf of Council Members Monzo and Amy Fan West, requested the Fair Political Practices Commission indicate whether there was a conflict of interest in them participating in the consideration of this item, and they made a formal determination that there is no conflict, and that's the reason that they're allowed to be on the dais.
All right. Councilmember West, did you hear what the city attorney just said?
Yeah, basically. Yes, so basically FPPC have responded back to both of us, Carlos Monzo, myself, that we can participate in this, I guess, agenda item.
Good.
So, yeah.
I know that you were busy over there, so I just wanted to make sure that you heard that. Okay, so let me ask staff, do we have any applicant for this?
Yes, there are 4 pending billboard applications that were submitted, and staff has closely been in contact with all the applicants to keep them very informed about this process. So they are all very anxiously awaiting the results.
Okay, if so, I would like to open up for comments, presentation from the applicant, if there's any in the House. Is there any? Want to?
Is this public comment now?
From the applicant.
Yes, if I may clarify, the city is the applicant for this specific zoning text amendment.
Oh, okay.
But there are several pending applications for billboards on private property that are currently proposed in the city.
Okay, so moving on. Next is comments from the appellant. So it's the same thing, right?
Public comments? Yeah.
So is there any?
So now would be the time for the public to have public comment?
So Mayor, if you could open the public hearing, I'll call the first speaker.
Well, it's confusing right now. Normally, I know that people, usually they put as a public comments, but now they change it. So.
It's because the city is the applicant. I think that's the reason that this is different. So,
okay.
So the public hearing is now open, and now would be the portion of the public hearing.
So right now,
for the public.
Comments from public.
Yes.
And so is there anyone sign up for that?
Our first speaker is Casey Wolbert, followed by Don Anderson.
Good evening, Council. Casey Wolbert, Chairman of the Planning Commission. A couple things I want to bring up. First and foremost is the presentation that you're going to read in the first reading of this draft for the billboard ordinance is not actually approved by the Planning Commission. We approved something to send to you, and then staff modified it. After they modified it, that's the project that they're bringing to you, or the written form of this draft ordinance. So they have chosen to disclude language that we modified at the Planning Commission. For what reason, we're not sure, but they have chosen that, and they gave that to you in what's called Attachment 2. They redlined it out, what they've decided on their own to take out, what the Planning Commission actually approved. This came before us twice. We went ahead and did a great deliberation on it, spent a couple hours going over the language, going through the text, looking at the plotted areas on the map, and deciding what would be probably in the best interest of the residents of the city of Westminster. And we did that on behalf of you because you've appointed us to the Planning Commission. So we went through all that language. They've taken out, or chosen to take out, and then given you what they consider to be a draft resolution that's not necessarily from the Planning Commission. We would like to see it come before you with all the language that we included. First and foremost, on there in Attachment 2, we decided on the Planning Commission to put a cap at 10, and there's a reason for that. The reason is there's 1,000 feet minimum distance between each digital billboard according to California state law. And because of that, there's cluster groups of billboards that potentially have the ability to be built, but they're going to cancel the other ones out. You're never going to get a maximum of 15 anyways, because there's 1,000-foot radius around that digital billboard. So it's going to eliminate some project sites no matter what, depending upon who gets built first. We also wanted to include, because these are light emitting objects with digital billboards, we should include more residents in this concern when these billboards are being put up. And if it's a legal challenge, that would be something to work out with the city. But I think that 1,000-foot radius, and we discussed this at length, would be a minimum consideration for the residents who have to deal with these light emitting objects shooting into their windows of their houses and their residence. So those are a couple of main considerations that you guys should look at. The other one falls around exemptions. Staff wanted to include exceptions within this billboard ordinance. And the language around that is interesting because they started off saying, by the way, we want to make new ordinances that have really good standards and increase that, but we're going to allow for exceptions. Well, are we going to have standards, or are we going to have nothing but exceptions? We want to make sure that when developers and builders and billboard operators come to the city, they really understand what we want. We want to cap it at 90 feet. We want to make sure that the lumen output of that billboard is a certain standard that we want, and they don't get exceptions to that. We want to make sure that the city gets rid of blight, and that's the biggest challenge. You know, we have a lot of blight around the city. We want these to be elegant and represent the city in the best possible way, while still we can earn revenue and take care of the city. Thank you.
I want to piggyback on this one a little bit. I believe, I don't know when the Planning Commission approved these items, but I know that there was a time that staff brought back to the City Council, and we discussed about it. And I remember vividly that the 1,000 feet or the 90 feet height, I know that this council discuss about it and give direction to you on that. So can you clarify on that, please? Is from what he just mentioned.
We never vote on it, right?
Was there?
Yeah, we never vote on it.
Was there a problem there?
Okay, so the draft ordinance that was presented to City Council on October 9th did not include the provision expanding the radius for public hearing notification. And what we presented to City Council was general concerns that were raised after consulting between staff and the city attorney subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting. And there is language existing already in the zoning code that basically allows the city, it already reserves, gives the city the right to expand the radius for public hearings. So that ability to be able to expand it already exists within the zoning code. So in consulting with the city attorney's office, what we concluded was that calling it out for one specific land use could be a little problematic, and it's also just not really necessary because that standard already exists within the zoning code.
So what you have in the presentation today reflect of what the council have decided at the previous meeting.
And feel free to
Was that?
So I would
Okay.
say that there hasn't been a specific motion yet from the city council. So this, the ordinance that is presented today, it's still in a draft form. We are still looking to receive direction from the city council. So there wasn't specific direction provided whether to include it or to exclude it. So we've tried to our best to really summarize and capture the comments that were and recommended changes by Planning Commission as well as staff's commentary, but there wasn't a specific direction as far as the public hearing notification radius.
Mayor, I'm gonna jump in.
Yes.
So when the Planning Commission met on this item and made their changes, there were changes, or their recommendations should have been incorporated into the draft ordinance. Essentially, what you should have received was the draft ordinance with their incorporated changes, in which presented to the council, you would then have the option to approve it as it is or to modify it, et cetera. I would say that unfortunately, when it was presented to the City Council on the October 9th meeting, there actually was really no discussion about the ordinance itself. It was actually more about discussion on if we were going to have a quorum or not. And when it was brought back on the 23rd, that was the same discussion. So council, essentially, this is really your first time seeing an ordinance, but at the same time, too, I do see your concern, and I would say that the ordinance as presented should have included the Planning Commission's recommendations, which is standard to what we would be doing. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, yes.
May I make a statement? So I agree, with Christine, what she's saying is that it should have that modify from Planning Commission. But do you know why it wasn't in there in the first place? Usually whatever is modified from planning, that they bring it before us to look at it. And so that way we can look at their finding and the resident concerns. But that's left out, because here we have 3 planning members, committee members here in the room. And I just feel like in order for, before we even vote for anything, can we see that original edit document?
So there was no original. So what would be?
Well, from planning.
Well, so.
So, my suggestion would be that we finish public comment,
Yes.
and then we could get to council
Yes.
deliberations.
All right. Please, let the council work. This is a time for the council discussion, please. And if you want to, you can sign up for the public comment, please. All right, please. You are now recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, well, I have a lot to say, and I'm Don Anderson. I am the Vice Chair for the Planning Commission, and I can tell you on September 28th, 2024, Stephanie and Adolfo were at our Planning Commission meeting. The Commission spent about 3 hours going through all of the ordinance in detail. At the conclusion, and Stephanie got verbatim transcript, verbatim recommendations of the City Council. There were 14. And according to watching the video of our meeting and my recollection, Stephanie said at that meeting, she said the commission had 14 recommendations, 11 of which were unanimously agreed to by the commission, and those would be submitted in the recommendation of the City Council. When I saw the City Council agenda, and this item is from Adolfo and Stephanie, I was shocked. What is going on? How do Planning Commission recommendations get hijacked by staff? That's unacceptable. I was Community Development Director for 15 years from 1995, or 13 years, 1995 to 2008. And when planning submitted something to the city, to the Planning Commission for consideration, and the Planning Commission made changes, recommended changes. Staff didn't mess around. Staff did it verbatim and sent it to the City Council. This is unacceptable, and I don't know how it happened. I'd be embarrassed if I were in this position. So anyway, so we've covered that. My feeling is that this item should be continued because of what I consider the flaw in the way this was handled coming from the Planning Commission to the City Council. You haven't had an opportunity to see this. The two, and in fact now there are three, but the first attachment two, there were 2 items deleted. The one Casey mentioned, there were 2 items. That was the number of billboards, the cap on the billboards. The other was the 1,000-foot radius. The cap, I think, is important, and is why Casey pointed out. The second one was my recommendation to the City Council, the 1,000-foot radius. These are monster structures, 90 feet tall, with 2,400 square feet of signage at the top that can be within 200 feet of a residence. I think the city has an obligation to get that notice out to all the property owners within a 1,000 square foot or 1,000-foot radius. These signs, these aren't little, just typical billboards. These are monster structures. So I think that pretty well covers my feeling. But again, when the plan, if you want to have quality planning commissioners, they need to be respected and their recommendations need to come to you unaltered. And I don't know, the city attorney could probably expand on that a little bit. I don't know if there are legal mandates involved, or this could subject the city to litigation. But to me, this is a serious issue that needs to be resolved. And I think the best thing to do at this point is to continue this item and let the city attorney, management, sort this out and get it back to you in its proper form.
Our next speaker is Laura Rose, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to speak on 4.1 because I was a sitting planning commissioner when this item was discussed, and I was part of the commission when we created the recommendations and approved it as a planning commission. I was really surprised then when it came in front of the council with the report from staff that it had been altered and items that we had put in as a commission had been removed because it seemed to circumvent the point of the planning commission. So that is something that I think the city council needs to be well aware of. And I do agree with Vice Chair Anderson and everything that Chair Wolbert said. I definitely agree with that. I think that this item should be pulled and deferred, and I think that council needs to talk to staff because staff shouldn't just be able to hijack what a commission has, any commission, planning commission, any of the commissions. They should send the recommendations directly to the city council for consideration, and if the city council wants to make changes to it before they approve, then that's their right. But what is the point of a commission if the staff is just going to change what they're doing? Thank you.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, no one on council should recuse themselves from this discussion and vote because the item is not considering any specific billboard application. It's a general zoning text amendment. Campaign contributions from specific billboard operators do not necessitate recusals, something your former city attorney got wrong for this item and the PD's tow agreement, causing a substantial delay in the adoption of both. The former city attorney also failed to enforce recusals must happen immediately before the item is presented, discussed, or deliberated. I sent an email stating, although the text of AB 2904 regarding increasing required noticing to 20 days for zoning text amendments, public hearings, states planning commission only, but several major law firms have advised their city clients to implement the 20-day noticing for all zoning text amendments, including city council public hearings. Please advise why Jones and Mayer is not recommending the same. The notice for this public hearing was published in the Westminster Herald on March 13, 13 days before tonight's hearing. I received no response to that email. Section A on page 4 of the ordinance states states electronic billboards as defined in section 17700.010 are recognized as a legitimate form of commercial use in the city. The definition isn't added until page 16 under section 13 of the ordinance. Generally accepted practice is to place definitions either at the very beginning or the very end of the ordinance, and in this case, definitions should have been at the very beginning because this ordinance is introducing something completely new to the municipal code, electronic billboards. I agree with staff rejecting the Commission's attempt to increase the legal noticing requirements within the ordinance, and the Planning Commission attorney should have stopped that one at the tracks at the meeting, though. Codifying a completely different noticing requirement for just one land use type would be problematic. I understand the Commission's desire to add mobile home to the ordinance's definition of residential uses, but it's not necessary because state law already includes mobile homes in the definition of residential uses. The Commission removed the allowance for the architectural elements to add minimally to the height of the electronic billboards, and also stipulated that framing only be allowed to the degree necessary for structural support. I didn't agree with either. I've seen mock-ups of various electronic billboard designs, and allowing minimal architectural elements at the framing can help beautify these structures. More importantly, minimal architectural elements added to the very top of the billboard provides an excellent opportunity for the city to display the logo prominently at the very top of the structure pursuant to the newly added subsection city's branding requirement. The Commission added must be minimal and unobtrusive concerning architectural elements in the design of the supporting columns. That wording is subjective and does not belong in an objective design standards for billboards. I agree with the rest of the Commission's amendments and their opinion about what happened, and Council's removal of the cap for the reasons stated. But I'm excited to see this finally move forward. Just 2 electronic billboards are expected to bring in $121 million over 30 years. And yes, you need to get it together and not have the Commission's items change like that.
Okay, at this time, I would like to close the comment from
Mayor?
appellant.
Mayor, I'm sorry. We did receive one more during that one for Tony Bowie.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and all City Council. I am a planning commissioner with my group here. We all agree that on that day we spent a lot of time, go all over the detail of the discussion and come up to the conclusion. And we recommend something that which help on the height, the effect of the community and the structure of it. Henceforth, if you put it in the report and present to the city council, then you have to review it and then let us know what is the effect, because we are the one who take responsibility at the front line of our decision. So I support all of my colleagues on the planning commissioner today. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I close the comment from the appellant and open up for mayor and city council question for staff. Is there anything from the dais? Okay, Vice Mayor Manzo.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I would like to ask staff to, if they have any comments regarding the public comments that were raised.
I can address the big concern. So all of the Planning Commission comments were addressed in the report and in the attachment and in the draft resolution. So all of those were presented in the report.
Okay.
And then those are also discussed in the presentation tonight. So none of the Planning Commission comments were discarded by staff. There was logic that went into this, and it was based on a legal opinion that was provided to us by the city attorney at the time, particularly on the distance notification requirement. The opinion by the city attorney was that the Planning Commission did not have the right to modify that requirement to 1,000 feet from the standard 500. At the time he stated because it would be biasing it would be treating this type of business differently than any other business in the city.
Do you know if at the time of the Planning Commission hearing, their city attorney made that evidently clear to the Planning Commission?
There was very little comments during the Planning Commission by the sitting assistant city attorney in the planning commission. But after the planning commission meetings, conversations were had with our city attorney. And then that was the direction that the recommendation we were provided, and then staff moved with that in the manner that you see presented tonight.
Well, I think that's one of those, maybe a failure during that meeting, that our representative, that's city or assistant city attorney, needs to be more spoken, make sure the legal opinion is clear, and because the last thing we want to do is put our city in a predicament with being litigation from an applicant that shows that, you know, we're being biased towards that particular application, and make sure there's no confusion there.
If I can add one more thing on the distancing requirements, we were very specific, and I actually did attend that planning commission meeting along with Stephanie and Ryan. So one of the things that we did, because we do have the right, we have the discretion, is that because it is a billboard, we were going to make sure that all areas that were going to be impacted by direct line of sight, that we would expand the notification requirements based on the need to do so, but not automatically do 1,000 feet. And this is pretty common. We do this in traffic commission as well. It's what makes sense as far as a noticing requirement.
And that's true for any application, not just billboards.
Correct.
So that's already in place.
That is a common practice.
And it's a state law.
Yes, sir. Like in traffic commission, if we're dealing with a stop-controlled intersection and the requirement takes us out to mid-block, we wouldn't stop mid-block. Why should your neighbor not know? We would go to the nearest logical ending for the notification. So that's common practice.
As far as and I see that on the attachment, all the comments, the planning commission recommended changes and staff comments are included here as well. So I understand the perspective of the proposed draft should have included the planning commission's recommendations. But at the same time, that's something that we probably should take care of and make sure that we don't kind of adjust that going forward, that doesn't happen again, and possibly include them, but also include maybe a staff recommended version, or just something that it's, you know, if there's some legal issues that's notated so council can make a clear decision. So maybe let's look at that going forward.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain about the difference when you spoke about the variances as far as application and the process and the height on that? You were speaking about that earlier, how it's more kind of a complicated process. Can you talk about that a little bit more?
Certainly. The original draft that was presented to the Planning Commission as early as August, it included a specific section that talked about exceptions, where if there was a unique circumstance and a billboard applicant could not comply with one of the standards, say, for example, they needed to request a reduction in setbacks or some other kind of exception from the development standards, rather than applying for a variance, which has required findings that are a little bit more tied to demonstrating that there is a physical hardship on the site. And generally, they're not really catered towards billboard applications. So the way that the exception section was written was to really anticipate that there could be a future development with unusual and unique circumstances, and that it really allowed the Planning Commission to consider those unique circumstances with against certain findings that are more specific to that billboard application. So rather than applying the variance findings, which are much broader, it typically has something to do with a physical hardship on the site.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. So. Yeah, I can come back for a second round.
Yes, if you can refrain your question, we can come back a second round.
Thank you.
At this time, I just want to remind the next council members that I tried to follow the item by item here, but we have went through the public comments. I just said that the mayor and city council question for staff, but I would like to go ahead and combine that mayor and city council question for staff and discussion also, because we already passed the public comment. So anything else from the dais?
So let me be brief then. Basically, number one, I just feel like we have to regard the comment. I just feel like that was missing. I know that the attorney mentioned that legally you guys should do certain things, but I think it's important to bring the original comment from the commissioner. That's why we have them there. And then have the attorney give us that legal advice then. And then from there, we can make the decision. Because I feel like when you modify a contract, modify something like that, it doesn't look good, for the public. So I think the protocol is in the future. I'm all for legal opinion, because we don't want to get sued. That's correct. But the thing is that I think we have to value the opinion of the commissioner, the planning commission. They spend hours going over the zoning and everything. So I think it's important to take their input as well. And then with the advice of the legal advice, I think combining those two, moving forward with anything, it gives us transparency, give us the trust to the public and the business owner. So I think moving forward, we should do that. But also, I also think if we can have a site map of the billboards along the 405, just for the council to and the public to see it, if we can have that, Ryan, if you can craft that up, you have the map, right? Still?
Yes, not available
Now.
at this time to
Okay.
share on the screen or anything, but I could definitely draft that and share it.
Okay. Yeah, because for me, I don't feel comfortable, because I didn't see the comment from the commissioner, and for them to come up today, 4 of them, to address this, it's just, I don't feel right as a council to vote on something I haven't seen. So I think it's important that we take maybe kick this to the next council meeting when we see those comments.
There's no application.
Is there anything else from Councilmember Nguyen? How about Councilman Morgan?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask, have all the recommendations that the planning commissioner recommended, have they been vetted by our legal counsel?
So we had an assistant city attorney that sat in the planning commission meeting when all of this discussion took place. There were a few things that the assistant city attorney was silent on, right? And that resulted in further discussion after the planning commission meeting. But to answer your question, I believe also to address the comment by Councilwoman Fan West, every comment provided by the planning commission is included in this report. It's just done so in maybe not the ideal form. Most of it, I would say 95% of it, is in the draft reso that you have in front of you. The other comments that the Planning Commission provided are in attachment 2, also in the report. So we didn't exclude them. They're being presented to you, and they were also presented during the presentation, every single one of them. It's just in the draft resolution, the 2 items pertaining to the discussion that ensued with the city attorney, those were kind of pulled off, but still shared tonight, because we want to make sure that you hear their comments, just not a part of the full draft resolution. So, hope that helps.
Okay. I'm glad that you clarified that. And right now, I would like to move the council action, and with a lot.
I have a couple.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. Thank you. So speaking about, you mentioned that the way the requirements are for qualification for billboards, you mentioned that placing a cap was not necessary due to the restrictions as far as the distance is concerned from one to the other. It's not necessary to have a cap in the ordinance. Can you speak more on that?
Yes, and I would clarify that in terms of including a maximum cap on the billboards, that's ultimately at the discretion of City Council. It was included, and the number that was included was somewhat of an arbitrary number. Staff did do a general analysis of the city based off of like the location criteria that is imposed by the ordinance, so taking a look at available commercial and industrial properties adjacent to the freeways, also accounting for the distance separation requirement that would be imposed, so making sure that it was adequately set back from residential properties. And based off of just our analysis, staff estimates that there could be up to 15 billboards within the city. You can anticipate, though, that that is just a rough estimate based off of just an aerial assessment of available properties. So there are already limitations built into the ordinance that automatically limits the available space for where billboards can be located.
Okay. All right.
Yes, just to expand on what Stephanie just said, that, and we actually have a slide that shows the amount of billboards that could potentially be built, if we could pull that up.
And this is only based on the setback requirements. This is not based on any applications. Because, right, this is a general city ordinance. It's not for any particular application.
Yes, that's true.
So you wouldn't have mapped right now.
No, and so this figure shows and takes into account the billboards that are active in the city right now. Caltrans has minimum distance requirements for static billboards. It's 500 feet from one another. For electronic billboards, it's 1,000 feet. So taking into account what is already erected and the zoning criteria being commercial or industrial are the only places that would be allowed for electronic billboards to be built, both in our city code and Caltrans state code. Thinking about residential setbacks, the minimum that's portrayed in the draft ordinance as of right now is 200 feet. Taking that into account and various other factors, you mentioned setbacks, certain other criteria that we looked at, we found that each of the green dots on the screen is the potential places where a new electronic billboard could be erected. So like Stephanie said, if the landscape changed, it's subject to change, but as of right now, a snapshot in time, there are 15 electronic billboards that could be erected under the draft ordinance that's currently proposed to you.
Okay. I just want to comment and possibly maybe on under Section E, locations prohibited, on item number 6. It states here, number 6 is the minimum distance between 2 or more billboards or between billboards and the free right-of-way shall be the same as the minimum distance and separation criteria established by the California Department of Transportation. I feel that that number needs to be in here, whatever it is. What is it? And put it in there.
Yeah, so a couple of those numbers are what I referenced of 500 feet away from one billboard from another if they're static.
We need to make sure it's in here.
Yes, and that could be a recommendation by council tonight that could
is
be
my
included.
recommendation, that it needs to be in here. It just can't be. So then somebody's got to go look it up. It needs to be in our ordinance.
So in case the law changes in the future, I think what we could say is, as of the time that this ordinance was drafted, the distance is 500 feet, but whatever that ends up being in the future is the amount that it will be in the future.
Okay.
We won't use those words, but something to that effect.
Something to that nature. And the other thing, as far as the height, I kind of think we need to be a little bit more, have some better verbiage in there as well. I don't know if I can continue.
Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, it needs to be something more, some other more analysis and verbiage in there that is not subject to, they're subject to opinion, of the particular staff member. There needs to be some better verbiage in there as far as the proposed height. It needs to be have renderings that's true to scale, scale renderings of scale version point of different vantage points. also maybe scale plans, but not just simple descriptions, because you can have a plan and they can draw it to scale where it's easier for staff to interpret and there is no guessing. So it's easy, we need to have something better in there.
So yes, thank you for bringing that up. There was a lot of discussion during the Planning Commission about height, and I know it jumps out when you look at it on a PowerPoint presentation where it says maximum 90 feet tall, right? So just to clarify, it's not going to be an automatic 90 if somebody asks for 90, right? It's going to be the height that is necessary for the billboard to be effective. And that's a subjective statement, right? So that has to come with actual schematics drawn by a technical expert that are to scale. And that's not stated there, and I hear you loud and clear, so we will make sure that it references technical drawings that address, technical drawings that provide renderings from different vantage points that are true to scale, and also site maps that are to scale. As an example, when the Carvana property developed, I remember our planners having a hard time identifying what is height, where is the baseline. So there was a lot of subjectivity in that analysis. So we're trying to take away the subjectivity. Our plans are to be technical in nature, but it's not delineated. So we will take your input on that and make sure that it's incorporated.
Yeah, so Vice Mayor Amenzo, I want to follow the process. I understand that you have more questions to ask.
That was my
I will
last one.
continue with you later.
Okay.
But this is a second round, so I would like to open up for any other council from the dais. Do you have anything else?
No, I just feel like I mentioned earlier, I know you mentioned, Adolfo, that, you didn't have the exact language from Planning Commission on here, but you allow them the opportunity to share their concerns tonight. I appreciate that, but I just feel like in any document, we can't just remove it completely. It doesn't seem genuine. So what I'm saying is it needs to be in here, and it needs to come before the council to decide. I mean, staff cannot alter the language. Let us make decision with the city attorney as well. And plus, this is public hearing. The public want that transparency. And we need to show that, and we need to give that to them.
Councilmember West, I don't mean to stop you, but I think that you addressed these issues already. So do you have anything else beside this?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that, but thank you.
Yeah, just repeat it again.
May I respond, Mayor?
I'm sorry, you are not recognized this time, so you're not able to present it to the council at this time, please.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
I was just going to ask Mayor if the council...
No, thank you. No, I don't want to hear anything because we need to move with the policy that we have right now. So I can't recognize you. If I recognize you, I have to recognize others. So sorry about that. Thank you for your understanding. So now I want to continue with
yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Assistant City Manager, go ahead.
Sure, if I may respond. So just to be clear, what the councilwoman said that I said, that's not what I said. Nothing was modified or omitted. It's included in the report in two places. It's in the draft ordinance and it's in attachment 2. And that didn't include any form of modification. It's just not all in the draft ordinance, but it is in the attachment that all of you were provided ahead of the meeting. And also, every single item was discussed in the PowerPoint. Just to make that clear. Nothing was modified or extracted by staff.
Yes.
So may I make that statement? So if all of it is not in the document, then it's not complete. So you're omitting it out, so you can't do that.
Councilmember West.
So I think it's important to keep everything in there,
please,
Mr. Mayor.
You take his time.
Yes.
Do you have any more?
What was my? Yes, just my recommendation is to, so it's under, just so you're clear, under section F, development standards, and it's item number 1, speaking about the maximum height, if we can clean that language up.
Yes, we're going to clean that up.
Okay. And yes, during the PowerPoint, all the comments from the Planning Commission was in the PowerPoint. And I agree, well, we can do better. We're all human, but let's, move forward and we're always trying to do better, so.
Correct. And those items in attachment 2 that were not put in the draft ordinance, if the council would like to put them in the ordinance tonight, we can make that happen.
We can, I get that. We can add, we can add them. It's at our discretion
Your
to
discretion.
add them in there or whatever, but those are you got my recommendations of my comments for those 2 particular items. And I agree. We left most of the majority of the Planning Commission's recommendations are in the ordinance. The 2 that I see that are not is the notification and the cap. Those are the only 2 that are not in there.
That is correct. And if you refer to attachment 2 on the first page, the first and second row, the middle column, it specifically includes the language that was recommended by the Planning Commission. So if that is the City Council's desire, it's very easy to slot it back in.
Okay, now let me go back to Councilmember West, and then we, okay.
Are you for
Okay,
Mr.
all right,
Nam Quang?
Okay.
This is my question for staff and also for city attorney. So when the planning commissioner passed a project, right? You guys supposed to present the whole thing, the original, to the council and make recommendation beside. Is that the protocol that we're supposed to follow? Instead of like you cross out or you just,
So state law requires that the Planning Commission's recommendation be presented to the City Council in written format. That's essentially all it says. And that information has been provided to you, so you see all of their recommendations in writing. So whether there's a different way to do it, it's common practice that the way that is done is you present it all in one document rather than a separate document. But there's no legal requirement, it's just a preference. And I'm hearing that the council has a preference to do it the way that is normally done, and that's certainly acceptable. And I think staff has heard that loud and clear that is the preference, and that staff will be doing that going forward. But it is not a legal issue, it is more of a preference issue.
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
All right. Is there any other, yes, Councilmember Markwin?
I'm just glad this item is moving forward with all the recommendation and that the Planning Commission made and how it has been vetted by the attorney and city staff. I'd like to move forward with this item, and I'd like to make a motion to
Mr. Mayor, I have one comment.
Okay.
Okay, so I understand that Mr. Monzo said that we're all human. But for me, I feel like, we're human, but when you move forward, meaning forget accountability, it just doesn't seem right, So I feel like we just need to just hold back a little bit. Let's take a look at this. And of course, we're human, but we cannot be just brush it off and move forward. It's accountability, transparency. So I think it's important for us to hold off on this and kick it to the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to second Councilmember Markwin's motion to move this forward to, as staff recommended, with the 2 comments as far as the added verbiage on those 2 items. And just so there's no confusion, there is transparency here. Everything, as the city attorney mentioned, all the comments and the recommendations from the Planning Commission are in here. I get what they're saying, but there's nobody's trying to hide anything. It's just a different way of presenting it to council in a different format. So those are my, just to make it clear so there's no confusion. Okay, so I second that motion.
Hold on, I haven't commented yet.
Oh, yeah.
So we have a motion and a second on this. My comment is this. as Assistant City Manager already said, that 95% or if not everything included, it's just in different format. It's all included in there, and I can see that the council here don't have any problem, and with additional changes that they want to make, and to move on with what we already have here. To approve it. So, I don't have any problem with that. So now it's your turn. Right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand that you guys mentioned all of that, but the draft ordinance is not, I'm going to make that clear. The draft ordinance is not the draft that the Planning Commission voted to send to council, and that's the fact. So I just want to leave it with that. Thank you.
Oh, you want to make a substitute motion? Is that what you're saying?
So a substitute motion to move this to the next meeting to look at the original, the ordinance, the draft before.
You say a second to that?
Yeah, I second that. But I want to make a very quick comment. As far as I heard from the 3 commissioners that we have,
Four.
Four, sorry. Then they mentioned that their recommendation completely hijacked by staff. Is that true?
No, it's not true.
That's not true.
That's what I heard. So I would like to take more time to read. So just want to make decision if that's correct or not.
Right.
So yeah, I just would like to defer this one, to the next meeting.
All right, we have the motion and second for substitute motion. So the substitute motion will go first, and then we'll call the original motion if it doesn't pass.
Thank you. I have a substitute motion made by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to continue the item to the next meeting. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
No. Before we move on, I just want to make sure that when I say no, I just want to make sure that the information is already there. And I'm confident with that. It's just that next time, if we change, there are many different ways to, like the city attorney already said that, but present it in a way that it is in one document, so that that we don't have this kind of confusion again. So yes, now we can go to the original motion, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to consider and introduce for first reading an amended ordinance as discussed this evening entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving a zoning text amendment, case number 2024-0188, amending Title 17 of the Westminster Municipal Code, Chapter 17.330, signs related to electronic billboard freeway signs, billboard ordinance, read by title only and waive further reading. I'll go to call roll. District 1, District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Thank you. I'm going to make a brief statement. I'm going to say it again. The draft ordinance is not the draft the Planning Commission voted to send to the council. So with that, I don't feel right. And I mentioned again, I want to kick it back. So my vote will be no.
Thank you. District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Before I vote, I just want to thank the Planning Commission has come out and voiced your opinion. It's just a different way of presenting it, and hopefully that next time there will be no confusion on this. Staff already take that into consideration, so my vote is yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item should be 9.1, as we already agreed at the beginning, that we're going to move 9.1 before 5 after public hearing. So item 9.1 is preliminary assessment for a Vietnamese cultural community center at Blakey Park. This item brought forward by me, and I will present it first, and then I will invite council members to go ahead and voice your opinion on that. Well, first of all, I want to start by expressing my gratitude to the staff for their tremendous efforts in getting this item on the agenda. I requested it last meeting. It allowed us to discuss ways to maximize space utilization, which will greatly enhance productivity at Blakey Park. As a proud member of this community, I deeply appreciate our rich history and feel honored to represent the wonderful people of Westminster. The inspiring stories of our remarkable residents are reflected throughout our community. At Mansdays Park, visitors can delve into civil rights struggles for school desegregation in California. That is at Mansdays Park. There's a chance for visitors to delve into that. The dedicated work of the Westminster Historical Society at Blakey History Park continues to uncover and share the area's history. It's not going away. It's still there. Next month marks the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon. Over the past 5 decades, the Vietnamese community has profoundly enriched our city. Westminster, Little Saigon, has evolved into one of the largest Vietnamese populations in the United States. With over 40% of Westminster residents identify as Vietnamese, our city is recognized as the capital of overseas Vietnamese people, boasting the largest Vietnamese population per capita outside of Vietnam. Westminster has also become a cultural and historical destination. Preserving our history is vital for creating and maintaining a sense of community, identifying and understanding its culture. With that in mind, we are excited to honor and incorporate this rich history into the existing collection of tomorrow's Historic Society meeting. Now, I heard your voice, your opinions at the public comments, and I want to make sure that you understand. This is a very, very preliminary plan, and we direct staff to look into the feasibility of that. There is no intention of having the historical out of Blakey Park. It is there. This is in addition to what we already have, and we expanded to the cultural and also to the history of the Vietnamese for their contribution. And at the same time, this is going to be a historic, we just enrich the cultural center. And somebody mentioned about the cost for the Vietnamese Cultural Center. At this time, it's very preliminary. We have not, as you can see from the report, if you read it, there is no plan of doing anything. There is a feasibility, there is a study. If there is an agreement from the council tonight for the consultant to look into the feasibility and study the area, and whether to expand it whether to build a new building for the cultural center, or whether we are expanded in different ways, shape, or form. Then we'll look into that at the later time. When we have the study for the feasibility presented to the council. There was an intention, if there's any. It will be the contribution from the Vietnamese community, from the city, and from the grants that we may apply for, if there is a plan to go forward later on. And I want to make it clear to everyone, this is just a preliminary study that we are going to direct staff to do it. I would like to stop here so that open up for the council to comments.
Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilmember Mark Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. With that, I move for approval. I'd like to allow staff to move forward with the very preliminary assessment.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for your presentation. I have a, since this is very preliminary discussion, I really doesn't make a sense right now to hire a consultant. I think the initial assessment, I think our staff is capable of making those initial assessments. Number one, the first step is to meet with the other owners of this property and meet with them, have a discussion. It makes no sense to go and spend money without doing that first. Number two, after that is met with them, this park is just like any other park as far as I think our staff is capable. We have engineers, we have our public works director, we have our engineers and our assistant city manager that can make an assessment as far as property, any easements that are there, and then also look closely at the agreement as far as the two ownership are concerned. What does that agreement say? And then start from there. That is the first thing that needs to be done, and then after those findings are complete, and then come back to council and give us those descriptions, and then at that time we can decide if we need to move forward or if it's not feasible, then why would you expend any funds if it's not even feasible to begin with? So that's what I recommend that is done first, and I don't have a problem with that if that is the will of the council, but that is my comments. And then we can talk about, once we have those findings, then we can talk about what are the requirements or what are the wishes going forward after that. So there's no point in having like these drawn out discussion if we don't even know the basics, just the basics first. So that is my recommendation, that we go in that direction and then we bring it back with those findings.
Okay, all right. Anything from the council?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember West.
Mr. Mayor, Nam Quang, did you? Okay, I'll go first then. Okay, so I was looking at the Tet Parade. I have a few questions. Is staff here?
Oh, wait a minute. We are at this item.
9.1?
Yeah, 9.1.
Okay. I was in the back getting coffee, Mr. Mayor, but there
No
was
problem.
a malfunction.
No
Someone
problem,
turned
no
it
problem.
off, and
Just-
then I have to reset everything. Okay, so 9.1. The Vietnamese, okay, so I have a few questions. Is staff available to address this? Number one, I just feel like I heard the Historian Society. I appreciate you coming here to share your concerns. And number one, I will admit I haven't been there. I would love to get a tour, and I did talk to Dawn, and Dawn is going to set up a tour for me. I'd love to come and take a look at it. And number two, I heard, the resident, Roger, I appreciate you sharing it. I was kind of laughing at it because you're the most common sense person I've heard tonight on this, meaning we're putting 10 carts before the horse. And I was thinking to myself, just a cart before the horse, but it's true. If we don't know what's there, if we haven't assessed it, we haven't seen it, how can we do anything? So I feel like we're just too rushed into having this cultural community center. I am all for the Vietnamese cultural community center. I'm not opposed to it, okay? But the thing is that I just feel like we need to look into everything before we make a decision or rebuild something, demolish something, and erect something up. So in order for us to do that, I love for all the council to come and take a tour, Dawn, if that's feasible, that you can set that up for all of us. And then also we can sit down, talk with the board, because I think the partnership is important. It's a two-way street. We want a win-win situation. So that's my perspective, and I hope the council and mayor agree to that. So in that way, we can look into this. And also another concern I've heard tonight from the public is that I feel like there might be other sites. If the council decide tonight to really want to have this for the Vietnamese community, then there are other sites in Lower Saigon, that we can have a community center. And I'm all for that as well. If we want to go that route, we can. There's tons of area to do that. Also, the other thing is, who's going to pay for the cost of the building if it's going to be at that location, the Blakey Park location center? Who's going to pay? Is the city willing to pay for it? But if we do willing to pay for it, is it okay with the taxpayer to be okay with this? And I heard tonight that the taxpayer are not okay with it because, number one, if we look at the agenda earlier, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing that up for the Tet Parade overview, because with that, I was able to look at it. We lost money this year for the Tet Parade. We lost almost more than double. So it's very interesting to me. And then also the sponsorship, we decreased half of it. So I just feel like there's something we need to assess.
You're talking about this item or
I
TIT
am
item?
talking about the item, Mr.
Why
Mayor.
don't you wait for the TIT item and talk about the TIT item, please?
Well, I'm talking about the agenda item because a resident has brought it up earlier about Agenda 9.1. He mentioned that we are losing money for the Tet Parade, and who's going to pay for this community center? And I'm just bringing this concern up, and this is valid concern. So we have to assess every situation. So number one, what's the vision of this Vietnamese cultural center? And the vision, and then also who's going to pay for it? If it's a city, then we have to bring it before the taxpayer to see if it's okay with this. Right? So I think it's valid concern, valid reason, and we just need to come up with solution. If you guys, the council and mayor, decide today to move forward with this, please look into other avenue, that might be beneficial instead of putting the burden on the taxpayer. Maybe different Vietnamese organization can come together to create this community center. I think that'll be great. That will unite the Vietnamese group together in our city. I think that's a great project for them. I'm not against this. I'm totally for it if that's what the council and the community, the Vietnamese community want to do. But putting the taxpayer money for this, I just feel it might be too stretching the burden.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything from Councilmember Nam Quang Nguyen?
Yes, What I want to say is, I think Vice Mayor Mansell already covered everything. So I totally agree with you. We should take it slow, let the staff, do the job right now before we go deeper into the details.
Okay, first of all, I want to go back and confirm with Vice Mayor Mansell. I think that you agree to move forward, except that you don't want to use the consultant at this time to pay for the consulting works, and you want to have staff to look into that according to what I heard.
Correct. So
Okay.
let's have staff do the initial assessment. But first, number one, first meet with the board first, and then make the other property assessment. If there's any easements on there, the property, bring that information back to us. So.
Okay, I want to, before we go on, I want to ask staff. I know staff have made the attempt to come out and talk to Historical Society. And what was the reason why you cannot proceed forward?
So I will answer your question. I did want to start by saying that there has been ongoing discussions. First of all, I've been to the Historical Society. A few years ago, I was lucky to be there. I got a special tour of the Historical Society. And for the last about, I would say maybe more than 6 months, there's been ongoing conversations with the Historical Society, just sharing information about the property site that we have in common. Record keeping in the past, most cities, particularly on a site like this, which was not your typical ownership situation, we don't have all the records, right? So we're having a hard time understanding what other records are applicable to the site. There's conflicting easement reports. There's just a lot of information that we don't have. Now, we were all at a park playground opening today, so we know how important parks are to the city. This effort that started months ago had nothing to do with the Historical Society or a proposed one. It had everything to do with essentially being able to answer questions from both the public and the council, if asked, what's going on at Blakey. So that is ongoing, and we have not spent dollars in consulting as far as looking into that, but we have spent staff hours looking into that. We've kind of gotten to the point where we may need a little bit of help from consultants. For example, a title report costs money. There's the idea of easements, real investigating the easements. Our staff is very busy processing development projects, so we would like the flexibility. And again, we're looking at anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000 is what we're asking for the council to support us on. It's very early, I would call it site investigation at Blakey Park. And that can happen while we're in conversations with the Historical Society to learn more about them and learn more about the pieces that are actually at the site, the historical elements that are at the site. And now your question. Your question was, why didn't we meet? So we reached out to the Historical Society to have a meeting, and there was a conflict with the city manager's schedule, and then I was also on an interview panel for ambulance services for the city that I could not move, very important to the city. So we tried to move it, and then there was just, we didn't meet before today, but there was all intention in meeting with them. It was just a scheduling conflict.
Was there a conflict of knowing this is very preliminary and we need to have the whole board, or, to associate with this in order to go into to engage into the conversation?
Yeah, we were a little bit thrown off by the fact that all the board members wanted to meet with the city manager and I. We were just looking to meet with maybe 1 or 2 representatives from them. It was really going to be a 15-minute conversation letting them know that we're going to be on the site, investigating conditions on the site, just as part of our due diligence for this item.
So what I'm hearing from you is that staff already looked into the feasibility, not for the cultural center, but look into assessment of the site to see what we can do or what needs to be done or how are we going to use it.
We looked into the site to understand the ownership situation and understand what other underlying restrictions exist on the site.
Okay. And I also heard that you said at this point you want to need a little bit more from the consultant to understand the general concept of that.
We need to understand limitations that may exist on the site that can keep us from doing anything on the site, really. Is there easements there that restrict us from doing any type of modifications? Have those easements been even violated by things that are happening currently on the park site? We don't know any of that, and we want to be in a position to answer those questions for both the council and the public.
So in order for us to satisfy you, the funding that you're asking for is how much?
This is so preliminary that we have not reached out to a consultant to even attempt to get a cost estimate. This is just talking among staff, a reasonable number to be able to bring in either an architect, landscape architect, or utility specialist that can help us do some of the legwork and not impact other development projects in the city that our staff are currently working on.
So anything else
Yeah,
from plan? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So in other parks, I mean, would you need a consultant for any other park to do the initial, what we're speaking about here?
Well, if the questions are, can we build a new building there? We would need an architect to help us answer that question.
But when you spoke about the ownership and the agreement and the policy and all that kind of stuff, isn't that staff's for us to do?
There's a cost in pulling a title report, so there would be that cost, and the legwork by most of the legwork is going to be by staff.
Okay.
And if we're being asked to look at the constructability of something at that site, we would need to retain the services of an architect to help us understand the limitations of the site.
But to me, I think that is going that step. You haven't found out the initial. Hire an architect for the feasibility of building something. That would think that would come later. First, you need to find out this initial information as far as the agreement, with ownership, all that, everything that's the legal documents that's there first. Number one.
Correct.
Number two, what's going on with the property, the easements, and that nature, before any architect is hired. That is number one. I mean, I would think common sense would dictate that.
One of the things
I just think that, you know, I'm not against the mayor's proposal. I just think that I think for the community, I think we probably should have done that first. I think, and I think I mentioned that before, that we should have done that first before we got to this point.
we're currently working on that.
Okay.
And based on this item being placed on the agenda, we feel like there's a little bit more urgency in bringing back answers to the council.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm for making sure that we find out this information out first.
Okay.
So I'm for that. I just, if the council votes to, you know, for the funding of that 5,000 to 10,000, those funds will not be expended until after we find out this other information first.
If that's council's desire, we will
vote.
Yes, we will follow whichever direction. There is going to be some money spent, but if I'm hearing you don't want us talking to an architect, we won't talk to an architect, but there is some research that we might need to hire a company that are experts in property research that are going to help us work that out.
Property research is fine.
Because we're finding out, like on the 405 presentation that's coming up, we're finding out that our records, Caltrans records, they're not in line with like the county records. So we just want to not be able to, we want to be able to answer questions with as much accuracy as possible. And our records do not allow us to do that right now.
So how would you, you would need a consultant for property assessment?
I would just say property and easements.
Property and easements.
That would answer a lot of questions for everybody.
And then another question. There's someone mentioned about the parking situation. Is there some sort of, that's something else that we need to look at as well. I think there's a parking agreement or something.
Yeah, again, there's this administration is learning. So we're learning things that are going on at the park, and our senior management analyst, Shauna Hunter, has been working with them also to try to understand the day-to-day occurrences at the park. I was unaware that there was a parking agreement where the Historical Society receives payment for the adjacent church to park in our parking lot, in the park parking lot. I was unaware of that. So these are the sorts of things we need to unearth to really be able to present to the council and to the public. This is everything that's happening at Blakey Park. This is the way business is handled there. These are the property rights that pertain to them and us and all of the other stuff that comes in between.
Okay.
So you just mentioned about the agreement, the parking agreement between the Historical Society with the church?
Yes.
And this is a joint property.
Correct.
And did you know that we have any of those money, or did you sign, or staff sign the agreement with the other one?
So I think well, definitely the city manager and I were not aware of it, but my understanding, and I haven't seen it, but we were approached to, I guess, bless it. It had been likely approved by a previous administration.
Was there a dollar amount that we collect from the church?
We can find that out. I don't have that off the top of my head. But
And also,
I think it's been going on for like maybe 10 years or so.
And also, I understand that even though city is not using this, and it's probably controlled by the Historical Society, but city is responsible for the maintenance every year.
So there is, so currently, and I think the Public Works Director can come up and talk a little bit about the major investment that's going on to Blakey Park now as part of ARPA money, and also to talk a little bit about our responsibilities. But we do, like when I did my tour of the site, I was there with one of our landscape architects who gave our tree trimmers the green light to take down a tree. So like we are active in the site and we do support the site. But just how much, Jake can answer those questions better than me.
So just the routine maintenance for the landscaping and irrigations, the city's staff is responsible for that. The interior, I think the societies is taking care of that. Currently, we have about $200-something thousand the council had approved for the improvements of those buildings. And I think we almost completed those projects already.
All right, so.
From the ARPA fund, yes.
Okay, so we've been doing that, and we don't know what, we have no control over that at this point.
We don't have the control of operating those buildings, but like I said, the maintenance of the outside grass area and the irrigation system, including trees, trimming, the city's been doing the maintenance on those.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. Okay, with that, I second Councilor
Mayor?
Markwin for his motion. And I believe that there is an identified amount for the initial, or for the, what is it, the consultant. And I agree with him that for the money that we agree on, just so that you can do the, what is it?
Initial site assessment.
So I'll agree to that if it's only for property. You said property and easement.
Yes, the reason we're here tonight is we did not want to overstep our role in this. This is well within the city manager's spending authority. We just wanted to understand what you're okay with us exploring. So if it's a site assessment, looking at easements and property conditions and all of that, we can do that.
And the agreement.
And the agreement, yes.
All right, we have the motion and second. Is there any substitute motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I make a statement
Yes.
before? Yeah,
Sure.
as well. Okay, so I guess from what I'm understanding, Assistant Manager, is that you said you need someone who can assess, pull property information, right? So can the city pull those information since we're a joint partnership with them? Can we pull that?
So we're working with them. We're looking forward to working with them. We're not looking to ruffle any feathers, really. We're looking to make this a win-win for everyone. It's in everyone's best benefit to understand everything that goes on the site, who's responsible for what, where the utilities are. There are limitations to what we can pull out of our records. So we have to spend money to pull official records, to research the official records for that site. It doesn't exist in our archives.
Okay, and it's a few hundreds, right?
I don't know. I think the title report was like $4,000 or something like that, which is pretty typical for a title report.
Okay, and so you said you need the council to approve between 5,000 to 10,000 to get the easement and assessment. Before we do that, don't we have like an engineer landscaper in the city that can do a general evaluation before we hire someone to do that? Can we have, do we have an engineer in our city, right? We have landscaper, right? Can we get them to kind of look at the location without putting out some money right now?
So the full $10,000 was assuming that the council was going to direct us to bring in an architect. So from what I'm hearing from the discussion, we're really looking at under $5,000 to do some initial investigations. Not sure if that helps you with that answer, but we do not have the level of expertise in-house to do the deep dive into property records. There's just no one at the city that does that. And real estate agents will go out and get a title report, right? It's a very important part of the process to understand ownership and the history of the site.
So, Councilmember Mark, I think that Vice Mayor Menzo proposed that we can go ahead and use the funding that that staff request to do the initial assessment on that, instead of fully going to the architecture and things like that. So are you okay with that?
So basically, the initial money is for the title report.
Title report and a deep dive into the easements.
Yes.
No architectural firm hiring.
We heard loud and clear, no architects.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm still okay with moving.
The number one first is
agree
meet
with
with
the
the historical society.
That will be one, and it's not meet once. We're intending to meet with them as often as necessary, and I think Shauna can probably talk about how many times she's already contacted them. So that level of interaction is going to continue. We're not going to just talk to them once and not talk to them again.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, Mr. Mayor, so I just feel like, I feel like in order before we do any of this, let's all meet with the Historian Society first. And I just feel like we haven't even done that yet. And plus, I understand that the council want, the Vietnamese Cultural Center, but there's other location too. I mean, why we even put money out to assess this when we haven't meet with them yet and see what their plan is, what our plan is, and if it even feasible in partnership.
I guess that
So I just feel like we're just like, the resident we're saying, we're just putting the cart before the horse. So I just feel, to be honest, I substitute motion. Let's meet with the historian community first, and then can we push this to the next meeting, and then we can vote on that to put money to it.
You absolutely can make that substitute motion, but I don't know that where you miss out, why are you walking out, or what. We already discussed about why we need to have, we heard it from the assistant city manager, why we need to have to move with the initial assessment on this. So you are welcome to make substitute motion. There is a substitute motion for this. Is there a second?
I'm going to second Councilwoman Van West, but before that, I want to make a statement also. What is your name? Is Don, right? Okay.
Don Anderson.
Okay. I believe the reason that we have the history museum in the city is we want to preserve what we have in the city of Westminster for the next generation and the children of our children. That include the Vietnamese American also. The Vietnamese Americans can enjoy, the museum, and the museum. I think you guys do a great job. Preserve everything like relate to the Vietnamese immigrant, right? Is that true? Because I've never been there. I just have, and I need to ask a question.
I'm sorry, Councilman, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, I mean, in the museum, do we have anything related to the Vietnamese people?
Yes, we do, and we have you got to remember that this museum was established. Its original purpose was to recognize what Westminster had been in the 1800s, which was a farming community, and the Vietnamese didn't arrive until after 75 and beyond. So the focus had been on really farming, and if you come and visit the museum, you'll see this. We do have a small area. It's not long. We have a small area for Vietnamese. We have a small area for Spanish, for the Mexican. There's a small exhibit there for that. And if the Vietnamese community has items they would like to add that would fit within, that's fine. It's limited space. That particular building was built in 1929. It was the Midway City Women's Club located near Bolston Beach. The Historical Society got it moved to that site. All the buildings on that site were moved to that location. It was basically a blank piece of property. The only item on that piece of property, when the Historical Society finally got to developing it after Leora Blakey died and willed half to the city, half to the Historical Society, was the windmill. That's the only original item on there. We now have 3 buildings that were built in 1915. That's the Warren family barn, the Warren family house, and their tool shed, blacksmith shop, pump house. Then we have the Shutter Shack, which was 1970s, drive-up film kiosk, and then there's also the McCoy Hair House built in the 1800s. It was the first pharmacy and doctor's office in Westminster. All these buildings have been preserved, maintained by the Historical Society with our money. The city does provide mowing the lawn. We do lease the parking lot to the church. I provided Christine with a copy of that agreement a year ago. I met with Adolfo and Christine a year ago. I came to the city, I came to them and said, the previous individual who pretty much oversaw the operation of that facility died. I said, we have a new regime, we have a new board in place, a new concept, a new philosophy. I reached out to the staff and said, we're here and we want to work with you. We want to, it's half your property, it's half our property. Our previous leader said it was all Historical Society property. That wasn't true. We found the documents. I shared those with the city. I've met with Shauna, talked to her. I don't know what documents she's found. She hasn't shared anything with me or the Historical Society. But it's there. It's for the people. We've spent a lot of time and money to make it happen. I think the first step, I agree with a commissioner or a council member West. I think the first thing that needs to be done is communicate. What does the Historical Society think of this particular proposal? Don't spend a penny. You've got competent city staff. You've got an excellent community services director, an excellent public works director. You've got engineering staff. You've got an intelligent assistant city manager, an intelligent city manager. You've got a lot of qualified staff, but it doesn't take anything really super at this point or technical to figure out, A, what's the Historical Society think? And B, what's the city think? And we've heard from a council, or the mayor, what his thoughts are on this. We've heard it from a few people, but what's the community think? So lots of questions, but we're ready to meet. We tried last week, working with Shauna. I communicated twice with her. We had one meeting set up, and then that afternoon it got canceled because Adolfo had a panel he had to be on. So then I sent an email back to Shauna and said, well, how about Friday morning? I got an email back saying, sorry, they're not available. I said, okay. Then I sent another email saying that doesn't work. If Monday, we'll have to go to next week. And Shauna's off on Mondays, and didn't hear anything on Tuesday as far as meeting. So the board is here. We're ready. We're just, we're all live in the community.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Mayor,
can I just one sentence? I prefer, to be honest, I prefer to keep the history museum intact. And besides, we should have a new plan to use whatever building that we have. I think we still have one building across the street right here on Hazard Beach that we haven't been utilized it yet. So why don't we use those for the Vietnamese cultural center instead of take the history museum away? So if you want to make a substitute motion, I will support you.
Well, may I ask you to come back since there's a question for you. Don? Would you please come back? I just want to follow up with Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen. He asked, do you have any Vietnamese preserved or historic items or whatever that you have in the museum? And you said yes. Can you mention which item is that?
Pardon?
Which item that you have in there right now?
No, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you really. I've been in the museum many times, but I couldn't tell you what all the items are. But I know there is a section in there. And I think if the city council comes, you can take a look for yourselves and see exactly what they are.
Okay, the second item that I want to ask you, I just learned that, and also staff learned that there was agreement, and you also brought it to the city attorney, city manager for signing it. Is there a actual contract right now with the adjacent church?
Yes, there is. And
okay.
when I met with Adolfo and Christine about a year ago, we talked about that, and I've provided Christine with a copy of that agreement. It's $350 a month that the Historical Society receives, and that was presented to Christine about a year ago. I gave her a copy of that agreement. And over the years, the Historical Society has leased that parking lot to the church.
So did Christine, a year ago, when you presented to staff, did they sign the agreement or just, what did they say?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
When you present the agreement to staff to sign it, this is a joint property. So did they tell you just go ahead and sign by yourself, or what did they say? Tell you?
Well, no, we did meet.
Okay.
Yeah, we did meet with the staff, and at that time there were a couple of options. One was to go ahead and the church had wanted a multi-year agreement. Mm-hmm. And we said, well, we can't do that because the city council or the city may want to do something else there. So we'll go month to month.
Question for you. So did staff agree to that, and staff doesn't need to sign that, or the agreement just needs to be signed by a historical society? Or do you have anything, do you know that we have this agreement in?
So it was presented to the city manager. I was present at the time, and there was no direction given. That really began internal conversations with staff to find out more about Blakey Park.
Okay.
Understanding the significance of our public parks and the importance to this council, we felt that this is when Shauna needed to reach out in a very friendly way. Shauna's a very friendly person. She's also a Westminster resident, to really reach out to them and start this process. So we have been working with them to gather information, and information is power. All of us get on the same page in a very constructive manner.
Okay.
That's been going on.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Thanks for answering the questions. I just want to reiterate again that city staff have been working on this, and at this time, they need additional dollars to look into the initial assessment for the land use or for the utilization of that. So I would think that this is clear that we spent the minimum dollars for them to go ahead and proceed on this. That's the reason why I agreed to second the item. So yeah.
Go ahead. No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. You have anything else?
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I want to be supportive of the mayor's idea, but like I said in my first comment, I do feel, but I'm going off of your expertise, that we do have the staff to just make those just basic assessments, and I don't really see the point of going any further without that basic information first, as far as, the agreement for one. It's like, we're not going to, I'm not even, right now I just want people to understand that we're not voting on any cultural center whatsoever right now.
Correct.
That conversation shouldn't even have happened. I think we got it the conversation has gone too long, and it's to extent, this is just basic. My idea is just basic assessment. We're nobody, I'm not agreeing to build anything. I'm not agreeing to any idea or anything. Right now, all I'm agreeing to is just basic assessment of the agreement, basic assessment as far as the meeting with the Historical Society Board, and any easement that may be on the property. That's it.
Okay.
But you're saying that we don't have the capability internally to do that. Is that what I'm hearing?
We are asked to provide very specific answers with not all the documents in front of us. So we are going to need some help in researching all the documents. This is a lesson I learned on the 405. Everybody had a different set of records, and it took us time to be able to come back and present you with the right answer definitively. There's a Southern California easement. I dealt with Southern California easement on the 405. The conversations are not simple. And that requires us hiring easement experts that are going to be able to interface with Edison and be able to dig into their records. That's the kind of support that we still need. Are we intelligent? Yeah. Our public works guys, they're all registered engineers. I used to be one of them. But we do need assistance on some of these early issues. So we won't spend a penny until we talk to the Historical Society. We'll continue to talk to the Historical Society, and the cost will be minimal based on what our level of expertise does not suffice. Okay. And it won't include an architect. That's all I'm hearing from, okay. That's what I'm hearing from the council.
One more question. Is there a benefit for city, our staff, our city in general, for us to because from what I'm hearing, like we're horrible at record keeping and what's been going on there at that property for who knows how long. Mm-hmm. So finding out this information that we're talking about, what is the benefit? There's a benefit to that, right?
Yes, there is a benefit to that.
Without even having a conversation about no center or nothing.
When Shauna began the research several months ago, we were working towards answering a lot of these questions. We heard from Joy Neugebauer for years, this is our land. That's what I heard. She gave me the tour. She was there. So we're just trying to unearth all the information so that when we're asked questions, we have the right answers.
Okay. So there is a benefit, even if it goes no further than just finding the information and it stops there.
When we bring budget to you, we want to make sure you understand we're spending X dollars at Blakey Park. Like all of that needs to be researched and categorized.
Okay, I'll support that.
All right, so we have the substitute motion. Can you go ahead and repeat the substitute motion, and we go for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a substitute motion made by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to meet with the Historical Society and push the item to the next meeting. I'll go to call roll for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Again, this is it's still going to happen with the original motion. So for this substitute motion is no.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Substitute motion failed 2-3. I have an original motion on the floor made by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to direct staff to move forward with an initial site assessment focusing on easements and property research for a Vietnamese cultural community center at Blakey Park.
I don't think we should be described that way.
So how would you like to amend your motion?
Well, I didn't make the motion, so it's just a site assessment. I would agree to it.
Site assessment and a preliminary easement study, title reports, with a very minimal amount of money being spent at Blakey Park.
What's the amount again?
No architect works.
Is it like 5,000 or what?
Since we are no longer looking at bringing in an architect to look at more advanced discussions, it would likely be under $5,000.
Okay, so what I hear as far as the amended motion, let me just read that into the record, and then I need my first and second to agree on the amendment. It's to direct staff to move forward with an initial site assessment focusing on easements and property research at Blakey Park.
Okay, move to approve.
Second.
You approve that amendment?
Yes, I move to
Thank you.
approve
And my
the
second?
amendment.
Mayor Nguyen, you're my seconder. Do you approve that?
I second it.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and call roll for the original motion. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
I just feel like we have special engineer, people are smart in our city, and I just feel like it's going to be an easy thing for assessment, and then talking with the Historian Society, and then we'll come up with something. I just feel like we're just rushing it, and I just don't want to cost any more money from the taxpayer if we have, our engineer, our landscaping and whatnot. I think they can come there and just assess like what Don Anderson was talking about. So with that, I have to vote no for this.
Thank you. District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Before I vote, I just want to make it very clear that I have nothing against creating a Vietnamese cultural center, but for now I need to talk to meet up with the board first, and then after that I'm going to feel comfortable to make decisions. So my vote is no.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Manzo.
Yes, since
Mayor
this is it's clear, the motion is clear, so yes.
Thank you. Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
Thank you. Next item is, we're going back to item 5.1, regular business. The 2025 State Parade overview and 2026 State Parade date considerations. So may I ask staff to present this one, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. This is an overview of the 2025 TEP Parade and a date consideration for next year's parade. So here's a little background. In November of 2022, the council approved the 2023 TEP Parade as a city event. We successfully held that event on January 22nd of 2023. In February of that year, our council designated the parade as an official city-sanctioned event. In March of 2023, council set the 2024 date for the first day of the Lunar New Year, and in February 10th of 2024, again, we held another successful TEP parade. The council selected the 2025 TEP parade date in March of 2024, and this year on February 1st, we held a successful TEP parade again. So as you can imagine, an event of this scale takes months of coordination. We literally start planning the day after the TEP parade for next year's event. We hold regular meetings with all the key members of the departments that are involved. We come up with our sponsorship deck, parade entry package, and those are disseminated to all interested parties. 2025 was the year of the snake, and this year's theme was Spring of Resiliency, which was aimed to capture the spirit of unwavering resilience and renewed resilience within the community, which I think was very fitting for this year. Communications, marketing, and media. Efforts were made to increase coverage across television, radio, and social media outlets. We received complimentary airtime on a number of local media outlets. They're listed here, and we appreciate their contributions. We also advertised this event on some popular online platforms, including Eventbrite, Kids Out and About, OrangeCounty.net, Parenting OC, influencer sites such as Life is Good in OC, and some other sites. We've used these platforms for some other events that have become very successful in marketing our city's events. We also distributed thousands of flyers at other city events leading up to the parade. We posted posters and hung banners at parks and city facilities and local businesses. Street banners were hung. We utilized bus shelter ads. We printed, and our newsletter featured the parade, and we sent out newsletters to households within a 500-foot radius of the event. This is a little snapshot of the program that was produced by our staff. All the parade participants received one, attendees and sponsors, and it was also available electronically on our website. For the media, we created a media credential request form so that they could pre-register for an access pass. There was a designated media area to control access and for safety of our media. And we held a pre-event media for those who are registered to go over event overview and logistics and to provide technical support and resources. Interest from the media grew this year. We had 67 individuals register in advance for media access, and that was an increase over last year's 57 pre-registered. And those were from television, photography, and online media outlets. And you'll see here we got some coverage from the Orange County Register, the New Viet, KTLA, and NBC. Here's a little snapshot of KTLA featuring the parade the day of the event. We did broadcast live the parade on our TV's website, thanks to PCTA, on YouTube and WTV3. And our YouTube feed of the event has seen 4,500 views. And this is a little snapshot of that from our YouTube channel. Parade sponsors. As has been mentioned this evening, we received $51,500 in sponsorships, which is a significant decrease over last year's amount of $96,000. That can be noted by the Westminster Community Foundation's contribution last year of $40,000. Here's a list of our sponsors: the Westminster School District and Midway City Sanitary District, our Platinum/community sponsors. Our gold sponsors this year were Orange County Water District, the Richard Nixon Foundation, our WMEA, our WPOA. Silver sponsors were Stevia Health and Lee Sandwiches. Bronze sponsors were Beach Cities, Toyota Westminster, Garden Grove Unified School District, the law offices of Vanessa Ortega Barch, New Vision Credit Union, Raising Cane's, and Santa Ana College. And in-kind sponsors were Bridge Creek Reality, Chick-fil-A Beach Boulevard, Country City Towing, Emergency Ambulance, Enterprise Mobility, Home Depot Westminster, and OCFA. Parade entrance. The parade featured 79 parade entries. It's a slight decrease over last year, but some of the entries combined, like the City of Fountain Valley and the Fountain Valley High School combined. So the Fountain Valley High School marched with the City of Fountain Valley. Ocean View High School band marched with Bolsa Row. So some of those were combined. So just straight numbers, it may be decreased, but overall, there was still a lot of participation in the parade. We had 2,500 participants, and it was a very entertaining group this year. We held 2 pre-event meetings for parade entrance. We went over all the rules, we discussed the logics, went over their safety, what we expected from them, and all the guidelines. Our float inspection was supported by our Code Enforcement Division and took place the day before the parade, and that was smooth and successfully executed. The city had 2 floats, which featured upgraded designs. You can see pictures here. They were vibrant, colorful, exciting, and really captured the Spring of Resiliency theme and celebrated the Year of the Snake. We received lots of compliments on these. Council was on the first float in the parade, and staff was featured on the second one, and everyone really enjoyed the experience. The city also showcased 3 motor officers, the city's water division truck, the youth committee members. Westminster on Wheels, our WOW van, the mobile recreation van, and a variety of recreation classes, and our Project Shoe participants. So not only did the community get involved, but also a wide variety of very specific city participation. Public safety. Public safety for the parade is overseen by our police department every year. They create a comprehensive event action plan, and you may have noticed an increased safety measures in place due to events that were happened near New Year's in New Orleans and Las Vegas. So some of that included additional traffic control elements, barricades, barriers, and increased police staffing levels. Some other measures included additional SWAT, uniformed SWAT officers at hard closures, secured driveways, marked and unmarked police vehicles from Magnolia to Bouchard Streets, armored rescue vehicles from Westminster and Buena Park Police Departments, motor officer supports from Cypress Police Department. Double the amount of Westminster police officers were deployed. A drone operator improved the event area visibility. 4 assigned bicycle officers. A dedicated reaction team to provide dignitary protection, and expanded undercover police officer presence. We also were able to secure 129 police explorers and 26 advisors from 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. the day of the event. They provide vital roles, including traffic control, crowd management, and general security. They were from agencies including Brea, Buena Park, Costa Mesa, Cypress, Fountain Valley, Fullerton, Garden Grove, Irvine, La Habra, La Palma, Orange, Placentia, Santa Ana, Seal Beach, and Tustin. Street closures and traffic impacts. Parades have a big footprint, so it includes a lot of traffic control measures. Our traffic control services are provided by a private state licensed contractor. Closures are consistent with the mailed public notices to affected businesses and residents in the area. We needed to close the streets earlier than previous years due to those enhanced safety protocols. Our Public Works Department and Police Department staff play a crucial role in maintaining traffic control at key intersections, those streets and driveways along the parade route and adjacent closure areas. Event management and coordination by city staff. City staff from all departments were present, taking on many different roles. You'll see a couple of them here. They provide event registration, on-site customer service, labor, parade entry management, stage and opening ceremony support, media relations, cashiering, and other event support as needed. We had 168 city staff worked a combined 1,532 hours on the parade day. The previous year, we had 133 staff members working just under 1,100 hours. Many of the additional hours can be contributed to the additional public safety measures that were implemented. Some other notables, Abrazar, one of our partners, provided shuttle services again, and that was a success. They provided round-trip service from City Hall to the parade participant queue area. We improved the VIP check-in. We tried to streamline that process and make it more efficient for our distinguished guests. We received a number of positive comments saying this parade was the most exciting and was very smooth. And we did see an increase in the attendance using geofencing data. That attendance was up over 16% from 17,000 last year to 19,800 this year. Expenditures and revenue. So this year's expenditures were $167,462 and some change. Personnel, were $72,138.71. In-kind donations were just over $8,000. Sponsorships, like I mentioned, were $51,500, and parade entries collected were $21,850. Here's a chart that kind of consolidates some of those expenditures. Total costs combined were $239,601 and 59 cents. The total revenue we received were $83,305.18. So the total cost of the city, $156,296.41. For a year-to-year comparison, expenditures were up year over last. Personnel, like I mentioned, was up year over last. In-kind donations were up year over last. Sponsorships were down, like mentioned. Parade entry fees were about the same. And revenue, again, was slightly down, but I would say about the same. So the total costs from this year versus 2024 was up significantly. So overview, and now for date selection. So as mentioned, the Lunar New Year in 2026 is Tuesday, February 17th. Staff's proposed dates include Saturday, February 14th, Saturday, which would be before the Lunar New Year, Saturday, February 21st, after the Lunar New Year, Sunday, February 22nd, again, after the Lunar New Year. And just a couple of considerations to take into account. February 14th is Valentine's Day. President's Day is February 16th, which is that following Monday, which it could be a challenge for staffing and vendor and participant traveling, and some impact on schools who could have extended breaks. And local schools and schools districts tend to favor Saturdays over Sundays due to restrictions and participations for their students. And vendor costs typically are higher on Sundays. Overall, the conclusion, the mayor and city council should receive and file the 2025 TEP Parade overview and select a date for the next year's 2026 TEP Parade. Selecting a date will allow our staff to begin outreach to participants and sponsors, and funding for the TEP Parade for 2026 will be included in the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget cycle, with the costs of this year's parade and proposed date will be taken into consideration. So overall, the 2025 parade was successful. There were no major incidents. It was smooth. It was well received. We had beautiful weather. So from an event production standpoint, it was a great event. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that great and really detailed presentation. Again, thank you for the hard work you put into this and your team and all the staff. This is a full all hands on deck operation. So, I mean, every year it gets better and better and more attended. So thank you for that. The mayor's back, so any other comments from council is welcomed.
Before I take any comments from the council, it is 10 o'clock. We need a motion to extend the meeting.
I second that.
Well, we can finish this item first. And then
Can we just vote
motion.
on the time?
Okay, we
Mr.
can.
Mayor?
I know that this item is going to be lengthy too, so at this time we have a motion and second. Go ahead and move on.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 1 Councilwoman Fan West to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per city policy. I'll go to call roll. District 1 Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3 Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4 Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right. At this time, I will want to open up for. First of all, I want to thank staff. I know there's a lot of effort going to this, so I commend staff from every department, every single person who dedicate their time, efforts for this event. And it was a successful event. There's no doubt about it. I want to take this time to thank the SWAT team and also support from local PDs from everywhere, explorers. I also want to take this time to thank sponsors who sponsors the events. Of course, without them, there will not be, we cannot get this event successful as we see. So I will be going to detail of what we need to talk more, but at the same time, I'd like to open up for the council comment. So anyone want to go first on this? Vice Mayor Menzel?
Yes, I just quick, again, thank you for that. Do you see any areas as far as, or will there be adjustments to like fees and things of that nature for the next next year? Do you foresee that need to be that will be adjusted or need to be adjusted?
Fees for, entry fees for participants, or the only fees we charge are either to enter parade entry or grandstand fees.
Those are the only ones.
I'm hesitant to raise either of those yet. It's something we can consider if the council desires in order to come closer to breaking even. I think it could pose a challenge to people participating in to the parade.
Well, I mean, just trusting your expertise, and you're the one that would know the best on that. No, those are just. And then as far as the date, I mean, it seems to me that February 21st would be the most logical, but it's my 2 cents.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff, I guess I was looking through, Vanessa, I was looking through the amount, and so I guess on here, on page 7, it says snacks for green room staff meal for event day, the day. So how many staff were at that event that we are taking care of? About?
It's 1,500 and change.
There was 168 staff plus 129 explorers. And some volunteers from CERT, a handful of volunteers. So I would say 300 people that were fed that day.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, so now the other question I have on here is traffic management. I know that is the largest fee we have here, $73,234,000. What is that, just covering the 4-5 hours that we were blocking traffic?
That's blocking traffic from about, street closures start approximately about 5 a.m. till the streets are completely closed this year it was closer to 3 p.m., so 8+ hours, and that's traffic closures for the entire parade route. So hard closures, barricades at driveways, the personnel that goes with it.
Okay, about 9 to 10 hours.
Yeah.
About, okay. And then now is our traffic management, aren't they on pay right now as well? Like they have a stipend already, right? This is extra overtime, is that what it is?
This is a vendor, a contractor that we use. That these are not staff.
Okay, so this is not paying our police to traffic?
This is a vendor separate doing just street closures, doing traffic management street closures. So this is.
So you hire a third-party police?
Yes, not police, it's.
They're more like contractors. They're contractors that require a special state license to be able to close public roadways.
Okay, so they entail some police in there and whatnot, right?
No, they're just qualified contractors that are trained in the ability to handle traffic in public roads. It requires a state license. They look more like construction workers, if you're asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they close the streets, and then our police department personnel man those closures.
Okay. And then I noticed, I guess this year, do you know what kind of offset the sponsorship for this year versus last year? Is it because different events happening during that time, or what is it that we have less sponsorship for this year?
The biggest thing I can contribute to was the difference was the amount the Westminster Community Foundation didn't bring in. So that was $40,000 last year that they were able to bring in that we did not receive this year.
Okay, so that is an extra 40,000. That's would be to cover the cost. Now, I also notice. Okay, so I guess my question will be, I love the fact that you guys work really hard. I see you guys put in a lot of hours and staff time. I do see that, and I really appreciate that. But I just feel like the cost that the city, the taxpayers' money are forwarding up this year is tremendously different than last year, like $156,296. And when I look at this, I did talk to different private nonprofit organizations that have done events in the past. I just touch base with them and say, hey, when you guys did events like this, did you guys lose money, or do you guys have get a profit out of it? And they say usually between 20,000 and 30,000 extra that they have left. So I just don't understand. I mean, I love the fact that the city does this, and I do like it, but are there a way that we can make sure that we cover that cost? Because that's a lot of money that the taxpayer is paying up on it, you know what I mean?
Looking at our expenditures and the revenue, there's nothing on this list. I mean, we could cut some costs here and there, nothing significant that I would say that we could cut. I don't think there's any room to cut staff. Those major costs, the traffic management, the public safety, those are all high, safety measures that we need to keep in place. As far as revenue, I mean, and if we raise entry fees or grandstand costs, but then I think we are at risk of losing those bodies in the seats or in the parade.
Right. I'm not saying that we raise the money.
Councilmember West, I will answer those questions. But at this time here, you have 5 minutes already. Would you please go ahead and refrain your questions so that we can go to the next council? And then we'll come back to the second round.
To the second round. You want me to save it for the second round?
Yes,
I can
please.
save it for the second round.
Okay, so who else for this? You want to? Councilmember Nam Quang Nguyen.
Vanessa staff for a very detailed report. I personally love it. I like it. Actually, there's something that nothing is perfect, but beside those little things that I think overall the tape parade was a successful event. Okay, thank you.
All right. Council Markwin, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I thought the parade was a wonderful event. Thank you, staff, for all the hard work and dedication. I know you were out there very early in the morning. And thank you to all our sponsors and to all the agencies in the surrounding cities and all the jurisdictions that helped out. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Mansell?
No, we kind of talked about it. Just I would like to talk about the February 21st, the next day, what are we
I
gonna
forgot
choose?
you already,
Yeah.
you're the first one. Huh?
So what do you think,
Okay.
Vanessa? Is that to me, I think that's the most logical date, is the February 21st.
What we've done in the past, it's worked. The Saturday after the New Year has been successful.
Okay, my turn then. Okay, I just want to let you know that the reason many years that we have private and different organizations came out and asked for to organize the event, and the city have to fight, to see which organization that we can grant the permit so that they can do it. The city never wants to do it for those years. But if you recall in 2022, I remember the date came as very early, it's on January 18. That was the reason why none of the organization, including private, they can't organize the event because the date comes so early. They can't raise funds, they can't do anything. They can't get the people involved. And then finally, we, the city, have to take upon that and then organize the event. Within less than 2 months, we will successfully get the event running. Of course, we have no chance of raising funds and everything, but we did it, okay? Now, the second year, we were able to have the nonprofit organization to help us out, which is WCF. We have $40,000 fundraising to help the Tet Parade, which we didn't have it this year. Why? Number one, I understand that the WCF intended to have a fundraising, and they canceled in the middle. So we have none compared to the previous year, which is $40,000. Number two, the Tet for this year also comes in January timeframe, which is January 20-something, 22nd, which is not too far from if we were to have the private company or private organization or the organization to do this event, it's probably none. Same thing. Let me tell you that we are successfully putting this event together. And regardless, right now, let's take the dollar out of the equation. We still think that this is very, very beneficial event that the city, and it can be a biggest event for the city that we put together. We can see that number of visitors from outside. They come and visit, and this is, as you can say, 17%, 16% increased number of participants this year. We have a lot of entries, even though the number is down, but there was combined. You already said about it. Mm-hmm. This event also a highlight for the city of Westminster. Not only that we are publicly known out throughout the world about the event that we put together. None of the city around here, or in the United States for that matter, have the Vietnamese or the cultural that continue for the last 20 years. And have to take into consideration, on that day, there are many, many different cities of elected officials and also district. They participate in the event. None of the city can organize the event that have the chance to have every city or every district to have a day that we be together. So with that, we have to look at the way. Of course, we have to look at the way that we can increase the revenue so that we can offset the cost. There is no question about it. We need to continue to do that. Unfortunately, this year it falls into the same category of the first year. Secondly, we were thinking of the WCF, the nonprofit, can help us with some of the funding. There was none. So what we need to do is we need to reconsider. We need to consider for the next year. The next year, I can see it here, on February 22nd, which is a month later, and that's normally happen. So my 5 minutes is over. I will continue as the second round. All right, so at this time, I will open up for the second round, and isn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with you. I don't think any of us are arguing that this TEP parade is not important. It is so vital for the city of Westminster, and it's like a thing that people go to, and it's our highlight for the city. And so none of us are arguing about that. It's so important to have it. So the question is, should it be the city continue or the private sector? Whatever is decided, I'm okay with it, but I just all of us want it to continue, right? The parade. But then I guess my question is, I have a question for you, Vanessa. Under the personnel for the day of event, what does that entail?
That's the staff.
Okay,
staff
so
costs.
did we have more staff this year than last year? Is that what it is?
We did, yes.
Okay. And then also, are staff paid by the hour already? Is this overtime for them then?
It's not overtime for all of them. It depends. Some of my staff will flex their time. It depends on really their work schedule. A lot of the police staff force, it is overtime. Public Works, it is overtime. But for some staff, it's just regular hours. So it really depends on kind of the staffing levels of the specific department.
Okay. And then I guess what I noticed too, that all of us as the council agree is the sponsorship decreased by half. Now, were you guys able to solicitate the same group of people and more of the sponsor from previous last year and this year? New sponsorship?
Yes,
or?
we reached out to the same sponsors that we've received sponsorship before. We had some new sponsors. We did, our whole business base in the city. We did receive some in-kind donations that we hadn't received in the past. So, staff made that effort as best that staff can do.
Right, I did see the in-kind donation. It's pretty much half to the amount from last year. So it seems like everything was half. Now, did the sponsorship from last year come back and say, no, we don't want to sponsor you guys because X, Y, and Z? Or did they respond back to us, or no respond?
One of the sponsors who was significant said that they could not sponsor at the same level they did last year, but did come in at a significant amount. But again, the biggest difference was that WCF different sponsorship level.
Right, yeah, because without the Westminster Community Foundation, I noticed that we still have to pay out of pocket $116. $116,296, even though if we minus the $40,000 from the Westminster Community Foundation. So it seems like, I think if there's a way, maybe we can't encourage the sponsorship again to keep them. Do we send out emails throughout the year to kind of have that touch connection, building that relationship, so the time when we ask for the hand, that they would agree to make that donation?
Yes, we do. We definitely try to build that relationship and keep in touch with them. We encourage them to also be sponsors of other events and kind of get those benefits throughout the year and be a part of this community more than just singularly as a whole. So yes, we do build those relationships.
Okay. I just, maybe if you guys have a solution, or if we can meet or ask opinion of the public on how we can increase sponsorship for next year. And of course, with the Community Foundation, if we continue to get the board running with that. Maybe city attorney, if you can assist with that. I don't know if they need the legal aspect. I think they mentioned last time that the legal issue as well. And then, of course, appointing people on the board. There's conflict within the board as well. So I don't know. I haven't been there because I guess with what we created is to discourage the council and the mayor to come to those meetings because they're separate. Mr. Mayor? Okay, so they're separate from the council, so I'm just saying if you guys can go, did you guys still go to those meetings in the past before they, I guess, shut it down?
Yes, I attended those meetings before they were disbanded, I would guess.
Okay.
Yes,
All
I was in
right.
attendance.
Next,
Can we just
move on.
move on, please?
Except for second round.
Yeah.
Do you have anything?
No, let's just move forward to pick a
Okay.
date, so.
All right. No, I still have some to input or to comment. So you allow me to finish?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can, if you, something I just remembered, Mayor, if I may. Yes, went back when, like the mayor mentioned, when we had the private organizations do this, there was negatives. There was negatives, a lot of negatives. I personally felt that it was extremely political, and I can say the last one that was that they actually. I think we did a very bad thing as far as excluding two of our members of our council, from doing certain things during the event, and I thought that was very shameful and divisive. But at the time, with the parade supposed to be a unifier community event, that was a big negative, and I saw that, all those years, and even then, I remember. They would always go over, and then they would come to us. I think this is before my time, and say if we can forgive the time, the funds that they went over. So at the end of the day, it still cost the city. It still cost the city money, and it wasn't a good feel. At least that's what I thought. So I think there's a lot of positives. From a city to do it, and it's very unifying, very well participated from all different communities around us, organizations around us, a lot. So I know that this number jumps out at us. It's, the reality is from last year to this year, it's almost 100,000 that it cost the city, the difference. So. We all wish that we can do something better, but who knows? Maybe between now and February, who knows? Maybe something will council. Maybe there'll be something a way we can fund some of it. So it is what it is, and it's part of putting together this great event for the community. At the end of the day, it costs money. So that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Menzo. And Councilmember Nguyen, you have anything else?
I wish the cost was less, but to reiterate what the mayor was saying, that we need to look not just at the numbers, but how successful the event was, and it draws in a lot of tourists, so the businesses benefited too. So you have to look at it not just from a cost point of view, but a lot of people benefited. We're well known in the community and in the world, and tourism is up. I know that. With that, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file and choose the day of February 21st for the next parade date.
Okay, I will go for second round, and I understand that the council want to get it over, as soon as possible. So I will. There's a lot of positive I can talk about it, but you've been talking about it already, and I will limit myself on that. It's just that I want to mention that for this year, I can see a number of government agency join us at the event, and my understanding is some of the other city that they learn about this, and they intend to participate for next year event. Am I correct about it?
Yeah.
So that's even more positive for us in terms of organizing for the 2025. I agree with Vice Mayor Menzo and also Councilmember Mark for February 22nd. It was that on Saturday also, or was that on what day?
21.
Oh,
Saturday's the 21st.
Oh, 21st.
It's on the next page.
I think Saturday, the 21st sounds really good, Vice Mayor.
I saw it on the background. Yeah, February 22nd.
Yeah, there's a mistake there.
Oh, that's 23. Oh, that's 23. I'm sorry. So where did you see it, February 22nd?
Page 10 of the staff report?
The last page.
The last page?
The second page.
Okay.
Page 9.
All right, so
Page 9.
is it on Saturday?
Saturday, February 21st, yes.
Okay, all right, so I agree with that. Now, before we second the motion, I'd like to make this recommendation for the staff for the council to consider. I understand that we have to put out a lot of money for this year. Part of it because we increased the number of public safety due to several events that it happened before us. And I know that staff take precaution about it, and therefore we increased number of people, public safety. There and additional costs go into that. Also, we didn't get any funding from the nonprofit organization, which is supposed to be $40,000. And at this time, I understand that WCF still have $25,000 in their account, which I don't know whether they are moving forward with any of the projects. So my request is to ask WCF to donate to the 2025 Day Parade $20,000. And if they continue to run the projects, then the council can reactivate that or give them the funding at the time if they have the projects in place. But at this time here, to offset part of the cost for the 2025, I would like to ask council to agree with me to ask WCF to donate $20,000. They still have $5,000 in their account to offset the 2025 Day Parade. That's my motion.
I second it.
Is there any, city attorney, is there any legal issues with that?
So we certainly have the authority to ask, and they have the authority to say no.
Okay.
But the board is right now under the city council authority, right?
So I'm a little bit beyond my depth.
Yeah.
I don't know all of the facts
Right,
relating to that.
right.
But how about this? I understand if it's agreeable to the council, if it's legal to do so, then we'll make that request. And I understand the council direction. If we need additional direction in the future, we'll come back. But otherwise, I understand that the goal is to get $20,000 from them.
Yeah, but I
Right.
believe they don't even have a quorum right now. So there's no way for them to vote on that.
So I understand that where we want to go with that, and if you're comfortable with it, I'll look into that and see what we can do to go that direction.
Just
and
look into it, then.
We'll look into it. If we need further council direction, we'll come back for authority. If not, we'll handle it internally.
Okay.
But at this time here, the council can vote on to request for that. If it's doable, then the city attorney will proceed with that. If not, then the city attorney will come back to the council and let us know. All right?
Yeah.
So we have a motion and second to ask WCF to return $20,000 to subsidize the cost of the 2025 Day Parade. And should we go ahead and combine with the agreement for agreed to the 2026 date, or it has to be a separate?
I think they're friendly motions. I think that there's general consensus on everything that I've heard, so I think that can be one motion.
Okay, all right, that's what I want to make sure.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 1 Councilwoman Fan West. This is to receive and file the 2025 TEP Parade overview and to create the date for the 2026 TEP Parade as Saturday, February 21st, 2026, and request that the Westminster Community Foundation donate $20,000 to the 2025 TEP Parade. If this is doable, staff will move forward. If not, staff will bring an item back to the City Council. Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Next item is 5.2, update of the I-405 freeway improvement projects. So is there any
That'll be me.
update on this, or?
Yes, I have a presentation prepared.
All right, okay.
And City Clerk's going to run the PowerPoint for me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So item 5.2 is an update on the I-405 improvement project. As everyone that attends the meetings and watches from home is well aware, there's been a lot of comments by the public regarding issues involving uncompleted tasks related to the 405 freeway project. So this is a detailed presentation because I believe that the public will benefit from this. We have a new council member that I also promised I would make a very detailed presentation for his benefit. So the 405 improvement project is a project that began many, many years ago. In fact, on my first day on the job 20 years ago was the first public hearing, public meeting here in the Civic Center to talk to members of the public about the possible freeway project alternatives. Some of those project alternatives would have wiped out over 150 homes in the city, over 50 businesses. Some of the alternatives would have been severely impactful to the community. One of those was to put the HOV lanes on a separate level than the current freeway, so you'd have a double-decker freeway, kind of like going into downtown LA over by the Coliseum. So if my memory serves me right, there was about 19 alternatives. Ultimately, alternative 4 was the alternative that was proposed. To dispel a few rumors and misunderstandings about the project, freeways in the state of California are operated by Caltrans, but in counties like Orange County that are self-help counties, we go ahead and fund those improvements for the benefit of the taxpayers within the community. So when you hear Measure M or Measure M2, those are tax dollars in Orange County that go to these types of projects. Once the project is completed, it goes back to the state of California to operate. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. 18 bridges, 12 of those bridges were in Westminster, were completely demolished and reconstructed over the course of the project. Obviously, interchanges and ramps needed to be reconfigured. Ultimately, the property impacts were 0. And that's something that I'm very proud of. Our entire engineering department, legal department, former city manager's office, and all the iterations of the city council for the last 20 years have been 100% behind protecting the rights of property owners in the city. So we went from 150 homes to 0 homes. And we went from 50 properties to 0 properties. There were slivers of backyards that were purchased. There were slivers of backyards that were rented to build the project out. It was a huge undertaking, and for somebody like myself, I can tell you that at one point, one of the reasons I remained employed with the city of Westminster is because I felt that if I left, things would have not been handled as properly as they were. And I know that some of the other members of our staff feel the same way. Our director, Jake Noah, has been a part of the project also the entire duration, as other engineers, all the familiar faces that have been with the city for many years. Utility relocations was a huge victory as well. These bridges carry water lines, and these water lines are City of Westminster water lines. So there was a lot of discussion that went on, as you can imagine, over a 20-year period. The length of the project is highlighted here on the left, and if you look at the picture on the right, That is an example of a typical bridge. The yellow lanes on the outside were the new lanes. So you saw vegetation disappear in order for new lanes to be installed. And in addition to that, the single HOV lane, they became a dual HOT lanes, which is a hot lane, a high occupancy toll corridor. So this ultimately became a tolled corridor. That in itself was a huge hiccup along the way, where we had a lot of interesting discussions with OCTA about the legitimacy of the hot lanes. At the end of the day, the hot lanes are here, and the improvements also came with the freeway project. At the time, it was a $2 billion project. It was the largest infrastructure project in the state of California. So something that, with that comes a lot of complications. Again, I talked about 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, we began the discussion on what was ultimately going to be built. Finally, an alternative was identified. And then all the things that you're very familiar with at the council level, the environmental studies, all of that happened. I won't go through all of these dates, but I mean, the environmental clearance was authorized in May of 2015, and the bridge lanes fully opened on December 1st of 2023. So it was a long 8-year process to get us there. This is your typical bridge. I picked this bridge, this aerial photo, because Margie Rice Park is there to the right. We'll spend a little bit more time on photos of Margie L. Rice Park, but as you can tell, there was an open channel that was kind of unusable to park users because it was an open channel, and the park was actually smaller than it is today. So keep your eye on that aerial, note it to the right, and we'll show other pictures of the park in a little bit. Looking at the bridges, you'll see that the way the bridges were built, particularly the abutments, are sloped, and that kept extra lanes from being able to squeeze in. So that's the reason that all the bridges had to come down. These are pictures that I took over the years, and it was a pleasure to be out there at the construction site. We hosted bridge demolition events where we brought out elected officials. I know the mayor, Mayor Wynn was there, Vice Mayor had the pleasure of being there for a few bridge demos. These are overnight activities. So the bridge, the picture to the right, every single vehicle on the 405 is diverted. Most people don't divert onto freeways 5 miles ahead of time. Most people divert onto city streets one exit before the closure. So our police officers, in addition to having to respond to the very heavy load of calls on a Saturday night, Friday night and Saturday night, they also had to deal with traffic control issues because the entire freeway was diverted through the city many, many times over the course of the construction. More pictures of the demolition effort. Truly, those guys were amazing. They came in and they took down a bridge essentially in 2 nights. Took 2 years to build the bridge, 2 nights to bring it down. So, next slide. The project was supported by our staff. We got a compliment by our Councilwoman West about our staff being very intelligent and very talented, and they actually are very talented. This is our water department. These are 2 mishaps that occurred. The picture on the right, I was out there. We brought them pizza because they worked until about midnight. There was a water line that was hit by accident twice by the contractor, 2 separate days, and In and Out was out of water for 1 whole day. As you can imagine, that was an impact to the community. They were compensated for the loss by the project, but it took our team to get out there to be able to restore water quicker than waiting for the contractor to figure out how to manage our water supply. So none of this could have been done without the employees over at the yard. And again, our police department were also ready to, they responded to many, many issues related to bridge activities. So with the pain came project opportunities, and that's something that we're very proud of. We had very hard, difficult negotiations with OCTA over the course of time. The project was delivered as a design build, which is kind of difficult for members of the public to wrap their head around, which is essentially you're going to build this $2 billion project, but you don't have a final set of plans in front of you. You have a preliminary set of plans, and you're designing as you go. So it's difficult for staff or any of the cities along the corridor, or even for OCTA or Caltrans, to truly be able to estimate all of the different issues that would arise during the course of the project. So collaboration is very, very important, and I can say that the relationship with OCTA was an excellent, continues to be an excellent relationship. And they've come here to the council to present over the years, and we always welcome them. So a lot of the opportunities with this was, one of the things we heard loud and clear from the council was, we don't want them to cut through town. I remember Margie Rice saying, we don't want them to cut through town, and we don't want members of the public to see where the new pavement starts and where our old pavement starts, right? We wanted to be able to make sure that the improvements blended into the community and brought benefits to the community. And like I said, every council iteration over the last 20 years has been fully supportive of our efforts. So we looked at ways of widening the bridges to the ultimate capacity. At first, they were going to restore the existing bridges. So that meant that, for example, the Golden West Bridge, instead of it being 6 lanes of traffic, they were going to rebuild it at 4 lanes. So we fought for that. Ultimately, they agreed. Cost them a lot more money, but it brought benefits to the community. If anybody traveling south into Huntington Beach remembers, you were in the number 3 lane, and then you'd have to dive into the number 2 lane right at the 99-cent store, right? So all of those lane drops through our city, we got rid of all of them. So it was a huge, huge undertaking. And then water relocations were huge. I have dollars in the future slides, but water relocations, they came to us and said, water relocations are on you. So that would have been about $1 million per line. We were looking at a bunch of lines. It was going to be over $11 million that would have had to come out of our tax fund, our water fund, that would have ultimately been passed on to taxpayers to pay for, Westminster taxpayers. So we fought that very hard, and they agreed to reinstall all the water lines on the bridges at their cost. So that was a huge, huge undertaking. And then sound wall replacements was another one. We had identified sound wall deterioration along the corridor just as a part of our regular duties, and submitted those requests to Caltrans and waited for many years to get a reply, never really got a reply. So when the project came through, we had our list, we presented them with our list, and they replaced more than what the project required as far as sound walls. So that was another huge win. And then park improvements that we'll talk about in a little bit. Next slide. Economic development was important. This is the kind of the epicenter of the freeway project. This was the intersection that was under construction for 8 years straight. There was a lot of environmental issues in the site. There were human remains that were found. There were very complicated gas lines and other utilities that kept this project, made this intersection remain under construction for as long as it did. As you can see towards the back of that image, you see the Westminster Mall. One of the things that we did as part of our due diligence is we wanted to make sure that the infrastructure surrounding the mall would be able to support a future development. So I'm proud to say that 10 years prior to the mall going through the facelift that it's hopefully going to go through soon, we were already thinking about ways to improve the infrastructure around the mall to lessen the burden on a developer that would come into the site. Had we not fought for the improvements around the mall, right now developers would be facing major improvements to bridges, intersections, and signals all around their property, which could possibly kill any real deal of developing the mall. So that's something that I'm very proud of. Doesn't really get talked about a lot, but I know our staff is very proud of the fact that we made that happen. So everything around the mall is brand new, and the environmental study that came out of the Westminster Mall specific plan identified that there were no impacts to the immediate infrastructure because we built it up to 2030, 2040 volume levels. Things as basic as on the left, there was a slip ramp over off of Bolsa Chica. Now there's a signalized intersection there. That was something that we fought for and got. Over on the right side of the exhibit, you see that arrow at the bottom that's circled. You're traveling pretty fast on Bolsa Chica, and that turned into a right turn lane. So that was a not ideal scenario for drivers because they'd have to jump out of the number 3 lane, and people that were making right turns felt like speedy vehicles were approaching closely behind them. So now we have 3 lanes of traffic that run through Bolsa Chica. You never have a drop lane. And as you get up to Old Bolsa Chica, through our grant writing efforts, we were able to secure OCTA funds to prepare for the freeway project 5 years before the freeway project got there. So it tied into to our 6 lanes on Bolsa Chica, which is good for the community. We were one of the last interchange off-ramps in the county that was still stop controlled. That's over by the Carvana. And obviously, stop-controlled off-ramps are not common in metropolitan areas, only in rural areas. So we still had some very antiquated traffic control measures in the city that we cleaned up with the project. This is one of them. And we had an off-ramp that you see there by the street Willow towards the bottom. We had an off-ramp that dumped into a city street. So you had traffic volumes that were dumped onto a city street that we were responsible for maintaining. That off-ramp is now closed, and it's now looped to tie into the traffic signal that you see here towards the middle of the exhibit. So it's just another example of how we took our existing infrastructure and kept the promise to the previous elected officials who posed that challenge to us to make sure that we didn't let the project come through town without taking advantage of all the benefits that could come with the project like this. And then finally, we get to Margie Rice Park. We said, well, you know what? We understand you need to modify that V channel. How about we extend the park? That was something that was never a part of the plan. And we worked and negotiated with OCTA so that they would build a different type of channel that could be covered with earth so that the park could expand. We also put up a sound wall at Margie Rice Park so that when children were playing in the park, they couldn't see freeway traffic whizzing by, because before it was just a chain link fence. And all of the sound that would come into the community, we mitigated it with those improvements. And this is the part that I really want to highlight. This is not promised to us by the project, right? So there's a lot of negotiations that go on along the way. This is one of those things that we fought hard for, and OCTA met us more than halfway on and delivered an expanded park. In a community that is lacking park space, this is a huge win for us. Then we have another park, Cascade Park, that everybody, including myself, thought was a city park. It was actually a park built on Caltrans right-of-way. So as part of this project, we approached Caltrans about selling us the land, and they did at a very, very, very low cost, relatively speaking, to property value. So now this, which would have potentially gone back to Caltrans, we would have ended up demolishing a park to give it back to Caltrans. We ended up keeping a park and growing our park supply in the city with this project. So that was another huge win that nobody saw early on that we were able to identify and capitalize on. I talked about sound walls. This is a particular sound wall. I remember Jake and I going out there and taking pictures of it many years ago. The bottom was deteriorating. The community in District 1 was very upset about the deteriorating sound wall. And it was also built in a manner where you could literally see a big rig driver's head driving through if you were on the community side of the wall. So the wall was actually built too low originally back in the 50s. We wanted to make sure that this new wall was built in a way where you could not see there'd be no visual intrusions into the community. So sound walls throughout the whole corridor. A community wall. This community wall was never a part of the design. There was a lot of vegetation there that we assumed would stay. It ended up going away, and overnight, the community members were faced with people looking down into their backyards. So we met, I met with the mayor, and we met with community members, and we were able to negotiate this community wall being built. This was estimated at close to $1 million of investment that just went into that wall. It's our wall now to maintain, but when you're coming off the freeway, your headlights are no longer shining on to District 1 homeowners. This is the new Springdale Bridge. As you can see, it's wider, and it accommodates all the lanes, and there's the new traffic signal on the right that I showed in the previous one. This is an example of the landscaping and hardscape that is implemented in some areas of the corridor, and I understand, and I'll get into the issues as to why the entire corridor doesn't look like this, and only some parts of the corridor look like this. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. So back to dollars, because this is something we're very proud of. City infrastructure, over $9 million into, that means City of Westminster right-of-way improved by the project. The $11 million for the water lines. And then every hour that we spent on the project, whether it was Deputy Chief Ron Weber and I talking about speeding or talking about traffic citations. City Attorney's Office helping us with easements, Planning Department, City Clerk Department. Everybody's time on this project was fully compensated. So to date, we've collected over $4.5 million from OCTA to make sure that all the hours we put into this project are compensated. Of course, our workload doubled, but we won't really talk about that tonight, because that's the other reality. We took on a lot more than our department was ready. A city of our size was not really equipped to take on the challenges of a $2 billion project, but we faced the challenges head on and we delivered the project. So the current status, I won't talk about all the details on the left. What I will focus on is the fact that there's a February 24th date and a June 24th date that have since come and gone, and those activities to the left have not been completed. So that is how far behind OCTA is on meeting some of these key milestones. And that is what's led to the frustration that we keep hearing from the public. This is their slide from the last time they came to the city council and said, this is where we're going on this project. They provided this update, and as you can see, they have not hit the mark. OCTA takes full responsibility for it. They're the agency. They're having issues with the contractor. Walking distance from this building, we were in conversations with the contractor that wouldn't finish a simple bathroom, and that went on. It took a lot of city attorney hours to overcome those challenges. So there's a lot of, you can't just fire a contractor like a bad handyman. You have to work through the challenges. I can tell you OCTA has thrown money at them, the lawyers have locked themselves in a room, and yet they're still behind on delivering some of these project-related promises to the community. And it's important to state that this has not just happened in Westminster, it's happened throughout the corridor. I will say that because Westminster is the most impacted city along the corridor, we're feeling the pain more than the other cities. Seal Beach, less impacted. Costa Mesa, less impacted. So this is a bullet list of what we call punch list items. The punch list items, there's hundreds of punch list items for the project. Some of them are cosmetic, sidewalk replacements, curb, things like that most people that are driving by haven't noticed. Our engineers have walked the corridor, have identified everything that needs to be fixed. What's happening with the contractor is they're looking at these huge lists of things that they need to complete, and they're having a hard time prioritizing what affects the quality of life of our residents. So what we've done since hearing from the public and just our ongoing good work with OCTA is we've taken key items and we've created a new list that we're calling quality of life items. So these quality of life items, really, I'm going to focus in on completing the landscaping and irrigation at Margie Rice Park. I know I've met with the vice mayor out there. I've been out there with parks commissioners as well, members of the public. This is you heard it today during public comments, this is a big problem for the community. We hear a lot from folks on Bolsa Chica regarding an area near that community wall that needs better attention. It needs to be reconstructed, for lack of a better term, to something that we are willing to then accept, hand off to the city, and then our city staff will stay on top of the maintenance. There's sidewalk gaps missing on Newland Street. There's a major cleanup issues on the railroad, Old Navy Railroad, and then there's weed abatement at 12 locations that are just really beyond reasonable. And then maintenance on the medians on Beach Boulevard between McFadden and the 405 freeway. These are the items that we've identified as quality of life issues. Of all the 100 things they need to fix, we've told them you need to fix these first. You need to fix these now. So this is the example of Margie Rice Park. This is the expanded park. Doesn't look like a park, looks like a bunch of dirt. The slope over there is problematic as well, probably because it's not fully completed yet. And there's landscaping and irrigation issues at the site. Another picture of Margie Rice Park, just to what the community's telling you is 100% right. This should have been done, and this is unacceptable. This is the Bolsa Chica bioswale area. It is not well kept, and there is issues with homelessness in the area, campfires, and a lot of activity that's not desirable for anybody, and this is in District 1. This is a gap of sidewalk missing on Newland Street. So as you can see on the left, there's a brand new bridge, and it leads to a dirt path that needs to be completed. And the Navy Trail, this is what happens when some of the homeless activity we see in the community. If and when this gets restored to the city, we will have police patrol it, homeless liaison officers, our public works department will be on it. Because all of this is a construction area, we are relying on the contractor to do the work, and that's why it looks the way that it looks. All of this needs to be cleaned up. More of the Navy Trail. Overgrown weeds and vegetation. This is also unacceptable. It doesn't look like the well-kept landscaping picture I showed earlier. That was actually in another city along the corridor. So that's to add more insult to injury there. And so we were able to, I gave them a deadline of today at noon to provide me with a reliable schedule for these quality of life issues. As you can see, I will go down to, okay, it's listed, so here's what it is. It's listed from south to north. Newland Street is the southernmost street. So it's not listed by importance. If it was listed by importance, Springdale, the second to last bullet would be listed. So let's go to that first, because I think that's most important. Springdale Street, crews will begin work on the remaining items at Margie Rice Park on 3/27, which is tomorrow, and it'll be completed in 10 days. And our Public Works Department will be working with them closely to make sure that all of the items that are on our punch list will be addressed. So they heard me loud and clear, because I heard you loud and clear at the last meeting. They needed to give me an answer that was reasonable. So going back to the top, as you can see, a lot of activity is happening in Newland starting tomorrow. Workforces are going to be in Springdale starting tomorrow, and then they're going to work their way down. The one answer I couldn't get was Bolsa Chica Road. That's the last, almost the second to last bridge on the corridor. So I will work to get a schedule on that. But I was able to prioritize Springdale Street just because of the amount of complaints that I'd heard from the public. They're all important, but I took it upon myself to get Springdale Street happening tomorrow. I couldn't get commitment from them on Bolsa Chica. I'm going to keep pushing them on that. You can hold me to that promise. And that concludes the presentation on 405.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thanks for the update. Very informative information for us to digest here. And I want to, together with the City Council here, I want to thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your effort and dedication on this project, along with our Public Works Director, Chigno, and all the members of the Public Works. To get it to this point. And I'm sure with the update here, we answer a lot of questions that our public have questioned it, to us before during the public comments. So again, thank you very much for all the work that you do. At this time, I would like to open for Council to have any comments on this.
I have a few, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant City Manager, for your presentation, detailed. Obviously, there was a lot of victories from the beginning to now that weren't originally on the scope of work. Like you said, it was designed as you go. Mm-hmm. You mentioned major victories with, with sound walls and some water lines that weren't originally planned to be relocated. So there was a lot of victories, and those victories were fought for.
Yeah.
They weren't just like anything. They're not going to just give it to you. You have to fight for them. And so I understand that. The unfortunate part about it is that it just appears, especially the folks who pay attention. And it's a good-looking project. There's a lot of community benefit, but the sentiment, going through all this is that when community members see, other cities, what their finished product looks like, and ours does not look like that, it puts a very sour taste in everybody's mouth as we forget about the victories And I mean, I know from experience you could do a great job, but then at the last few details, if you drop the ball on that, then it kind of puts the whole project, it was like a failure. So all these items that they're missing, to me, there is no excuse. I feel that that we were being shortchanged because they didn't want to do it. The city that had the most impacted from this construction for all those years is the ones that we had to fight. Our staff had to fight to get those items done, and still, there's still things missing. So I think that's a very, I think that to me that's actually a disgrace on their part that we had to fight for those when we're the city that was the most impacted. 12 bridges in our city. Why, for instance, our neighboring city, Huntington Beach, why does their side look better than our side? Why do our residents not work as hard as Huntington Beach residents? I would argue that fact that we do, our residents do work harder than them, and we deserve the same quality as they do. There's no excuse. So our side should be looking the same as theirs. One of the things that I knew, that whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I suspect that it is true because I know that you fought for our city. One of the items that I know you fought for was the lighting on our bridges. Why was Fallon Valley getting this nice decorative lighting and we were getting absolutely nothing? And I hope they're watching this meeting because that is a disgrace as well, that we had to go fight for something that another city that was less impacted got, and we did, and we had to go fight for it. That's to me, that's a crying shame. So to me, especially this park, Margie L. Rice Park, this needs to have the same quality as what you see in Huntington Beach. The fencing, that I wanted to learn a little bit more about that fencing. Why is the fencing that's there it's a low standard fencing compared to some of the other fencing they're installing? I would like to get some more information on that. Why aren't they doing the same quality? Beach Boulevard, which that's a major highway in our city. Why does the Huntington Beach side look a lot more better than our side? You come off the off-ramp on Beach Boulevard heading north, all that landscaping there is it's like a dumping ground. They left that weeds up to 6-7 feet tall at one time. Why? Yeah, that's not acceptable. I want to see if there is no approved set of plans, I want to know why there wasn't. If there is, I think we need to see them. So that's something that you can please relate to them, that I need to see that. I think, like I said, it's unfortunate. It's a great project, but I'll come back for another one.
Okay. All right, thanks. Next, Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Adolfo, thank you for all you do. I know that we went to the site, Boca Chica and Springdale, and when I got onto the council, we were able to do that, and we did a video. Yep. I don't know if it ever uploaded, but hopefully soon, right? Of the transformation that has been done on the 405 freeway, Springdale, Boca Chica, and Margie Rice area. I noticed, if I remember correctly, Assistant Adolfo, yes, that you mentioned the byway. There was 3 different ramps that go through Springdale. Is that correct? And that's the busiest freeway. And yet that merged into the Margie Rice Park. Yes, I do have the same question regarding Vice Mayor Monzo, is that, the fence, they should continue the same fencing versus, the cheap fencing toward the end there. It's a question. Is it because they just feel like, there's no need to continue the nice fencing because of that little area? So they kind of I guess, I don't want to say lazy, but, didn't give their best to the project. But I know this is a, billion-dollar project. It's a lot of money involved in this. And I expect nothing but support up and down all the cities, on the 405. They should treat us the same like Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley. It shouldn't be any different. Now, I do appreciate that, you are fighting for us with the Margie Rice, especially that's in my district. And it's so important because we notice that you expand the park, the greens, and I know the people really appreciate that, the kids as well. They drive, they walk over there, they bike over there, and they appreciate that. So that's really nice that you did that for District 1. Now, if we can just make sure, that grass hill, if we have something that kind of prevent, e-bikes from biking up there and whatnot, maybe the same rock area like the other place that you have. But I bet you're going to go before OCTA, right? I'm sorry, is it the OCTA?
It's OCTA, yes.
Yeah, to discuss this as well, what they're going to put there instead of grass, if they're going to put gravel.
So yeah, going back to Margie Rice Park, I think going back to the entire corridor, OCTA is trying to get the contractor out of town, and I think that's a good move to get them out of town, right? So it's going to be an additional burden to our staff, but at the end of the day, it's going to be easier and better for us to negotiate more money from OCTA to close out the project, and then for our talented staff to finish off certain elements that are beyond the scope that's already been agreed upon. So what you're seeing at Margie Rice Park, we're going to fix. We're going to fix the irrigation. We're going to fix the grass. We're going to do all of that. There's already agreed upon plans to what we're going to do at the park. We're going to, if there's a need to do more, rather than relying on the contractor who's having a hard time finishing, we're going to see if we can negotiate additional money so that we can lead that effort to just finish it for the community under our forces with our own contractor team. I think that's the way we're going to get to the finish line faster.
Right. Yeah, I think that's very smart to do that. Yeah, so I really appreciate this project, in detail explaining every corridor, and thank you so much for all you do for fighting for our city.
You're welcome.
All right. Is there anything from Councilmember Mark or Councilmember Mark Nguyen or Nam Con Nguyen? Okay, Councilmember Nam Con Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's a very, very full in details report, and I thank you, Councilmember West, that reminded us about all the videos that you guys put together when we were there, and we talked. I remember we talked about the artworks that we think about. We're going to put it up there, and Vice Mayor Mansell also mentioned about the lighting. Yeah. And thank you for fighting for us, for the city, and keep up the woodwork. Thank you.
All right, I understand that we are late, but at the same time, it's important for us to discuss the item. I just want to recommend if you have specific item, stop been working on this, and if you have specific things that you want to staff to notice, then go ahead, and otherwise we can shorten it up. My 5 minutes time frame will yield to you, Vice Mayor Mansell. But Councilmember Mark, do you have anything?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adolfo, for a very informative report. Astonishing how detailed this project was. Thank you for fighting to keep the 150 homes from destruction and the 50 businesses from destruction. That was very good. Just thank you, staff. Thank you to your staff, and thank you, Jake and his staff, and to all the city staff that were involved in this project.
Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor Mansell?
Yes, I know our team, like you said, yourself and our engineering team, our director, Jake No, have basically been fighting for the whole, even before this project got even started, So yeah, we recognize that, and our staff and our community, it thanks you. You know, I thank you for what you guys have done, all of you, our team. But you know, like I said, you know, if we need to find a way, if you think that's the most productive way to get these last items accomplished, then we need to go that route. I mean, if there's something, do you think that we can do to kind of push them to agree? If it's a letter from our city attorney's office, or what do you recommend what we do?
Well, considering that I just received this schedule today, and I telling them, you know, I got a schedule first, and I didn't like the schedule. So I said, don't make me go to council with this schedule. They gave me this revised schedule. So I think they understand the urgency behind our request. I would say that if you are okay with it, I can have the city manager memorialize these promises in a letter to their CEO. I think that would be an initial step, just kind of elevating it. Most of the work that is under contract, they're going to do everything they're under contract to do. We hear about the rock blanket, that it should go all the way up, that if our engineers and OCTA negotiated that it needs to go up to where it is right now, we're not going to ask them to do more. We're going to see if we can do more with their money after they're done with everything. So we don't want to increase their scope, because every time we increase their scope, it pushes things out and it creates more issues. Yeah. So I just want to make it clear that we're going to hold them accountable for everything that they've promised to do for us, hundreds of items. But if there are things that are still problematic at these locations, there will be funding provided to us by OCTA that will implement for these precise fencing, all that sort of stuff you talked about.
I want to speak about the picture that you showed about the landscaping on the Huntington Beach side, on Beach Boulevard. To me, that we deserve that same quality, especially on the off-ramp on Beach Boulevard. And I'm kind of really the other one I'm really disappointed on is that on the median on Beach Boulevard, on Huntington Beach side, they had a different product. They had DG rocks, kind of like the picture that you showed. But on our side, they did the real cheap ground cover icicles. It's like, Westminster, you get the cheap stuff, and then we'll put the nice good stuff on the Huntington Beach side. That's kind of the example that I was talking about. Is like, why are we being shortchanged?
Yeah.
I would like to see what is their plan for that Beach Boulevard off-ramp. I don't know. Can you let us know about that?
Sure. We can provide that to you. I can tell you there's I know this because there was, it's PALM, I forget what it stands for. It's PALM, landscape maintenance. It was something, aesthetics landscape maintenancing plan. That was developed by stakeholder group. At the time, I would drive to OCTA with the former mayor, and all the different corridor cities bought in on landscaping, look of the sound wall, looks of the bridges. I can guarantee you that when those landscaping plans were developed, they weren't developed for Huntington Beach separately than Westminster. They were developed as a uniform plan. I know our Public Works Department did have comments on certain things that they would like to see, but even then there was resistance for us to modify the landscaping plans, because the goal is for this to be a continuous corridor through Orange County, so that when folks that are never been through Orange County drive through a nice continuous looking corridor. So it was not done, deals weren't set. There were certain things that did upset me. The lights on bridges, I was promised there would be no lights on bridges, and when they popped up in Fountain Valley, we went after them and we got lights, right? So everything that was in the landscaping plans is what is being installed. But we will make sure, and I'm looking over at Jake, we will make sure that everything that's on the approved set of plans gets installed. One of the things that they still owe us is as-built plans, as you know, as a person that's in the construction trade. As-built plans are very important, so we're still owed as-built plans, and all of that has to be signed off by our team. So. Yeah. But we will present you with those areas that you have issues with. We will present you with the Huntington Beach side, our side, so that you can have an understanding of what's going to be implemented on the Westminster side.
Okay.
All right. It's 5 minutes. Okay. I know that the staff get a hang of it already. They hear us very loud and clear, and they also heard it from the public, from our residents, and they will take that into consideration. I would I trust them on that. And at this time, I would just want to go ahead and motion to receive and file the presentation.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to receive and file the presentation. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, next item is commission and committee item, and it's 7.1, continue from the March 12, 2025 regular City Council meeting. City Council appointment to City Commissions for 2025 to 2027. So we have 4 items here, A, B, C, and D. So we will one by one, and we'll vote on that. First one is the regular member from District 4, Council Member Nam Quan Nguyen, appointee to Park and Recreation Commission for a term to expire in December 2026, waiving all the applicable requirements. So, Council Member Nam Quan Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For Park and Recreation Commission, I would like to appoint Christine Hernandez.
Okay. All right. Is that
And,
I second it?
Second.
I second it.
Okay, for planning.
No, hold on.
Oh, that's-
So with that,
Yes,
We
I
have
have a
motion, second?
motion. Yes, I have a motion made by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to appoint Christine Hernandez as District 4, Councilmember Nguyen's appointee to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a term to expire in December 2026, waiving other applicable requirements. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
So there are 2 regular members for District 3, Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen, and District 4, Councilmember Mark Nguyen appointees. And this is to Planning Commission for a term to expire in December 26, waiving all applicable requirements. So first, let's go with Councilmember Mark Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to recommend non-tran for planning commissioner.
Okay. I second that. Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen.
Yes, I'd like to keep Mr. Tony Boy on the planning commission.
All right.
Okay.
Is there a second to that?
I second it.
All right. So we're going to vote at the slate.
Thank you. So I have a motion made by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to appoint non-tran as District 3, Councilmember Nguyen's appointee to the Planning Commission for the term to expire in December 2026, waiving other applicable requirements. I'll go to call roll for District 3's appointee. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. I also have a motion made by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West. This is to appoint Tony Bowie as District 4, Councilmember Nguyen's appointee to the Planning Commission for a term to expire in December 2026, waiving other applicable requirements. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right. The next one is one regular member for District 4, Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen's appointee to Cultural Arts Commission for a term to expire in December 2026, waiving all applicable requirements. So, Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My appointee will be Lisa Martinez.
What is
I
it?
don't know how to pronounce her last name, but I'm trying.
Okay, all right.
Just, Lisa is her first name.
Thank you. Do I
Is
have
there
a second?
to that?
Yeah,
sec-
second it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I have a motion made by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West. This is to appoint Lisa Martinek as District 4 Councilmember Nguyen's appointee to the Cultural Arts Commission for a term to expire in December 2026, waiving other applicable requirements. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
So there is one regular member, District 4, Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen's appointee to Traffic Commission for a term to expire in December 26, waiving all the applicable requirements.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My pick will be John Gentile.
I second that.
Okay, John Gentile has already have one.
Unless he's
right?
gonna pick by someone else.
Last time we said that if there is two, there might be a potential conflict. So with what did he have? He has the park.
That's only
recreation,
his
right?
planning,
If I could
but I
just
think he left planning.
If I could
Mr.
provide
Mayor.
context,
No,
John
no.
Gentile is currently on our Parks and Recreation Commission.
Yes.
There was only a notable conflict of interest if they served on the Planning Commission and the Traffic Commission. There is not a notable concern of conflict between them to serve on anything other than those
That's
two
exactly
commissions.
what I want to
coincided.
ask. So
Yes.
there is no conflict between the park and recreation and the.
There hasn't been one determined unless the city council feels otherwise, but staff has not determined a conflict.
Okay, all right. So is there a second to that already?
Yeah, I
right?
second.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I have a motion made by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West. This is to appoint John Gentile as District 4, Councilmember Nguyen's appointee to the Traffic Commission for a term to expire in December 2026, waiving other applicable requirements. I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, moving on to number 8, which is oral communications concerning non-agenda items. So at this time, please read the instruction into record, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Michael Varengia. Our next speaker is Jason Doan. All right, our next speaker is Tina Cormany. Following Tina is going to be Tammy Hamill.
Good morning. Faustina, past resident of Westminster. I spoke again the last meeting complaining about there's no support in the city. The city council is making money off of the mental health crisis that the school district is also making due to the racism and more. After the city meeting, Be Well came to me again saying that there is support that I can benefit off of. What they have to offer, I told them again my personal story that I've been dealing with 4 years, that there's no help but being forced on medication when all I need is to be heard. Again, I called the number that Be Well gave to me that led me into more numbers that can't help me because I don't have a substance abuse, nor do I believe in Jesus. Every morning waking up not hearing Mom gets harder every day I wake up. I hate going to sleep now. Be Well is not what the city said it to be. Again, I called again Be Well for another person that needed resources, that didn't have a phone. I called and was given a voicemail. I felt horrible that I couldn't help that person, but to be put on a voicemail or to leave a voicemail in a time of desperate need is very difficult. One that I know, a suicide hotline puts you on hold. And this is why we're having a huge mental and homeless crisis due in Westminster and around the world. Home is where the heart is, but if the home is broken, then so is your heart. It takes time to heal from abuse. Westminster School District has always been silencing my voice, and now they're silencing my children. Elon Musk will show everyone how voting fraud works and how voting fraud is a huge part of Westminster and the city council downfall, what's leading to the Westminster City Council's downfall. Jesus killed more people than Hitler ever did, and the fact that Easter is on Hitler's birthday is a full circle that should be known that we don't need war, and war is not the answer. USA was created on murdering women and children for money. School teachers aren't teaching anything that is good for our children, for our mental well-being in the true history. Domestic violence is prevented, but if the family doesn't like you, then it's a losing game. Amy West, and the comments, the remarks that you made after my speech at the last meeting, as a mother, you should be ashamed of yourself and for what you stand for. It would be nice for you to step down and show the world and show the community what you have done is wrong. Make it make sense and make it make right. Make it make right. Do right on the community and the children.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by Tim Hogan.
May I make a quick...
Can you go into the...
Sure, I can wait till the end.
Thank you.
I have more to say. Good evening, Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. Amy, you were up here earlier talking about people having accountability, very quick to blame staff for things, which you usually do. So I would just like to ask, where are your apologies for the nastiness, the name calling, the wasted time, the wasted taxpayer money that you've done over the last 2 years? I know you praise staff now, but there's other things that you've said that have been accusatory, nasty names that you've called them. It's clear you're trying to rebrand your image, but you're just proving that you could have been like this the whole time. You sat in your seat, you've been on time, you sometimes don't speak endlessly, but you just chose not to. But now, tonight, you're still leaving the dais while people are up here speaking or giving presentations. You're up here reciting Bible verses, but isn't part of being a real Christian being humble and asking for forgiveness? Rebranding yourself is more than just appropriate clothing and a new hairdo. It takes actual work that you've never been willing to do on this council. Some other examples, you lied about not having the recordings on your phone when I did a public records request. You said you put them on Facebook, which is not true. You refused to have a meeting with me because you didn't like the answers I submitted and sent me this lengthy email about how everything is your right to privacy and all this other stuff, even though you spout it, you have your Trump flag, you do your religious stuff here all the time. Even during one of the presentations that you asked to be pulled, you were so busy jibber-jabbing with Nam Kwan that you weren't even paying attention. It's so disrespectful, so that part of you has clearly not changed. What else do I have on here? One other thing that I started thinking about is I would really like more discussions about getting businesses into Westminster. The last couple of years, there have been so many discussions on monuments, flags, street signs, TEP Parade, now community center. That's all money going out. I don't see a lot of discussions on stuff coming in. A lot of people have mentioned cannabis shops. Why not do that? There's never been discussion, as far as I've known, it being brought to the agenda. I would also like, some time I have left, to thank staff. Your presentations are always on point. You're ready with your answers when certain people don't pay attention and have to ask the same question that you've just presented. So Amy, you might want to pay attention to this. There's a whole lot of people in this room right now that you could start your apology tour on. So let's see what kind of real Christian you want to be and actually do it and put a meaning behind the words that you say when you're praising staff, and then not calling them liars or saying you have bigger balls than the mayor or calling other people names like that. You could easily do it with your comments. You got 5 minutes.
Our next speaker is Tim Hogan, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Thank you, Mr. Ozeda. I've been working, talking with the assistant city manager since about 2018 on this whole project. My home was going to be radically impacted, at least I thought, by the whole 405 project. And he assured me right off the bat, oh no, I've got plans here. Something's going to be good. It'll work out for you. And sure enough, it worked out. Far better than I ever expected. So in this point, as far as the park goes, I leave it to you. I feel that you'll do well by the community and that things will turn out well. I thank the City Council for your taking an interest in this issue. I think it has moved things forward with the OCTA. I've been making little notes here, so forgive me a moment here. It bothers me that this project largely benefited Irvine, Newport Beach, and Point South. It had very little to do with us other than we widened the freeway and got better things. But as far as the traffic on the freeway went, that's largely for the people down south, and yet we're the ones that have been paying for it, both by inconvenience and for other issues in it. I agree on another issue. I agree with Councilmember Nam Kwan Win. I believe that Blakey Park should be preserved for the history of the city. Who's going to come after the Vietnamese? We don't know yet. We started out as a temperance society. Look around, we are hardly a temperance society anymore. So it changes, and history, society will continue to move. So I think that you want to keep that as a history thing. Expand the Vietnamese aspects of it. I've never been there, so I haven't a clue what it is. But move it in. Maybe we can find a building that has some historical connection to the Vietnamese community when they first came in here. Move that over in there, same as they've got those other buildings from 1890s and whatnot. See if we can build that up. I am no fan of Tet. Okay, it's emotional, it's irrational, completely out of context here. The first time I ever heard about Tet, I was 13 years old, and it was 1968. Those of you familiar with history know what I'm saying. I lost my cousin in that travesty. So for me, it has an emotional thing that is not for that is not shared with the Vietnamese community. And yet, I've been to the parade, and I've seen the children's eyes, and I've heard the laughter. And I think that if it's possible to keep it going, then I think it should be. I think it serves it could serve a very good benefit for the city. If for no other reason than it gives pride to the community. So thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ozeda.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
I had a great time at the PD and Special Olympics Tippecanoe event last week. Such a great cause. None of you on the council bothered to attend, even though it was on your calendars. Former Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho was there, though. Looking forward to the American Vietnam War Veterans event on Saturday. Will you all be there? I hope staff advertise the event with all the local VBA chapters and beyond. The Planning Commission's public hearing for the True Life Townhome project at the mall was canceled and rescheduled at the applicant's request. Damn good thing, because the commissioners didn't even receive the proposed resolution with the conditions of approval in their binders. How can they approve something they don't even get? Nam Kwan, you've missed 35% of the first 5 meetings of this year, equal to 7.2 hours, not counting tonight. Your substantial absences, tardies, and Amy's as well, leaving early and Dias departures are unacceptable. Your 3+ week vacation in Vietnam is not an excused absence. We hope the rumor circulating a while back was true that you would resign after Tet. You woefully neglect your duties is absent too much and seem completely disinterested in the job, she'll step the hell down and let someone else do it. And Amy and Amquan, how about you read your staff reports, every single page like I do? Yeah, I'm yelling because you ask the same questions that are all answered in the staff report. Amy, you should have appointed John to Traffic Commission when you said you would. You flat out lied and said you didn't know he turned down the planning gig, even though he texted and called you and let you know, and he asked you to appoint him to traffic. It was also clearly stated in the staff report. The Westminster Community Foundation is defunct. It is not even a legal entity anymore because there's not a quorum. There were 4 people left and 2 of their terms are up, gone. And you can't, I mean, you can ask them for money, but legally, per the bylaws that were created by the former city attorney that are a mess in itself, they can't approve to give you the money because there's not enough officers, there's not enough people there on the board to do so. You all caused the failure of that community foundation, every single one of you, for the appointment process, for the whole, controlling the bylaws. They were never going to succeed based on it being a political community foundation. Item 9.1. Listen, I will likely attend any meetings that go on between the Historical Society and the city. The city's got Shauna as their analyst, and the Historical Committee will have me as their analyst. I think that you should have never even brought up the proposal, Charlie, until they were contacted. I am the one that alerted them, not the city. I am the one that called them right after the meeting, Thursday, let them know the next day. They had no idea. And they were shocked, and then they went back and watched it. That was so disrespectful and so wrong. The city policies, just FYI, well, I can't get into it, I'm running out of time, but do better, Westminster, and Laura Rose should have been appointed.
We have no further speakers.
All right. So Councilmember West, yes, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to address, a concern about me not meeting. And this is the email asking me question for the meeting. Why does Amy keep the Trump flag on the dais? Why she thinks it's okay to waste money on the dais defaming and intimidating people, why she thinks it's okay to have a political speech on at a church, why she's wouldn't share the video she recorded on the dais. So my response was this, so that way you guys have it on record. Dear Tammy, thank you for reaching out and taking the time to email me. I appreciate hearing from my constituent and value open communication. The questions you have asked are primary political, personal, and opinion-based. While I respect your right to express your views, I am unable to assist with opinion-based or political inquiries at this time. Matters such as the flag display on my dais or how I choose to pray are protected under First Amendment rights, and I do not fall under local government concern and does not fall under local government concerns. My focus remains on serving the resident of District 1 and address city-related matters within my role as a councilwoman. If you have any question regarding city policy, district matter, or issues that directly affect our community, I am more than happy to assist, provide the discussion remain respectful. Please feel free to reach out to schedule a meeting with the city issue that you would like to discuss. Kindly CC Lynn for appointment. So I just want to address that. And then also with Tina, I guess she mentioned about the suicidal hotline. If you guys can, from what my recollection is that it's open 24 hours. There's no leaving a voice message, right? Is that correct for the hotline, suicidal hotline? Chief?
I'm not too familiar with the hotline. I don't know if they actually do put people on hold. I hope not, but I don't know. And we do refer her to our services like Be Well and whatnot for after the council meetings.
Okay, so from I don't think there is a with that urgency of suicidal prevention. I think there's always someone there on the other line. So if she needs help, I'm more than happy to make that call for her if she needs it. But anyways, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for letting me briefly explain that.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on. Is there any other comments for this? Otherwise, I'm going to close the oral communication for the non-agenda items. Okay, next is we move into the business matters from city council and agency members. We already discussed item 9.1, so we move into 9.2. First reading of an ordinance amending chapter 12.28, the camping and storage of personal property of the Westminster Municipal Code. Is there any question on this? You are the requester. Yeah. So you
We have
go ahead.
a short staff report if you want it.
Hold on. He's going to be a requester, so I want him to go ahead and make the first comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to see if our PD can do a short presentation, or take the time that you need. We have all the time you need.
Well, Councilman or Vice Mayor, originally it was a 2-hour presentation. I'm sure I could squeeze it down into 90 minutes, so I'll begin. First off, I do want to say that I am splitting this presentation with the city attorney. I'm going to kind of lay out the need for it very quickly, and he'll come in with the action we need from council and what their office in conjunction with the police department has done. First, our HLO team, that's our homeless liaison officer team, has done over 200 has removed over 200 encampments throughout 2024. That's a lot of encampments. To give you a comparison, in 2023 they did 154. So it's substantially increasing. And I don't have to tell anyone in this room that every time we clean out an encampment, you can drive by that location about a day or two later and it's back. We don't have a tool per se to hold people accountable for coming back, littering the area, biohazarding the area, et cetera. So we, in conjunction with the city attorney's office, as you know, there's been some changes in state law, in case law actually, that will allow us to now start enforcing some of our anti-camping ordinances. City attorney, you want to take it from there?
Sure. So the ordinance that's been presented to you is in response to that. So one of the issues with the existing ordinance is that there are a lot of question marks. The existing ordinance has broad picture, general rules that talk about you can't camp, et cetera, but it doesn't really explain a lot of the details. And part of the thrust of this ordinance is to flesh it out a little bit, make it a little bit easier for PD or whoever's enforcing the ordinance, and make it clear for the public so that they are aware of what exactly the rules are and what they're not. So this is essentially more of the rules, and it just fleshes it out a bit. Essentially, this says that you cannot camp on city property, parks, right-of-way, public facilities. You should not be blocking entrances, people's right-of-way into public facilities. You should not be obstructing city property or access to private facilities. For example, just a very basic example, you should not prevent a car from driving up a driveway into accessing, things like that. So if there's any specific questions, we'd be happy to answer whatever questions you may have.
That's it? Good. Well, no, thank you. I went through this thoroughly, and our city attorney mentioned, just like it says in the staff report, that surrounding jurisdictions that already have an anti-camping ordinance in place were vetted and looked at, and so this isn't we're not inventing the new wheel.
That's entirely correct. So there are a number of cities that have adopted an ordinance substantially similar. I would not say identical, but certainly very related to this. And one of the benefits of adopting an ordinance similar to this is that Number one, we've been able to learn from other jurisdictions. You know, you can keep making every single better time. Every attorney that touches something makes it just a little bit better, clarifies one more thing, and we're the next one. So I like to think that this one's just a little bit better than what there was before. Additionally, there's strength in numbers insofar as if there is going to be a legal challenge, it's most likely not on something like this that has been vetted by so many different people.
Yes. So that's the benefit. That's what was one of the benefits for waiting as we did. Is we didn't
Exactly
want to,
so.
Yeah, we didn't want to be the first ones and the guinea pigs of any legal challenges. So thank you for all the team that looked into it and did some, put their work into this and looking over it. And I like it. And so it's time. We have a lot, and the sentiment in the community is that it's out of control, which, like you mentioned earlier, and I've seen it in real time. I've literally seen it where our team goes out in the morning, and then by the end of the day, some of those folks are back, and so hopefully this tool will help. And then I'm also looking forward to hopefully we get our park rangers. And this tool will help them as well, and hopefully we get our parks back. Let's get our community be able to feel some comfort, using the parks. So thank you for that, and definitely want to move forward with this. So I have a motion to move forward with this ordinance.
Second it.
I have a
Okay, go ahead.
question. Yeah. Okay, so I'm happy that we have an anti-camping ordinance, which was, thank God, for the ruling of the City of Grant Pass, Oregon versus Johnson in the summer of last year, 2024. The laws regarding sleeping, camping, and storing personal property in public places like parks and whatnot. So I appreciate that we have some tools for our law enforcement to enforce this and to make their job a little easier, especially when we drive around town. We do see other parks like Frank Fry Parks to Beckingham Park. We see homeless camping there all the time, and so I think this is a great tool. But I have a question. Does this also address, because we do see homeless people sleeping in the car as well, so does this enforce them for them as well? Because I didn't see it in this agenda.
So first, I did want to make one more comment on that anti-camping. Is every time we clean up and then have to re-clean up, that's an added cost to the city. Mm-hmm. The biohazard, the cleanup, the staff, it all has a dollar amount to it. So, and I too will do a cleanup in the morning, and that night it's back, mm-hmm. and it's just a repetitive cost. And then to answer Councilwoman's question, last year we had 22 reports from the public of people sleeping in their cars. This ordinance does not cover that. There are legal ramifications to making that illegal that I believe the city attorney would probably be more appropriate to answer than myself, if you want to take that one.
Sure. So to be clear, there are cities that do prohibit parking, sleeping in cars. However, there's a reason that it's a very small minority of cities. The city is taking on a lot of risks of legal challenges, and I could go into very excruciating detail of the number of challenges that could be brought, and I don't think that is something that most city attorneys are recommending. And there are various reasons why. And one of the main reasons is it depends on every city, but this city has a robust number of alternate ways to essentially enforce existing laws without resorting to something that may be subject to legal challenge. For example, we have rules that say you can't park vehicles longer than 72 hours in a given location. We have rules that say you can't park illegally in various locations. We have, any number of rules. We already have rules relating to public intoxication. You name the crime. So there's that. I could speak for a very long time about various issues, but the short version is this is a much safer way to proceed.
Right. I do see that we have different ordinance for, you can't sleep or whatever. But the thing is that we notice that our law enforcement, when people call, residents have called me before concerned about homeless people sleeping in the car and then throwing all their trash out. And so you guys have seen that, right? And so I just feel like if there's a way that within this tool that allow our law enforcement to say, hey, you can't sleep in your car and throw all your trash out here is hazardous and it can get people sick. So do we have something like that because the thing is, it seems like you select, choose and pick which homeless people to target, it seems like. People who are sleeping at the park in a tent, we have this ordinance to target them, but what about those who sleep in a car? You know what I mean? So that's a concern.
The example you gave, we would cite them for littering if we could. But in this regard, and I don't disagree that it would be nice to have some type of law that we could enforce when people are sleeping in the car. So when we do have those complaints come in, we have a tool to remedy the situation. However, on legal advice, we do not have that law, or it wasn't added to this municipal code.
Right, because when you cite them, right, do they pay for the citation? They're homeless. They're not going to pay. They
Correct.
don't have the money.
Generally, they do not. But we have another option. It's homeless court, and they deal with the homeless, and they do have ways around them not paying, whether it's education or convincing them not to reoffend, or some type of restitution as far as like, you'll see people picking up trash or whatever programs they have.
Right. The only concern I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember West, you have your first round already. If we need to, we go to second round. I just want to remind that we do have the motion in second, but we can continue with second round if possible, if you want to. Is there any other council want to go for second round?
No.
No?
Do you mind making
I can go ahead and recognize you for
question?
second round.
Okay, so the thing is that I just feel like, because I have residents that call me regarding people sleeping in their car, and where we live is close to Sequoia and whatnot, and the school ground there, and they don't feel safe having homeless sleeping in their car, and when they walk their dog or their kids walk home. So that's the concern. So do we have some tool to address that?
In this new municipal code, that is not addressed. Do we have tools? We have the California Vehicle Code that applies to cars. We do have, if there's reasonable suspicion that they're committing some other type of crime. You mentioned a school. You can't annoy children. That's actually a crime. So it matters. I need a little more of an example, but just a person in their car, if they're sleeping right now, is not a crime per the Vehicle Code, and it is not addressed in our municipal code on advice from the attorney's office.
Yeah, I just feel like parents don't feel safe, when their kids walk to school and to home, back to home. So that's the concern.
Yes, and anytime they do not feel safe, we will send a police officer out there.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. We have the motion and second on the floor, so go ahead and call roll vote.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to introduce for first reading an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Chapter 12.28, Camping and Storage of Personal Property of the Westminster Municipal Code to establish regulations on unlawful camping and prohibiting the use of public right-of-ways and facilities for storage of personal items or as a place to sit, sleep, or lay down. Read by title only and waive further reading. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, we come down to the last item, which is comments and requests for the agenda items from City Council and agency members, including AB 1234, report when required. So Let's start out with Councilmember Amy Fan West. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so let me see here. So I want to say thank you, staff and all of you guys, for, working so hard, and especially at the beginning of the year of all the activities and events that we have. You guys work really hard, and thank you so much. And also, I just, if you guys haven't read the Declaration of Independence, I strongly encourage you to do so. Let me read the well-known passage from Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are three fundamental rights that the government is supposed to protect: life, the right to live and be safe from harm and unjust death; liberty, the freedom to think, act, and make choices without necessary government interference; pursuit of happiness, the ability to seek out and achieve one's own vision of success and well-being. As your local councilwoman, I am committed to protect those rights. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to do just that in District 1. Also, it was brought to my attention that, Mr. Mayor and the council, that, what I said in the past, I guess a year ago, I guess it offended a staff member. And I just want to make it clear that, it's not my intention to offend or hurt that staff. But I want to assure that staff member and also all the city staff that, to assure you that the city employees, that in our service to the resident of Westminster, my words and intentions are never meant to offend or denigrate anyone. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to address that. It was brought to my attention. So thank you. And I appreciate all the staff working so hard, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You have something to say?
Nothing. I'm just talking under my breath.
Okay. All right. And, next is Councilmember Nam Quang Wei.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Besides, thank you, staff, for the great jobs that you guys doing from the beginning of the year. Thank you, our police department also. One thing I want to mention that I love the color of the chair. The chairs that we have here. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Next is Councilmember Mark Nguyen.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I attended the PCTA meeting on last Wednesday, March 19. We had a few items. I'll quickly summarize it. The board approved the cablecast annual subscription for Westminster in the amount of $6,096.15. We also approved a staff request for an RFP to redo the website for PCTA. And then we approved the making Gary Foreman of Books and Balances to be an authorized signer, because he's already has access to the account, so we just wanted to make him an authorized signer, depending on him getting bonded. And then we also approved the updated policy and procedure for PCTA. And let's see. And also, the board of PCTA approved a small claim against a former PCTA employee, Louis Rocha, in the amount of $480. It's kind of funny because the attorney fees is more than that, but we're doing it in terms of principle.
Okay.
So Director Ted Bowie from Fountain Valley, he's the mayor from Fountain Valley, is going to provide free legal advice in that case. And one last item. the city of Sioux Beach and Los Alamitos is wanting to join the PCTA as a member, as new members. So once we organize and file all the audit reports, then we'll present it to them, and most likely they will, hopefully, they will join our board. That's all I have. I have one more item I'd like to agendize future for the next meeting. To direct staff to draft a proclamation for Holocaust Remembrance Day to honor the 6 million Jews who died in the Holocaust.
I second that. If there's a second.
Is there a need for that, or it's just the mayor's approval is good enough?
Would you like to comment, Ashton?
Yes, so just to be very clear of what you're requesting, Councilmember, so this is for directing staff to bring a proclamation for which day?
Holocaust Remembrance
April.
Day.
Okay. And then Mayor, did you have a question on the request?
I think that we need to bring to for approval.
Move for a vote. Okay, perfect. So I do have a motion made by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, to direct staff to bring a proclamation to the next meeting for Holocaust Remembrance Day.
So
Yes.
we can agendize that for discussion at a future meeting, because I think, I believe our bylaws require the mayor to take action on it. Is that correct?
Yes, so what's going to happen is what staff will produce is we will provide an item on the consent calendar for the April 9th meeting for approval of proclamations. This proclamation will be drafted and prepared, and that will have a majority vote of the City Council at the 9th meeting to go ahead and approve that proclamation.
All right. Okay, so
Okay, so I'll go ahead and call roll for the motion. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, Vice Mayor Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work, and also for the Tony Lamb ribbon cutting ceremony today. That was a long time coming, and had great attendance and a great job again, as usual. You can see there was a lot of children out there. They weren't waiting for no ribbon cutting, I can tell you that. They were out and they're enjoying it. So thank you for that. And I want to remind the community, and hopefully we had enough folks submit an application for our recognition of our American Vietnam veterans ceremony for March 29th this weekend. So hopefully we have the community comes out and supports our veterans. So please come out and for that. And I just want to, just a brief comment. I don't want to sit there. I wasn't going to say anything, but somebody does. I understand that there was some stuff in the past that, when people do wrong, as humans, we try to mend that and recognize when we do something wrong or say something wrong. But it takes a big person to do that and do it wholeheartedly, and be really, genuine when you do try to mend. I know Councilmember West attempted to do that, but it wasn't really. Yeah, it fell flat. I didn't really hear a real apology there. So it's unfortunate, at the end of the day, we're the ones that have to look ourselves in the mirror, see, and face that person that's looking back at us. So anyways, hopefully we can all do that, but that's my 2 cents. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. So it's now my turn. I second you 2 items that you mentioned already. Number 1, I want to thank staff for all the hard work that you put in, public works, public safety, and assistant city manager and also city manager, especially the parks and recreations. I know that the event that we have this afternoon, grand opening for the Blakey Park. There's a lot of people attended the grand opening. So I know a lot of work that you have to put in there, and thank you very much for all the works. Also, you mentioned about the event March 29th. I know that you're also working on that, and I would like to invite our resident to come out and join us on that event. It's this Saturday at 10 o'clock at the Blakey Park. And please remind people, your neighbors, and people at home about this event. It's truly an event that we should remember and out and thanks them for all that they did for us. Next thing is I would like to report about the trip that I went last week to Sacramento. It was an ACCOC organized this event. It's just one day, but there's a lot that we need to attend. A lot of walkings, a lot of effort that we have to put into that. But one thing is that we gain a lot. We gain a lot because we have a chance to meet with a lot of legislators, and also with the different cities. Lots of people attend this time are the mayors from different cities. There's only 1 or 2 council members, but the rest of them are the mayors. So I got a chance to associate with them and talk about city issues at a time that we are not in sessions. So one of the things that I will mention about the arena that I have a chance to attend, that I took upon myself to attend that section. There's only 2 of us, but give me a more chance to ask questions around. And I learned a lot from that too, so I will share that with staff. OCFA, also talking along with our City Council, Mark Nguyen, I would like to report about that. I was appointed, you know that I represent the OCFA as a board member, and I was appointed to 3 different committees now. Just want to let you know, one is executive committee as an alternate, I have to say that. The second committee is the legislature and public affair committee, and also budget and finance committee. And so, with that alone, I have sometimes I have 3 meetings in a month for that. And of course, there are others. Meetings and activities in the city that I try to attend. But that doesn't mean that, if you have a resident, if you have any questions, by all means, schedule that with Lyndon, and we'll meet you. You already know that it happened before, so continue to do that, because I'm more than happy to meet with you and share the vision of our city. So with that, I would like to adjourn the meeting, and the next regular meeting is on April 9, 2025 at 6 p.m. So meeting adjourned.